And finally, hello everyone, hello everybody, hello lovely people. So pleased to welcome you on our Vue.js Global Summit by Geekle 2021. I'm so happy to announce and launch this event because we was working hard to do it, and I'm so happy. So many people here, and we're expecting like more than 1,000 people at the stream today, and 3 days more. So thank you everyone. So happy. Let's start our warming up session. First of all, how can you hear me? Just let me know in chat or somehow if my sound is good and my you can see me well and everything. So yeah, I really need to see if you are. Yeah. Hola, hi. Yeah, sounds is going really good, and sound is, yeah, everything is okay. Sound is good. Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm Ed from Geekle, and today we work with Vue.js. So we've been working with the team of 5 people to prepare this event for, I believe, for 6 months probably. It was not so easy, but finally we're here, and that's great. So first of all, I want to know you people. Where are you from? Just type in comments or chat where are you from, what's up, and how do you feel today, and what do you expect from this event? Because we was trying hard to gather best practicing people to share their knowledge, insights, know-how, some best practices. Yeah. So wow, yay, Lebanon, Austin, France, Poland, Mexico, Serbia, Latvia, Colombia, Australia, again Poland, hi from India, Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Italy, Germany. Yeah, look, so many people. Actually, I feel like Vue.js community is one of like the most hot communities over even JavaScript communities, because it's training uh, a framework, and it's very new, and lots of young people, mostly young people, learn this framework and work on it. So yeah, so many. Syria, hello from Syria, Egypt, Serbia, Argentina. Wow, yeah, nice to see you people. Okay, right now I have more than 500 people in our on our platform. That's awesome. Hello from Armenia. Okay, anyway, let's move to the point. Well, we have more than 6,000 registrations on this event. Most of them are free registration, because the mission of Geekle is to provide the best content from very practical people, from top people, or from top engineers or top ideas, to all the world, all developers world, to spread it out. And like 95% of people who registered to this event are free users, because we split it to two sections, or two parts of this event. First one is for beginners. So if you are the beginner in coding and you're just starting your development career, most of us, when we start, we always think about the bread on the table, not about like buying some fancy conferences or online content. So we decided, okay, if you are the beginner, come join us for free and get this like content from really great people for free actually. And if you are experienced developer, just let your company to buy it for you. Okay, so mostly the senior track is like purchased mostly by companies, by employers for their developers. And it's also, it's pleasure for us because I see how employers value development of developers. I'm sorry about the sentence, but that's great. I feel like the industry grows really, really, really fast because employers, most of them, not all of them, are caring about the development and education. So we have 29, I hope, the 29 speakers, and I hope everyone will join us. And nothing will happen to their internet because most of them, and I'm actually not sure, probably all of them will be live talks. Maybe someone will be pre-recorded, but most of them or all of them live. So we expect in 29 people sharing these fantastic talks, and we split it on 13 sections with Q&A. That's what actually usually we do. First speaker of section, another one, and third one, and after that Q&A session. And most our attendees say that this panel Q&A session is the most interesting part of our event because lots of questions on topics from 3 speakers. We gather from chat, moderator gather from chat and ask to the speakers who are together, and they can share their opinions and answer. And sometimes discussions between them and audience in chat so hot we can't even stop this, and the next speaker is waiting on our backstage and waiting, hey people, when will you start? I'm going to start my talk. So it's great. So keep watching and come to these Q&A sessions. We will have one panel discussion, not as Q&A, but just panel discussion with several participants about really great topic on Vue.js future. And we also have 6 Vue.js community partners from Brazil, Italy, Spain, Indonesia, and Russia. And I'm so happy we are connected to this specific communities. Thank you for this support and for the for being with us and supplying us with speakers and promotion and all this stuff. So good. And what else? What should I say more? I'll probably read chat. And Albania, I see from Albania people, hello, I was there not so long time ago. And Spain, where are you from, Ed? That's a great question. I am from Ukraine. Now I'm in Kiev, Ukraine. Yeah. Good morning from Germany. Hello, good morning. Guten Tag, but yeah, Guten Morgen. Yeah, that's what I actually know in Germany. Yeah, and everyone who speaks Russian, I say "Всем привет," and I'm not sure what languages should I practice today. Tunisia, Singapore. Sure. Look, people from all over the world. That's actually awesome. And let's get closer to the point. We have Jordan Imran with us. He will be moderating our first section. I hope, Jordan, you are ready to jump in this stream because you are already in this stream. Hello, man.
Hi, how are you, Ed?
I'm fine. I'm on fire. I'm so excited about these events. So many people, man, almost 600 people, and I love it. And I'm in Ukraine, and you are probably from Dubai.
Yeah, I'm originally from the UK, but I'm here in Dubai at the moment. So we're in the middle of summer right here, so it's hot, hot,
hot. How hot is there? I'm sorry.
It's getting up to 45 degrees Celsius. I think that's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh my God, 45 Celsius. Oh my God. Wow.
So
How do people survive there?
they don't. They stay indoors and they hope that the sun doesn't get them. We actually have people getting vitamin D deficiency because they spend too much time indoors during the summer.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I see it. So that's great. Yeah. Anyway, can we have something from your background? What why you decided to attend, to participate, and even moderate this event? What is it for you?
Sure. So I currently work as the technical lead at a company called Predixa. We're a startup based in the UAE. We do a lot of work in the AI and consulting space. And I started off sort of predominantly focused on backend and server-side development, and then I got sick of having to rely on tools and applications to build our front end. So I did the classic React Angular Vue look, and then I decided that we'll take the plunge. We'll jump with Vue.js, and I love it. It just allows you to get what you need to do done quickly. It's very intuitive. So I love building stuff using Vue. I think it's great. And so when I heard about the conference, I was actually really eager to get involved, and I saw that there was options for moderation, and I saw the lineup of speakers, and I saw the topics, and I was like, this sounds fantastic. So that's why I'm involved. That's why I really enjoy Vue.js. I'm really excited for some of these topics, and yeah, thank you very much for having me, guys.
Well, thank you, because I know. Yeah, wait a minute. I have a really interesting question in chat here. Someone asks, "I'm here only for Mila Hanzuk. Where is she? Come on, people! I gotta clean it up." Mila is one of our core team members. She'll be here in I hope in 1 hour, maybe 30 minutes. She's on her way, and I promise you to show her here. So yeah, just have patience, because yeah, I understand you people. She's on all our mails and everything. Her face is presenting as, yeah, I understand you. She will join us, or at least she will say hello. She's not a speaker. She doesn't code anything. So yeah, sorry, Jordan. Thank you for this introduction. Thanks for nice words about Vue.js. Was the organization like smooth? What do you think about the organizing team?
For Geekle, for the conference?
Yeah.
I actually, it's been really great. The guys here, they've done a fantastic job, I think, in just marketing, getting everything set up. You guys probably can't see it, but we have a ton of Excel sheets and prep work that's gone into this to make sure that rookie moderators like me have everything that we need to make this smooth. So I can only imagine how much other work has been done behind the scenes from you and all the team, Ed. So I think you guys done a great job.
Thank you very much. We've been working for 6 months on it. Yeah. Anyway, you can see our platform. Actually, this is an MVP, and I think we have lots of bugs here. So, if you have any suggestions, you see some bugs or anything, just write to Nick. Nick, can you show us your email now? We need it. Just let us. Yeah, Nick at Geekle. Nick, can you please show yourself here in this stream? Yeah, this guy, he works with our platform and manage like this stuff and fixing everything. So yeah, this the very like it's a second time actually we worked on our own platform. We was using side platforms, and Geekle is 1 year old. We're celebrating these days our first anniversary, where like we have almost 150,000 people for this year registered on our technical events, and we have lots of upcoming products for the community, and we started our fundraising process. So if you know some investors who wants to invest to a growing project in educational sphere at tech, just connect us, write us, and that would be great. Anyway, my time is up. Jordan, probably the floor is yours. Like, do your magic and enjoy and have nice time, have fun, and lots of useful stuff.
Great. Thank you very much, Ed.
Yeah. Good luck.
Cool.
Bye.
All right, everyone. Well, Well, thanks all for joining us. So someone said AC must be a lifesaver. Yeah, 100%. We'd all be dead without it here. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker. So the first speaker is Binh and Nguyen. She's a digital consultant at Accenture, and she's going to be talking to us all the way from Singapore about how to do a micro front end with Vue.js. So a lot of people will have heard of microservices on the server side, breaking up components. I think that's pretty well understood at the moment. Micro front ends are a different story. I've heard about them a little bit, but I'm really looking forward to hearing a little bit more about how we can sort of break up larger front end applications, especially with Vue, into these smaller components. So at the moment, I'm just waiting for Binh. I'm just going to add you to the stream now.
Yep. Hey,
welcome, Binh. How are you?
Everyone. Oh, yeah, I'm good. I'm all good.
How's it over in Singapore?
It's not too hot. It's not like until 45 degrees. It's quite pretty normal here. It rained quite a bit as well.
Okay, well, I won't keep everyone. I know everyone's not here to hear me speak, but here to hear you speak. So the floor is yours. And yeah, I hope everyone enjoys this presentation on micro front ends with Vue.js.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah, if you can get my slide up, that would be good as well. Yeah. So hi everyone. Welcome to the conference, the Vue.js conference. My name is Binh. I'm from Vietnam, but I've been living in Singapore for the past 14 years. I've been with Accenture for the past 4 years. Mainly, I work in finance delivery work. But recently, I've changed to become a creative technologist instead. So I joined this team, and then our focus is on building design language system instead. Yeah, so currently, I really enjoy like growing my own garden and brewing my kombucha. So if you want to talk about front-end, you want to talk about like any of these interests, then you can find me on LinkedIn. Yeah. So without further ado, right, I'm here to present to you on how to do micro front-end with Vue.js. And for the agenda, I'll try to explain to you what is micro front-end, why should we do it, and how do we do it. So for the how section, right, I'll show you the code, and I'll try to explain to you what's the basics principle behind it, like what's the basic principle, how we are doing the communication between all the apps, and when should you use micro front-end. So for the when section, right, I'll share with you what is my experience using micro front-end for our production code, and maybe you can make a decision for yourself and for your team to see whether micro front-end is the way for you. Yeah. So yeah, what is micro front-end? So recently, have right, as in the front-end code, right, is bigger, it's more complex, and there is a trend whereby teams are breaking up front-end monoliths into many smaller, more manageable pieces. And the definition of micro front-end is an architectural style where independently deliverable front-end applications are composed into a greater whole. So essentially, what you can take away from this is that your front-end application, if it's too big, right, it should be broken down into smaller applications so that it's easier to manage. You and your team can easily manage it, and that is what micro front-end is all about. So why should we use micro front-end? Over here, as you can see, right, as time passes, the architecture evolved. So from monolith to microservices, and for each of the service is a standalone application by itself. And by doing this, right, it actually allow for the backend team to scale, because it allow for the backend team to release each of the service without affecting any other services, and also that it allowed them to build loosely coupled services as well. However, right, as the front end is as you can see, right, is still a monolith in itself. So it will be a problem because like front end probably as the back end team are scaling faster and faster, bigger and bigger. If you have one single repo for front end application, then it's gonna mean that you probably have some problem merging the code. You probably have some problem running into release cycles, or you could have like problem migrating your application. Let's say you want to rewrite your application or upgrade it or change it to another language, right? If your application is very, very big, then it will be really costly, and it's really hard to it's really very costly, and it will take time for you to do that kind of conversion. However, if you have MicroFrontEnd, right, you can like kind of like strangle the application pieces by pieces. You chain this part and then you chain another part, and I think doing so is more manageable. So how do we break up monolith into MicroFrontEnd? So you can, one of the way that you can break it up is, you base it on the business functions. For business function, so you break your app into like smaller application based on the business function, and each of the application, right, should represent should be a standalone app on itself, and on top of that, right, we should be having an application called the Stitcher application that will be in charge of merging all the application, that will be in charge of like merging all the application, managing the routing, managing the communication between all the applications, so that it create a whole experience for user. Yeah, so like for example, right, if you are working for a multinational company that is in charge, that is, like let's say you sell books and CD from a famous publisher. So yeah, you can do is that, you can have a team that handle the platform, like the Stitcher platform, that is where user can log in, log out, and then you have like other small team that handle, like for example, the store, the cross-functional team to handle like the store, like listing of the products, as well as listing of the products, or like you can have like user team to be in charge of user information, another team to be in charge of like blog, so you can do your CMS over here. And so one of the things that I find it was very helpful is that, when we do our application, to make sure that everything to make sure that the user experience is the same and it's not fragmented, right? We have a DOS system that we stick to, so that the application doesn't look like stitch from somewhere kind of behavior. Yeah, so for the article that I quoted here, for their diagram, for their architecture diagram, this is the end result. You will be seeing an application, a stitching application, and micro application. So for the micro application, and this is the typical architecture of a server rendered MicroFrontEnd architecture. However, for our team, right, we actually do client-side rendered MicroFrontEnd. So we use the same principle. Basically, we have a Stitcher application and we have our child application. In our Stitcher application, we have our login and our password protected routing mechanism, so that the team, the team, if users are not logged in, right, they are not supposed to. You're not supposed to. If user don't log in, right, they cannot get access to the child application. We also have a sidebar that is in charge of the navigation, that allow user to navigate from one child application to another child application. And we have a pop-up. So our use case is that, if user, we have a refresh token flow. So when the user, when time is up, right, there will be a pop-up that say, hey, your session is going to run out. Would you like to refresh the token? And that's the use case. And in the case, and we also have common pages like error page. For example, if the whole application is facing 401 or 403, user do not have access to this kind of error, then user will be routed to the error page. And we have the child page. So for the child page, right, the technology behind our architecture is we use iframe. So the child page, right, will look at the URL of the Stitcher application, and it will render the SRC of the different child application based on that URL. For this part, I'll show you through the code later. Yeah, so how do we implement it? There are many frameworks available out there. Personally, I have tried the first 4 frameworks, and they are all client rendered. I have not tried the server rendered side, so I won't be commenting on that. And within the 4 the 4 frameworks that is listed over here, right? iframe was the one that we selected to go to production with, and it was a working application for us. Yeah, so without further ado, right, I'll be sharing with you more about the code. Yeah, so if you want to look at the repo, you can take a look at the repo while I switch the sharing to show you the VS Code. Yeah, so over here in the screen, right, what you are seeing is that, there are 4 repos over here. The first repo is for teacher application, and the other 3 repo are for 3 child application. I've already run yarn serve, and the application is being served on the different port. So let me navigate over and show you what the application looks like. Right, so we have our teacher application that is running on port 8000. On the default route, we just have a very simple, we have a very simple landing page and a sidebar. On the sidebar, this is a common component that is being shared across all the views. As you can see, like if users select the different navigation item, they will see different child application that is being rendered. And then the different child application are running on the different port as well. So child app 1 is running on 8001, child app 2 is running on 8002, child app 3 is on 8003. So I've written up like a few applications to show you the different use case that you might run into. For example, for the first application, what we're trying to show here, right, is that we'll show you how the communication can be done between the teacher application and the child application. If I ever refer to parent application, right, just know that I mean teacher application. Yeah. So how the communication is like. For the second application, right, we'll explain to you, how login can be done. So let's say when you log in, the teacher application is logged in, the child application need to know that it's logged in. And if it log out, they need to log out. And when you refresh the route, right, the user state should remains, it shouldn't change. It should be correct. Yeah. So for the third child application, I'll show you how route syncing can be done across the application. Let's say when you are routing, you're changing the route within the child application, the parent application route need to change as well. Yeah, so I'll just show you the code now, starting with the teacher application. For the teacher application, what you are seeing here is that, we have for all the application, we just have a common component called sidebar component, and then we have the router view to render the different view. So for the router view, if you're on default route, right, it will render the simple home component. If your route have a child parameter on it, right, it will render the child application view. And for any other route, it will render the page not found, the error page. Yeah. So for the child app view, essentially, what's in the child app view is that, you have the iframe. You just have an iframe, and it will and the SRC for the iframe is rendered dynamically based on the route, based on the route of the application. So if I open the element for you to see, right? So if you're on child app 1, then you can see the iframe SRC is child app 1. And then we are on child app 2, then you can see that the route is changing. And yeah, so before I explain further into the child application, right, I want to show you what's in the sidebar first. For the sidebar application, we have the default route over here, and then we have an object called we have an array of a route object called the app list, and we are just looping through the app list to render the different navigation component. And the app list, right, is coming from this file called the route.json file. So inside the route.json file, right, we give enough information so that the application can render can render both the navigation bar as well as the child application. So as you can see, right, if the ID of the route, right, app ID is app 1, then we will select we'll know that, the active application right now is app 1, and then the SRC, right, the SRC. So we will know that the active application, right, is app 1, for example, and then we'll construct the SRC by doing this, by getting the app domain and then render it over into the SRC. Other than that, right, the other information like icon name, app name, app URL, right, is used to render the router navigation item over here. So, the icon, the app name, and then the router URL as well. Yeah, so on the other side, right, we have the child app, the child application. So I just want to show you the functionality. So if the child application try to tell something to the parent, like you stitch me up, right? When you click on the button, right, the parent application will receive a message. They will receive that message, you stitch me up. And then when the parent application will want to talk to the child, right, likewise, the same method will be used so that, child app 1, which is running on 8001, right, it will know that there's a message that's being passed to it. And how is the communication done? Yeah, so we'll take a look at the child app, child application 1 first. It's a very simple application where you have an input. Inside the input, right, the input is tagged to message model. And when you are clicking on the button, right, what is happening over here is that firstly we construct an object for messaging. And so the structure of this object over here, right, you can talk to your team and you can decide what's the format that you want. For me, for example, over here, right, I've decided, for any of the message that is being sent over, it need to have an action name, and then the other variable will change based on the action. So after the message object is being constructed, right, the method will continue to call a global helper method in order to update the parent application. So the parent application says, you can see over here, right, what this method is trying to do is it will try to call window.post message with the message object that we construct earlier, and then it will direct the message to the Stitcher application domain, which is stored in our environment file. Because let's say when you have this for local development, but let's say you have different environment, like dev environment, test environment, prod environment, then the likely, right, the Stitcher domain will change. So that is how the child is trying to talk to the Stitcher application. But communication is only done if, like, if the Stitcher application is listening to it. So upon mounting the Stitcher application, you can see that like the window object for the Stitcher application will start listening for message. And when you are listening to the child message, right, what is then when the message is coming in, what the application is going to do is firstly it check whether the domain of the origin of the event that is being sent, right, is it in the allow domain list or not? Because if it's not, right, you should just ignore it in case it's a third party trying to do some thing that is not good on your website. Yeah, and how do we get the allowed domain list, right? We actually get it from the same files, which is a route.json file. We just get the app list object and then we map it. We call the map function, array map function, to get just the app domain. And then we check whether the origin of the event belongs to that list. If it doesn't, then do not listen to the message. Another thing that I'll check over here, right, is to see whether the message format is something that I'm looking for. So earlier I mentioned to you that the message format, right, there need to be an action name. So I'll check whether the action is there, and then after that, then I'll check what kind of action you want me to do. So if the child application is telling the application to do an alert, and the info data, right, is there, then what the teacher application will do is to alert the message out. And this is how the communication is done between the child application to the parent application. So in the other way, when the parent, the teacher application is trying to talk to the child application, the method changed a little bit. So let's take a look at the sidebar, where you have the button to tell the child what is happening. So over here, right, when you are pressing on the Tell Child App button, what happened is that, again, a message object is being constructed. The action, I'll just put it to alert, to just let the child app know, to let the child know that you should alert some information. And then again, right, the communication method is written in the helper method. Yeah, so just something to note over here, right, is that we for the sim for this demo, right, I'm actually just copying the same method from one application to another application, but for our production we actually wrote npm library so that you can install and you can call it instead. Inside the application, inside the method over here, right, what the application is trying to do is, firstly, it need to get the child app window element by calling this method. So you need to get the iframe window element. So after getting the iframe window element already, then what it does is it can post message. So for the post message method, if you don't specify an app URL, then that means that every application that is being embedded in your application, or if your application is being embedded in another application, everybody will be listening to the same message. However, right, so it's not the most secure way to do things. So another way that we can do is that actually we go through the allow domain list, and then after that, then we will post a message to each of the child application. Just note one thing, right? If I do it right, if I do it right, I will tell child at something. The first application, right, which is active application right now, will get the message. But because the two other application, there's only one iframe, right? It's not listening. It's not listening. It's not being active, right? It doesn't. It's not present on the DOM. So what happened, like, is that you will see some error like this, and you'll see some error like this. Yeah. So the way to counter this is that actually, if you deploy your application, or the stitch application and the child application to the same domain, you will not be facing this problem. Yeah, so that is the first part on the child application. And let me move on to the second application. Yeah, so for this application, right, what we are using the same method, but which with a slight twist. So what is changed over here is actually, you might have guessed it already. So in order to persist the state, right, we actually store the user token, or user state login or not, onto local storage or session storage. So on sidebar, when you are clicking on the login button, what it does is that, I'm just assuming, like, for the sake of simplicity, right, just assume that, like, the API, some API has been called, username, password is correct, and then you are getting, and the user is validated. So the first thing you probably need to do is to update your app status that, your user is logged in. And then the second thing you will do is, usually you just store the access token, the JWT token, to your local storage. And then the third thing you do is you construct a message to send to the child application and update the child application. On the child application side, let me just... On the child application side, right, what happened over here is that, upon mounting, the child application should be listening to the message that is coming in. So if you are listening to the message, right, and then the first thing you do, again, you need to check whether the message is coming from a trusted source or not, whether the URL of the origin of the message is coming from the teacher app domain, and it tell you if the action, if the format of the message is what you're expecting, and if the action, then you can proceed to do what the action dictate you to do, whether it's log in or log out. Yeah, so if let's say, when we click on the login button, right, it trigger the whole chain, and then what happens is that, it will call the login on the stitches on the child application number 2, right. What it does is, again, it set the state within the child application to say that, okay, this user is already logged in, and it's also store the JWT access to Stitcher app, to child app local storage, so that, when you're refreshing, right, the state get reflected as well. So we open up the application, right, you can see, so if we log out, or if we log in, then the JWT token is being stored on the Stitcher application as well as on the child application. And if we decide to log out, then the JWT token is being removed from both the child application as well as the Stitcher application. So this is one of the trick that you can do it, but other than that, if you have any other kind of, there's many way to work around this. So they just one a bit, yeah. And then I'll try to go on to the next application, which will try to show you how route syncing can work. So let me just tell you a bit about the third application. Over here on the third application, we have a navigation bar. That is the navigation bar over here. We have some component called the app info. I just want to so that I can just put in like the name of the application and how and some description. And then you have the router view. So for the router view, right, if your child route, right, if you're on the default route home, then you will see the home page, which is just a text. And then when you're on the about page, right, you'll see the about page text, and then you'll see a button to navigate home as well. And I'll put in, like for the sake of like, to make sure to show you that what's the route on the child application, I put in the text to show you that what's the current route. Yeah. So let's say on the navigation bar, right, you have the router link, right? So when you are clicking on the router, aside from pushing the route to the correct route on the child application, what it does is it's also inform the teacher application. So the action that I specify over here is update routes. And on the teacher application side, on the teacher application side, right? What happened over here is that the teacher application is already listening to the message, and if the message is update routes, and then the route value is present, then the teacher application will call the chain route method. And what does the chain route method do? So there are two scenarios here. For the first scenario is that if there's no additional route after app ID. So for example, over here, right, there is no additional route after app ID. But if you're on a about route, right, there's an additional route over here. So I'll explain to you like why it matters later. But basically for that case, right, where in the case that that you don't have any additional route behind, what happened is that what we'll try to do is that we'll just push the state, we'll just push the new URL to the history state. So this one, right, so for this method, right, it will just update the URL, but it will not refresh the route. Yeah, so that when you're navigating back and forth, it doesn't update the route. It doesn't refresh the route. However, right, for the second method, right, for if you're on the about, you have additional URL behind and you do a refresh, right? So right now, right, you are having an additional route parameter behind. So when you are when you click on, you navigate to another route, right, the application need to do a refresh. So you can see that if I click on home, right, the application refresh, as compared to here, right, the application doesn't refresh at all. So allow me to just jump into the child application to show you like why is this have to have this kind of special mechanism. Is because like when you are refreshing the page, right, ideally you want to pass the correct route to the iframe. So on the teacher application, you have the additional about route, right? And by getting the additional route params, right, it actually push it into the child application. And because it is being pushed to the child application, instead of rendering just the default route, right, which is home, it render the correct route, which is about. But then, right, when you are clicking on home, right, if you're not careful, then what will happen is that if it just additionally add on to the URL without refreshing, right, what will happen is that it will just push like about or another slash into the route. So that's why, right, over here, right, we will force the application to do a router push instead. Yeah. So yeah, if you are interested to to know exactly why it works, then I recommend like you try out and then you see how it works. Yeah. So yeah, let me jump back into the presentation. Yeah, so just a few points to note. Firstly, when you're doing MicroFrontEnd, regardless of whatever framework that you're using, make sure that the route syncing is working. Also, right, you need to make sure that the experience is the same whether you're on the Stitcher app or another child app. So having for us, right, what helps is that we have a DOS system and we just stick to it. And other than that, then make sure that security-wise, you whitelist your child app or your parent app domain, so that other application, third-party application um, uh, cannot cannot iframe your application in unless you allowed it to. And from my experience working for our project, right, so for our project, right, it was a very big project. We did like 9 application within 1.5 year, so it's really very huge scope, and each of the application was a repo on its own. So for each application, right, for each of the application, we have our own small cross-functional team, about like 5 to 9 people. So this follow the correct agile methodology, and then we do scale agile. Basically, like for my team, I'll manage my team, and then I will have a scrum. Like I will do the scrum ceremony with my team, and then after that, then we have a scrum of scrum. I'll be updating my manager, my bosses, to let them know that what is happening, and then we sync up with the other team lead as well. Yeah, so this introduced a lot. Actually, doing this, like, it does introduce a lot of overhead. But for this kind of skill that we were having, right, we have no other choice. We really have no other choice. We don't have another solution except for MicroFrontEnd. So this is why it worked for this project. However, if your project is a bit smaller and you would like to start on something smaller, right, then I think maybe having just the Vue.js itself is alone is good enough. Yeah. So that's all I have. Thank you for the presentation. I don't know whether I have enough time, but I see some question in the chat. I think one of it was, I just want to quickly address one of the question, right, that was asking about loading time. So if you notice, right, we actually have our application done in different languages. So we have C# application and one of the child app in Vue, and the other application in Angular. So what happened is that actually Vue is really, really very fast, and we can't feel the difference. But if it's Angular application, and especially if your application is very, very bloated and very heavy, right, it will take quite a lot of time to load. So when you are coding, to combat this, right, actually make sure that your micro app is fast to load with, then it will be okay. It's really okay. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you, Binh. I thought that was really, really interesting, and I think you really explained that really well. I've been writing down a couple of other questions that we've got coming through, but given that we've only got 3 minutes, maybe you could tell us very, very quickly, going on to that point about coordinating with teams, have you got any quick suggestions on how people might best make sure when they have larger teams that they are able to coordinate between team members?
So this I think, like, for this part, I will really credit my manager for it, because he really managed the project very well. As in, we really run agile for each of the team, right? We have frequent updates. So for within my team, we'll do like sync up every day, and we make sure that we follow up with we track our story and everything. And then when we are updating, when we are in the scrum call, right, it's very important that as a lead, right, you really need to listen to see what the other team are doing, so that if you see that anything, any changes that they make might affect yours, right, then you should raise it up immediately. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If you have any more questions for Binh, everyone here, please pop them into the questions or the chat, and then when we do the Q&A session at the end, I'm sure you'd be delighted to answer them. But yeah, thank you very much. I thought it was really well explained. I really liked how you broke it up into different parts of how we actually implement a micro front end, not just talking about the theory, but also covering the theory and then some of the challenges and why you might not choose to do this. So thank you very much, and we'll look forward to hearing from you in the Q&A session.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
Bye. Okay, so the next recording that we have, sorry, the next speaker that we have is actually a recording. This will be a 20-minute long session. It is from Erez Odier, and I'm so sorry if I've pronounced that wrong. He's a contract software developer at Second Variety Limited, and he's going to be walking us through how to actually implement a Stripe workflow using Vue.js. I will just get the stream sorted out. So I believe, I believe we have a recording for this. So I'm just waiting. Nick, do we have the, I'm just going to add you here. Do we have the...
We have recording. We have recording, don't worry. Okay, yeah. Hi everyone.
All right, cool.
Hi there, my name is Erez Odier. I'm a front-end developer at Just Watch. Today, I'm going to show you how to use Vue.js with Storybook and Stripe as a way to build e-commerce components. So generally, when developing the front end for say a shopping app, you might not always have a backend ready, or if a checkout flow is quite long, it can be time consuming to test out a particular step in isolation. So one solution I found useful is to mock out the Stripe.js API so that it returns a particular response as needed. So to illustrate this technique, we'll be building a very simple checkout component. So the code in this presentation is available on GitHub. There'll be a link for that. So if you look at the code in Visual Studio, I've set up a Vue 2 project with a Vue CLI, and I've also added the Storybook package. And also Tailwind as well to help us, have some good-looking components. So at the moment, the basic setup is in the part 1 branch, which is here. So there's not much there. As you can see, it still has just the basic skeleton of a Vue 2 CLI application. The main differences is, again, Tailwind and Storybook. And in the main.js file, we've imported Tailwind, so that it's available. But more importantly, in the preview.js of the Tailwind, we've also imported the CSS file so that it's bundled and that our components, any components that we write, can use it. Additionally, we used the Tailwind's CSS forms Tailwind plugin, so that's installed as well. This is just used for things like inputs and select boxes to make them look a bit nicer when using Tailwind. So this is all pretty standard. So now we're going to check out part 2, where we actually have a component, the checkout component built. So I'm going to go ahead and check out part 2. I just need to restart Storybook. So we'll wait until that's done. While that's building, actually, let's look at here the checkout component. Oh, and here it is. Okay. So this is the component. We'll come back to this in a sec. I'm going to go through the code. So the component itself is pretty simple. And one thing we should note is the prop that it accepts. So it accepts a single prop called a payment intent. Now, if you're not familiar with Stripe, Stripe's API, a payment intent is a way of representing the state of a payment, a card payment, as it flows through different statuses. Now, a Stripe payment intent has quite a few attributes, but the ones we're going to use predominantly are the amount and the client secret. So the amount is basically a number which is basically denominated in cents. So if you have $100, it's 100 multiplied by 100, 10,000 cents. That's how Stripe works. It represents currency, the amount in cents. And then the client secret, which is used by Stripe.js to basically confirm the transaction. And usually the payment intent will be coming from your API, okay, from your backend. So we can see here that the amount we're displaying that. We're dividing by 100 because we want to show it in a decimal value. Of course, if we're using in a real application, we would be using something like Money.js, which is a library to correctly represent various currencies for currency amounts. So if I go here, we can see that I can change the amount. So if I want to put $200, I need to put 20,000. So that's the payment intent. Now the object also has several data attributes, like the success message, the error message, which for now are set to empty. And also it has a Boolean is pending data member. And that's to represent if you're currently submitting the checkout component for payment. The next thing we're going to look at is the button. So we can see here that if this is pending attribute is currently true, then it will show processing. And we're also disabling the button because you don't want your customer to do a double transaction. So when he clicks the button, he will call the onConfirm method. And that's pretty much a standard async method, which basically will confirm with Stripe that the card payment should go ahead. So the first thing it does is that it's saying, well, this transaction is ongoing, so we'll put is pending to true, and we reset any success or error messages. And then we then call the Stripe confirm card payment method from the Stripe front-end library, Stripe.js. And we pass the client secret. And if there is an error, we set the error message. And if we have a success message, we show payment confirmed. Now, bearing in mind that in a real application, we would need to implement things like retry logic in case of a network error, and have a bit more logic for different types of error that might happen. But this will do for now to illustrate. Another thing that happens is when the component gets mounted, we need to actually start up Stripe. And you can see here that I'm using process env view app Stripe public key. So this is coming from the .env.local, which gets loaded by Stripe, by the Vue.js app on startup. So here you should just put a test key. I have one here. This is a test key from a Stripe account. This is required for the Stripe.js library to work. So going back to the component, we create the Stripe elements object, and we also use a card ref. So this is a div in the template that we use to mount the card component. So the way that Stripe works is that it will actually do some of the rendering for the card number and expiry date and CVC number. So if we look at the template, we can see that this is the div that it's used for doing that rendering of the Stripe elements. Just a bit of an aside, the way Stripe works is that it actually renders an iframe for security purposes, where all this is done to avoid any kind of security issues. So we call this card.mount, and that will start tell Stripe to use that div to show the card number elements. So if we look here, you can see that this here is rendered by Stripe. Okay, now if we I've selected that the result will be okay. So if I click here, confirm, it will give me a payment confirmed. But if I want a card error, it will give me a card error. So this is very simple. Notice that we don't need to put an actual card number, because that is done when you actually integrate fully with Stripe. But I'm going to show you how this is done, because here, when you click confirm, it doesn't actually do a purchase. It just mocks it. And when you have complex flows, let's say like subscriptions or things that involve multiple steps, sometimes it can be cumbersome to have to actually buy a product, even though it's in the test Stripe account. So I'm going to show the story, and this is for the storybook, how you write a story. You basically export a default object, which basically tells Storybook, how you can interact with the components for the story. So the first thing is the title. So we say that is components/checkout. So then it organizes it in, if you can see here on the sidebar, components, then checkout. And then you have a named export. So that's an individual story for the components. You can have multiple stories for each component. If you want to check out how exactly it works, Storybook has very good documentation at storybook.js.org. So the next line here is which component we're using. So this is a checkout component that we're importing. And here we define the argument types. So this will be used for those controls that we can change the inputs for. So we define the result, and it is a control of type select, and you can give OK or card error. So as you can see, this translates to an actual select box into this panel. And here is for the amount, and we give it a default value, and we specify that it's a number input. Now, Storybook also has automatic detection of properties, but because we're combining the amount and the result as an object for the payment intent, we are disabling it. So when we export when we're doing the story export, for the actual story, here we combine the client secret and the amount. So the client secret is actually those values here, it will either be okay or card error. And we'll see why in a second. And then here we return this object which specifies the components, the template. So the template for the story will be the checkout component with the payment intent that we've defined here as part of the args object. So how do we mock the Stripe API? So the way we do that is in the preview.js. This is one way to do it. And what happens is when you use the Stripe.js, it will add the Stripe object to the main window scope. And so we need to override that. So the first thing we do is we actually assign it to a different variable locally. And we actually replace window Stripe with our own function, okay? And we then create the Stripe object, the real one. So underscore Stripe is a real Stripe object from the JS library. And then what we do is we create a new proxy object. So a proxy object, if you don't know, is a way to wrap another object. And then you can intercept the access to the object's property and do your own things around that. Okay, so in this case, we don't want to call the confirm card payment from Stripe. We want to do our own. We want just to mock that part. So when we call get on the proxy, we define the get function, and that accepts the actual target object. So here it will be the original Stripe object, which is here this one, and then the name of a property. So going back to the checkout component, when we call confirm card payment, it will actually, this would be the proxy. This Stripe object is actually the proxy, because that's what we return here in that function, which we replaced the Stripe version. So when we call confirm card payment, this will get called, and we check, okay, which property are we accessing? And if it's confirm card payment, what we're going to do is we're going to return our own function. Okay, and what does that function do? Well, it accepts the secret. So here, the same as the original Stripe one. So the client secret will get passed into here. And we return a promise. So because we want to simulate that it's an asynchronous function, we need to return a promise. And we are going to give a timeout that after 1 second, we're going to resolve it. So depending on the actual secret, we're going to resolve to either an error or okay. So if you remember from the story, the secret can either be a card error or okay, because that's what's passed in to the payment intent property. So this will get passed in here as a secret. And then if we have card error, then we resolve to an object with an error. And we can pass anything we want here, because our code in the checkout component will just check whether there's an error or not. Again, in a real production application, you want to have different types of errors. So you could extend that. And going back here, so we resolve that. We do not reject the promise, because the way Stripe works when it returns errors is that it still resolves. It doesn't do a promise reject. And if it is okay, or any other value, just for completeness. We just call the resolve with an empty object. So this promise will get resolved after 1 second. If we want longer, we can change that value to 5 seconds. For anything else, we just return the original stripe method or value. So we only intercept the confirm card payments. So this is how we can simulate different responses when we are trying out or developing or experimenting with any component that interacts with Stripe. And quickly and easily, you can give back whatever response you want quite easily. So this this technique I found useful when developing with Stripe, and I didn't want to go through like if I had a long flow of like adding a product or starting a subscription. I just wanted to do like the last step in a long chain of interactions. You can just set what kind of results you want and see what happens, see what error message you get, how does it look, and whether you think it's satisfactory. So that's it. That's the end of the presentation. Hope this was useful, and yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, I guess thank you to Erez, and yeah, please any questions in the chat. Okay, so the final speaker that we have today, sorry, final speaker before the Q&A session, not today. Final speaker before the Q&A session is Fabio Vedovelli, and again, sorry about pronouncing if I pronounce the last name wrong. Fabio is a full-stack engineer at Keylight, and he's going to be talking to us from Germany, I believe, on why you should consider testing library as your go-to tool for testing Vue.js components. So obviously, we've already heard how important testing is from Erez, and just to hear more about how to properly test these applications. I know from personal experience it can get very complicated. So yeah, really looking forward to this. Fabio, are you with us?
Yes, I am here, and I must tell you, you did pronounce it brilliantly. Fabio Vedovelli. Thank you for having me here.
No problem at all. Yeah, genuinely really looking forward to this. Personally, testing was something that once I got my head around it, completely changed how I approach front-end development. So really looking forward to this. Over to you. I'll give you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Give me just a moment to share my screen. Share screen. Here we go. And then I will start my presentation. And let me know if you are not able to see my screen, my presentation. So I will briefly talk about myself and about the presentation I am about to give. So my name is Fabio Vedovelli. I am from Brazil, but I currently live in Berlin since mid-2018. I live here with my wife, Daniela, and my daughter, Amanda. And I would like to dedicate this presentation to my wife because we are celebrating our wedding anniversary today. 3 years together as husband and wife. So yeah, here's to you. So what it is about? Well, if you are used to test your Vue components, you are probably doing with Vue test Utius, which has been around for quite a while and it's very popular. But we have an alternative, and they can even be used together. Well, to be completely honest, testing library is a layer on top of Vue test Utius. Okay, and in a moment you will know why I like it so much. So I will give you a moment to read the statement that you see in the screen. It was taken from the library's website. Okay, so with that out of the way, that means that you test what your users see and interact with. No surprise, I'm talking about the document object model, or a form, form fields, buttons, links, and so on. So why does it matter? Let's think about the following situation. You have a local state in your component, and if some property of this state changes, something is displayed in the screen. So this is an implementation detail. So if you are used to manually change the state inside your tests to check if something was displayed, you are testing implementation details. But this should happen after some action taken by the user. And this is what testing library is proposing, okay? Because in the future, if you change how that message is displayed, okay, not the message itself, there is no change in behavior, but you change the name of the property in the state of your component. Then you have to go back to your test and also change the name of the property there. And if you are just testing what the user is doing, the user doesn't care about the name of a property. What the user cares is if the application is working or not, okay? So there's more. Testing library also provide powerful selectors. And those selectors, they encourage best practice and clean codes. For instance, ever since I started using testing libraries, it's very rare that I have to include data test ID something in order to get a reference to that particular element, okay? Or worse, include CSS classes that are there only for the purpose of selecting something. They have no role in changing the application look and feel, yeah? So we are not doing that anymore. In the end, your test will be telling a story, and a story that can and will be useful for new joiners or even your future self. I experiment that myself, like getting back to a project that I didn't touch for 6 months, and then before starting refactoring something, I went over tests and the story was there. It was clear. I could immediately remember what that component was doing. So before I start the live coding session, let me get some things out of the way so I don't have to repeat afterwards. So it is a Nuxt project, and I chose Nuxt because its batteries included. It contains everything I need. For instance, it comes with a Tailwind CSS for styling, and also Jest completely configured so I could just start testing. And I also went ahead and installed testing library, okay? And this link will be shared with you, is the source code for the presentation. If you go there right now, you will just see a bunch of to-dos tests. But right after I finish this presentation, of course, I'm going to commit and push the fresh code so you will have everything so you can use it, okay? Great. So let me just check if there is any message here. No, everything seems to be fine. So first, one thing I don't like about testing library is the name. It's too generic. It makes it very hard to Google in order to find help. But it is what it is. And I believe they picked this name because this generic name because it's a library that is supposed to work with several frameworks. For instance, it works with no framework at all, but you can use it with React, Reason, Native, Vue, Marco, Angular, Preact, Svelte, you name it, okay? So this is what we have. And this is the application I prepared for this presentation. So it's just a login screen, but it does quite a bit. Let's go over what it does and what needs to be tested. So if I click login without filling anything, I see 2 error messages. If I fill the field, the error message will go away. If I type a wrong password, then After some time, an error message will be displayed. And if I type the correct password, then the screen will return to its original state. So this is as far as I could go. And I consider this a fully implemented component. There are other things, of course. When you fill the credentials and you click the login button, it will change, the label will change, and it will be disabled. So back here in the VS Code, I have the application running, and now I'm going to run my test suite. It's just for the login component. And as you can see, I have a bunch of to-dos here. Let me get the code. So this is the code for the component itself. There is the template part, and then there is the behavior. Here you see the local state. It contains some properties to control what needs to be disabled and what needs to be displayed or hidden, and the form data itself. And just a single method here that is calling an API. It is a fake API. I am using a very nice tool named Mirage, which enables you to have a mock API running inside your front-end project. You should check it out. It's very handy. So here I am making a real Axios post call to this endpoint and sending the form data. And then Mirage will get the data and check if the user exists or not. If it returns an error, then I will change the local state, and ultimately this, sorry, where is it? Here, this login unsuccessful will be displayed. Okay, so on to the test part. Okay, so I went ahead for the sake of saving time, and then I included some to-dos here. And this is what I believe will bring a good coverage for this component. So we have roughly, let me check, 13 tests here. And my goal is to implement as many as I can during this presentation. So I'm going to just comment the rest of them. And of course, to save time, I am also going to remove the to-dos. And I will start by implementing the first one. So the first thing I need is to import the component itself. Okay. Now, I'm going to import two objects from testing library Vue, which, again, it was installed beforehand, but it's just a matter of yarn or npm install -- save dev, and then you include at testing library -vue. And from this import, I am getting screen and also render. Also, let me see if I have any error. No, I don't. So start the implementation. I'm going to render the component, and it should just work. Okay, so here is the first thing I like about testing library very much. If you use screen.debug and run your tests, testing library will output a nicely formatted HTML with colors, indentation, and everything that was rendered on line 6. Then you can inspect your component and check what you would like to assert. For instance, this first one, it should render the box with a welcome message. Okay, I can see the welcome message is there. It's part of heading 3. So I will just copy this text here, and then I will work on the assertion. So expect to be in the document. So if you are used to Jest, maybe you never seen this method before, to be in the document, because this is also something that testing library brings to you. It extends the Jest expect and brings new things to the table. Let me just give you an example. Let me just grab from here, just DOM. Okay, it's there. And it's not there. It's here. Okay, from the GitHub, it will expand the jest extend with all of those nice methods, like to be disabled, to be enabled, empty, in the document, invalid, required, you name it. There's a lot of them. And they are pretty useful in order to make assertions on your component. Okay, so back to the code. So what I would like to check if it is in the document. So I'm going to use the screen, get by role, and this is very important. I am getting a heading, and I am passing an object with, here I'm using a regular expression. Yeah, by using a regular expression, I don't care about the case. I can use lowercase, uppercase, because I am passing this I here for insensitive. And if I did everything right, now I have my first test passing. Let me negate this assertion, including the not, to see what testing library will do. Oh, something nice, like there is a very meaningful message here. Expect document not to contain element, but found H3. Yeah, and it will tell you exactly in which line the issue happened. So yeah, let me just remove this, and I can also, in order to declutter, I'm going to include this. Let me call it element, and then I'm going to assert that element is in the document. Okay, just to finish, one more nice thing. You saw this before. So testing library will output everything that was rendered. But if I pass something that was accessed before here, then testing library will just output that particular element. And this is also super useful. I've never seen this with any other library that is intended to render components. Okay, so with that out of the way, let me move forward. So the second one, it should display an input type email. I can just go ahead and copy this. So instead of a heading, I'm getting a text box, and the name will be email. And I just expect element to be in the document. Oh, it's working. Yeah. So when I said during my slide presentation that testing library encourages you to write a more accessible code, this is what I'm talking about. The most popular selector within the testing library environment is the get by role. So by using get by role, you are ensuring that you are using accessible elements. So you can get by their roles instead of their ID or some random class. Okay, so moving forward, let's work now with the password. So I will copy here, paste, just change it here, leave it text box. I'm going to replace this with password, and I expect this to fail. Why? Because until now, the input type password, it doesn't have an accessible type, an accessible name, okay? And they have a good reason for that, which I don't remember right now. And another nicety about testing library, I am using get by role, and the library couldn't find, but the library is listing everything that has an accessible role inside my component. So I can check it out if I misspelled something, or if the role I am trying to access doesn't exist. And this is the case at hand. So here I am going to use something different. So if I start typing get, I have access to all the ways that testing library provide us to access elements inside our component. So in this case, get by label text here. And then the label text will be just password. And now I expect it to pass. Let me just take a step back and debug this element. So you will see that even though I am getting by label text, it is returning the input. And if I output the full source code of my component, you will see that testing library is using this element that is tied to this input by its ID in order to have access to it. So it's pretty clever. Okay, one more passing. Okay, so now I would like to display a button. It's very important. So I can just go ahead and grab this one. I will change here, log in, and I expect this element to be in the document. Fine, but also important, let me check the code again. If I scroll down, we will see the button right here, and the button is type submit. And this is important because it is contained within a form, and if I am using type submit, if the user just hit enter in the keyboard instead of clicking the button, the form will also work. So I believe it's important that I check if my element contains that particular property. So expect element to contain, let me check, to contain, no, element to have property, yes. Submit. Let me check if it is the way we should check it. No. To have element proper to have property. Okay, I will leave that comment out for the moment. So just keep in mind this is important. Okay, we are going pretty well as far as I can tell. So we should ensure that both fields have placeholder text. This is very important as well. So something important I forgot. I am repeating myself over and over and over with rendering the component. So what I usually do is I create a function, render component. Here I render it. And then from this point down, I will just replace it with render component. It's easier to type, I believe, because I don't have. Let me check if I didn't break anything. Oh, I broke everything. Ha! Function, render. Ah, of course. Render. Login. I replaced too much. Okay, now everything is working again. So from this point on, I will just type render component. It's easier. Then const field 1 is screen get by role. I can just copy. Yeah, let me be lazy. So I can just copy those two, paste it here. This one I'm going to call field 1, and then field 2. And I'm going to change this. Instead of get by role, get by placeholder text. Look how cool it is. And I'm going to leave it empty. Or no, it's you@email.com, I believe, for this one. And get by placeholder text your password. Okay, expect field 1 to be in the document. Same goes for field 2. And let's check it out. Oh. Okay. Unable to find element with placeholder text. Okay, so let me check it here. Is you@example.com. So I can fix this right away. And yeah, it's passing. There is no problem with password. So yeah, one more happy test implemented. Okay, now it's starting to get interesting. So it should not make a post call on form submit when form data is not fully filled. So for this one, I would like to go back to the component implementation, and we have to check what happens when the login is executed, and it is attached to the submit event on the form. Okay, so if form data email is not empty string, the same goes for password, then we enter here and we make an Axios call. So I will mock Axios.post, and then I will check that it was not called. Okay, so in order to mock something, we have to import it. So Axios. Then just spy on Axios method post, and I'm going to mock resolved value, just sending through. Okay. So now, every time a component is rendered, it's not the real Axios that is included there, but the mocked version by Jest. Okay, back to the test. Now, I know this is going to be async because I'm going to use await. I'm going to render the component. Hey, time is flying. I just received the 5-minute warning and I am halfway through, but okay. Let me try just to keep this, to get this one straight. Maybe the next one, or I don't know. Okay, so I need to grab a reference to the button. Where are you? Button, here. Okay, so and then I have to click this button. So testing library has you covered. User event from testing library user event, and it's just another tiny library that is targeted to simulate real user interactions. So here I am just clicking the button. So user event click. I pass the element I want to click, and then expect Axios post not to have been called. Not times, but at all. Whoops. Okay. Okay, it's passing. Let me just check times, I don't know, 2 times. It was supposed to be called 2 times, but it was not called at all. So I know it's working. Okay, cool. So I will just bring it back. Okay, let me check the chat here. Just a moment, please. Okay, thank you very much. The organization is super cool. They are proposing to give me 2 or 3 more minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me pick the one more, a little bit more interesting here. Oh, here. It should make a post call on submit. So I also know that this one is going to be async. I have to render the component, the button. I have to grab those 2 fields, Cool. Then, what I would like to do. First, I would like to fill the field 1 with a proper email. So await user event type. Now I am simulating a user typing something in the field 1, and it's going to be my own email. Okay. And for the field 2, I'm going to include a password that I know my server is prepared to return as true. Okay? Then finally, I am clicking the button and I am expecting my mock to have been called times one time. Let's leave it like that for now. It was not called. Why? Okay, it should. Oh, but it is this one that is being messed up. Let me just run this one in isolation. So when you include an F before the it means focused. So it will just run that test in isolation, and all the others are going to be skipped. So I know this one is working. I'm going to work on this test until it is fully passing with all the information I want, and then I will take the rest of the time to check why the other one it suddenly stopped working. So what else can I make it here? So expect to have been called with. And with what? I'm going to pass an empty object and see what the output is. So it was supposed to be called with an empty object, but it was called with that information, which makes me very happy because it is the information I am providing right here. Yeah, so it's working, it's passing, we are all happy. And in this test, we can clearly see the triple A's of unit testing, like arrange, arrange here, and then we act, and then we assert, triple A, and it's clear that is there. Okay, let me just remove the focus here and see what is the problem with this one. Should not make a post call if date is not fully. Maybe this is interfering with this one in some way. I don't know. Well, let me do something very important that I forgot. After each, it's a hook provided by Jest, and then Jest clear all mocks. Okay. Okay, run it again, please. No, it's still not working. Should not make expect never call. Okay, maybe I messed up with the test. If somebody saw not to have been called, I did it. I brought it on myself. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, organization, please give me a hint. Do I have time to one more? In the meantime, I'm drinking my water. Go for it. Thank you. Thank you. You were awesome. Okay. So, okay. This one is important. This is going to be the last one, but the final code I'm going to push to the repository will be complete. I will do later on today, and then you will have all the tests in place. Okay, so you should toggle disable submit button during submit. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to copy everything that we have here. Okay, fine. So expect, before anything else, I expect, of course, I need a button. So button maybe text content, yeah, to equal log in. Okay, let me see. Oh, I forgot the async. Very common mistake. Okay, so the text content of the button is equal login. Okay, and after everything goes well, like both fields are filled and the button is clicked, then I expect the text content to change to, what is it that I'm using? It's loading, right? I believe it is. Let me check. Please wait. Huh. Okay. Thank you, testing library, for this nice output. Okay, so yeah, it's fine. Good. And okay, I've lied. This is going to be the last one. So here, quick. It should display a message when credentials are not valid. Okay, so this is going to be async render component. I'm going to include, no, not this one. I'm going to include a typo in my email. And I don't need this, but I need a different mock for this one, because for all the tests, sorry for keep rolling the screen. Here, right before rendering the component, I'm going to do something different here. I'm going to mock rejected value, and then I'm going to pass error, some error here. Okay, yeah. So when this component inside this tests is rendered, then it's this version of the mock that is going to be included. And then, only then, I expect string get by text. Yes. Let me refer back to the component to see what it's just this one for the sake of brevity. So get by text to be in the document. Okay, so it's going to fail. Yeah, it failed. Unable to find an element with the text. Okay, I'm going to do some magic here and hoping that it will work, and then I'm going to explain. There is another method here that is very useful for async testing, and then I am going to await, wait for, as I'm going to perform the assertion inside the callback here. And now it is passing. And I explain you why. Because Vue.js is too fast. And we are doing something that is dealing with something that lives outside the component. So when the test execution reaches this point here, the interface didn't have time to change, to adapt this error to be included in the local state and the message to be displayed. So this wait for will keep searching for the component until it appears or there is a timeout. And with that, I finished my presentation. It was a super cool. I had lots of fun. I am stopping my screen sharing, and that's it. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you feel motivated to give testing library a try.
Thank you very much, Fabio. That was great, actually. I think for a lot of people, when you see tests, you read about tests and you can get stuck quite easily, especially with front-end development. I can only speak personally, but there's a few things to watch out for when you're using frameworks, when you're working with async, all of these things. So to have, especially with a recorded session as well, and just to see someone work through these different examples, mocking, spies, all this thing, I think that's super, super useful. So thank you very much for that.
Well, my pleasure.
Perfect. So we're going to move on to the Q&A now. You noticed that we gave Fabio a little bit extra time, but that's no problem. We'll just shorten the breakdown from 15 minutes to 5. I mean, if you guys want to take a break, you're fully able to do so. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go on to the Q&A session. That will last 15 minutes. So again, we'll be, for GMT, I think we're going to be going on till about 10 past 12. So I'm going to add Binh and Erez to the stream now. So please let me know. I think Erez, hello, how are you?
Good, thank you.
So I think Erez might have to jump off shortly. So we're going to start with you, Erez. We have some questions here. I'm going to flash them up onto the screen. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. Again, it was great to show worked examples. I think that a lot of people here, especially on a junior track, will really appreciate actually seeing these firsthand. So thank you very much.
Sure.
I think one of the first questions that came over is this one. Is the Storybook Stripe repo available on GitHub for people to see? I think this came from...
It should be. I'll double check, but I did it this morning because I think it's publicly available. I'll put it on the comment. Oh, hang on. I put it on the Geekle one. Don't know how to put it on the StreamYard. But yeah, I've posted it on the Geekle, which should appear on the YouTube, I think. So yeah, it's github.com Erasmus EREZMUS /Vue-Stripe-Storybook, and it's got like in the presentation, it's got one branch for the initial setup and another branch with the actual component, the checkout component.
Okay, cool. So I guess we'll be sharing that with people. For your perspective, you mentioned that Storybook's really useful for mocking. In a test situation, we don't actually want a live payment gateway. Are there any major considerations that we should bear in mind between moving from Storybook to an actual live server? Like, in your experience, what are the things to watch out for? What are the considerations you should take into account?
So the thing is that you obviously can't, because you don't have really a real server behind it. It's mostly in my experience, it's for cases where you really want to iterate on certain interactions based on certain cases of what happens during a payment. You will probably, when you're testing your site, you'll need to also go through these examples again to make sure that it works properly. So in my experience, for example, I've had to do things with subscriptions on Stripe and canceling subscriptions and resuming subscriptions. So I've had to do that in Storybook because I wanted to iterate on how this is handled. But I've also had to do it as well on the test using a test Stripe. Backing at the end, behind it with a real Stripe backing behind it, basically. So you have to go through it as well. You have to also, if you're using different credit cards, there's a list of credit cards on the Stripe library. And using this mocking technique, you don't have that functionality because it's because you're mocking part of it. There's certain card numbers in Stripe that give you the testing cards. So one number will give you a certain kind of error, or another number will give you another error. So these are things that you need to do when testing it properly.
That sounds like a big gotcha that people need to be aware of.
Yeah. I mean, whenever you do payment stuff, always, you also have to test. The concern is to basically do more about when there's a certain kind of error, you want to have, make sure that the user gets informed properly, and you can do that quickly. But yes, you still do need to do. It eases the pain, but it doesn't get rid of it completely.
Okay. I've just been sent the GitHub link, so we're just going to flash that on the screen for people. So thank you so much for that. I guess the next question that we've got here is, you've mentioned Stripe, and you've walked through a Stripe example. Are there any other good candidate components for using Storybook that work really well, that are best, having a mock environment, having that same setup that you outlined in Storybook, other than payment gateways that you can share?
I think you can. I mean, in my experience, any components. Does it mean third-party components? If it third-party, I mean, I think for me, if it's something that is quite complex and that you want to be able to. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Like I use Storybook to develop components. So a third-party components, I mean, yes, you could do that if you want to experiment with it. But primarily, I see Storybook as a way of you can, without having the rest of the application around it, you want to test a certain interaction, and you can feed that, set up the state around the component directly using the controls of Storybook. That's for me, that's the main power, So. And then you don't have to worry, if you have a long flow, I have to click this, click that, click that, then click that. Then I can, see what's happening. You can do it straight away. So it can be used in a variety of things. Anything that your component, any component, I think that has a certain level of complexity is for that it's useful.
Okay. Thank you very much. I know you have to shoot off, so but you're obviously welcome to stay. If not, the next question we have could be applied to Fabio, to Erez, but really to anyone, which is, we've talked about testing stories, and how do you design a good testing workflow, a good testing story that's comprehensive but not brittle, I guess.
If I could start, and then I'll need to shoot. I tend to approach testing as that you want to test business requirements rather than code. So, you have to, I tend to think of what is critical for the user and what should never break. And that's generally my approach. So, in case of a checkout component, there should be a message. In case of a success, there should be this. In case of an error, and so it's really thinking about what it is that you're implementing, and what is really important is the thing that should come first, basically.
Okay, well, I guess thank you very much for that. And then I guess over to Fabio, and I think Erez, if you wanted to drop off, then thank you very much. Really appreciate having you.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
So yeah, same question, Fabio. You mentioned the testing story. How do you personally design a good story? How do you personally set up your test frame? We don't seem to have your audio, at least I don't. This might just be checking it's not me. Binh, can you hear Fabio? Is it just on my side?
No, I think he's still on mute.
Ah, there we go. I think we can hear you now, Fabio. No, it's still not, I'm afraid. In the meantime, if I just switch over to talking about MicroFrontEnd, we'll come back to Fabio once we've sorted the muting issues. So we've had a couple of questions. So
I'm back.
Ah, you're back. Okay. Well, yeah, let's stick to the same question. And how do you design a good testing story?
Okay, I'm sorry about this confusion with the hardware. Well, okay, my approach is exactly the same. Test what is critical. And in order to do not create brittle tests or fragile tests, I pay double the attention to stubbing, to bring the data my application needs. So I am always careful to have the most up-to-date data serving my tests, and this has been made extremely easier after I adopt Mirage.js. So yeah, take a shot, you won't regret it. You can simulate several kinds of scenarios, like returning from one test 1,000 records, another one just 2 records, in a third test an error response, everything from your tests. So yeah, that's my approach to write a good test suite.
Okay. The next question we have is, how does testing library stack up, and what differentiates it from test utils or other libraries like Cypress, in your opinion? What sets it apart?
Okay, so first we need to understand what testing library is not. It's not a test runner. So it's not, it doesn't compete with Cypress. Actually, I believe you can even use testing library inside Cypress, okay? But it is a competitor of Vue Test Utils. And what set the main advantages are the ones that I mentioned in the talk. Like, it makes very hard for you to test implementation details, and it will allow you to test, to interact with your components and your application in a very similar way your final user will interact. So this is the main selling point of testing library, in my opinion.
I like that. It makes it harder to do things wrong. It's actually something you appreciate as these things grow. The next one, a couple of people have asked about languages and third-party plugins. So how do you handle situations like that, where you have something like Vuetify is pretty popular, or language translations within your tests? And I think a related question was, how do you even test that languages are correctly implemented if at the time of render the text has already popped up on screen?
Well, it's pretty straightforward, to be honest, because at some point I've mentioned that testing library was built, the Vue flavor at least, it was built on top of Vue Test Utils. And Vue Test Utils, it allows you to provide external dependencies of your Vue application. So the same way you would provide Vuetify or, I don't know, internationalization component using Vue Test Utils, you do exactly the same when you render the component. Of course, the example that I showcase in my presentation was a very simple one. I didn't have to provide any external dependency to my login component, but if that was a requirement, I could just pass a second argument to the render method from testing library as an object, and then I could pass everything that my component needs, including a Vuex store, for instance. So it's pretty straightforward. It's everything in the documentation.
And I think it's once you do it a couple of times, once you get your boilerplate together, and then just reuse it.
Yeah, that's right. I have dedicated files that I call them factories, and their purpose is just to render components. They live outside my test suite. I just import and I use them to mount my components, providing everything I need.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. So we've got I think 5 minutes left for Q&A. So I want to move on to the micro front ends. So Binh, again, thank you for that talk. So some specific questions. The first one of which is, are there any considerations that we should be aware of when using the iframe setup that you detailed. So are there any security considerations? You did touch on a couple of these. And what's the browser support like for using iframes in this manner?
So in terms of the browser support, we are just using iframe or .post message. That is the baseline of everything that the whole framework we are basing it on. So the security so the browser support is actually quite good. Like, it is quite good. In terms of security wise, so as I mentioned before, for the security wise, what happened is that you need to make sure that your application X-frame option, everything is set up properly, and also that and aside from that, then do what listing of your application. So not any application can embed your iframe, and also and you cannot include any kind of iframe. Also, you need to go through the whitelisting first before you can before you put another app into the iframe. Yeah. So yeah, that was our team consideration back then.
Thanks. I just heard that Fabio, you need to bounce, so thank you again for that walkthrough.
Yeah, it was a huge pleasure to talk to you guys today, and I wish you a very nice event moving forward. And well, have a great day, everybody. Bye.
Okay.
So thanks, Fabio. So the next question, we got asked this in a few different forms, so I've tried to summarize it here. This is talking specifically for Vue. Now, I know you mentioned you had some Angular components, but like you've got shared state, presumably, that you want to manage across components. So does the MicroFrontEnd framework really work with Vuex? Are you better off sort of rolling your own sort of state management system? How do you typically approach this problem?
So there will be information that is being shared between the stitch application and the child application. For this information, such as like user information or for like example, like user information, it should be coming from the stitch application. So Vuex can be used, but it can only be used within the application. So let's say the teacher app, right? They have their own Vuex store, and the child application will have their own Vuex store. And so one of the way that we can store information, right, aside from having the so we have to manage technically we have to manage it differently, and when we are managing it for the Vuex, how would I say this? Hang on. So one of the way is that we need to store certain kind of information on API as well. And when let's say you refresh the route, right, you need to pass in the token. So the token is probably coming from the teacher application going to the child application. The child application probably need to call the API to get the information that they need, and then store it in the child application's own Vuex store. Yeah. So that was our approach with this but that is because we were using iframes. But however, right, if you are using other kind of implementation, like then I think having a central store might work better than that. Yeah. But this is the limitation with iframes. So everything is a standalone application.
Yeah, so maybe your architectural choice needs to reflect how much shared state you think you have. So I guess the answer is yes, but you might need to pick the right MicroFrontEnd framework for it. This is, I guess, is kind of related. So we talked about shared state for data. Moving on to components. Is there any? How do you share components between the different child apps and MicroFrontEnd, so I don't have to rewrite the same card component 7 or 8 times?
Yeah, so in the earlier presentation, we have Storybook, right? So we actually use Storybook as well. So we wrote our own Storybook. We have our own Storybook component library, and the library is and that library is written into an npm package as well. So we need to install the npm library that we was writing, right, was way off Quasar, and after npming that library, that specific library, we just need to import the component into our child application, and it make the operation much smoother. in the sense that all the components are consistent. Let's say you have the button from one child application, right? The same button appear for the other application, the same interaction that you have, it will remain. Yeah, that's why, like, and also, like, let's say, and you have people who in some team, right? Some team are stronger than another team. Some developer are more junior or like more senior than the other developer, right? So having this kind of DOS, a storybook component library, right, it really help us so much because it make things really it make things consistent, and it make things easy to manage. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So pretty simple answer, use npm.
Yeah.
Okay, one final one, and then I think that'll be the last one, which is related to npm and related to sort of code standardization. Is there any library which abstracts a lot of the boilerplate codes that, for example, you will have had to use when implementing iframes? You had helper classes. Are there any libraries that are set up currently that people can take a look in?
Unfortunately, I haven't found one actually. So for our team, right, before we started the project, we actually spent we spent like a few weeks to do the research on the different micro front end first, and then we have to come out with the boilerplates, and we improve the boilerplates as we go along as well. Yeah. So sorry, short answer is no.
Maybe. So there's an opportunity for someone to open source something. I'm looking at you, everyone in this conference. Okay. Thank you very much, Binh. Really, really appreciate your time. And there's actually a ton of questions here. I'm afraid we didn't get through them all. But thank you so much. That was really, really interesting.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity. Really. Yeah.
Yeah. Cheers. So from our side, we cut into the break. So we're going to start again in 5 minutes. But it looks like I'll hide this. It looks like we've got 5 minutes of take a break for everyone, and we'll be back at about 1:15. So see you then. Okay, hope everyone had a good break. Before we get started, we just have an announcement to make, which is that there's a traditional flash sale going on. So for the next 2 hours, you'll be able to buy a senior track ticket for the Cybersecurity Summit, also run by Geekle, at 45% off using the promo code that you see below. Anyone who's built any sort of web application will know that security can be confusing, but it's super, super important. As I said here, things are changing really fast. You see new hacks every day. You see new cybercrime every day. You either get clued up about it or you get caught out by it. And I think it says here that IBM is projected by the end of 2022, there will be a shortage of 1.8 million jobs in cybersecurity. So this conference will cover all of these sort of exciting new opportunities, and you can enter the promo code VueFlash to take advantage of that. Again, that's a 45% discount for the next 2 hours. So please make use of that. So now we're going to move on to our next speaker. So we have 2 recordings ahead of you, but we will then go on to the Q&A session after, so you'll be able to ask questions. Again, please do send them in. I'm trying to pick them up as best we can. So the first of the talks is going to be from Alexandre David. He's from France. He's a senior front-end engineer and is self-employed. And he's going to be talking about something that I think a lot of people will be really, really interested in, which is how to migrate from Vue 2 to Vue 3. And I think a lot of people have heard of Vue 3, maybe they haven't had a chance to use it, or maybe they're wondering, like, how do I convert an existing project, and what are some of the benefits of doing so? And he's going to cover all that. So I suppose we are waiting for the recording from Alexandre, and yeah, we'll get to it.
Let's talk about Vue 3 breaking changes. In September 2020, Vue 3 is born. The new major version of the framework has been released by the core team. And with this, a lot of cool stuff we're gonna see during this presentation. But before, let's introduce me. My name is Alexandre. I'm a French guy, and I work as freelance front-end developer. And I fall in love with this framework in 2018, and since I work every day with this, and I'm crazy about that. You can find my GitHub account here on the presentation, Alexandre David, if you're interested about my job and different stuff around Vue 3. Now let's talk about all these things, which I'm very excited to show with you. So what's changed? So like I told you, this major version changed a lot about this framework. And first, I want to introduce 3 things. First, let's talk about TypeScript. So if you're common with Vue 2, you know Vue 2 has been written with the ES6+ stuff, very common, and TypeScript has been written with Vue 3. But why they should use TypeScript for doing Vue 3? It's very nice for you because it will bring you a lot of cool stuff for your comfort of development, and your IDE will be very good, very nice with TypeScript. But be aware, it doesn't mean you have to write everything in TypeScript from now. You can easily continue with ES if you want to prefer to use ECMAScript. And especially the documentation is still written in ES6+, so it's up to you, but be aware now Vue 3 is written in TypeScript. Second thing we have to think about is ECMAScript modules, especially ECMAScript module imports. It will give you good stuff about lightweight your project. We're gonna see what we can do with later. And the last thing, a lot of new cool features. We will take a look also in the next of this presentation. So I just wanted to do a little exercise. So I used something called Vue CLI. It's made for init some projects with Vue, and just to show you how the power of ESM imports, and how you can lightweight your different projects. So in the left part, you can see a project written in Vue 2. So with Vue CLI, just in its first project, Vue CLI, and just built the production level size. And you can see inside the chunk vendors, the size is around 90 kilobytes. Now, I did exactly the same thing with the default presets with Vue 3. And we can see the size of the same file is around 80. So we can say we already gained something like 12% size inside the vendors. But in my opinion, I was a bit disappointed about these different numbers. So I did the same exercise with a new tool appeared in the Vue community named Vite. And with this second tool build tool, sorry, I arrived to a size of 41 kilobytes for my vendor site. So just to show you, we can lightweight a lot all the vendor stuff. Now, I just put this slide just to aware you about if you already have a Vue 2 application, you have to think about different stuff. Do you really have this opportunity to migrate to this new version now? So first of all, you have to think about different stuff. First, if you have a non-trivial Vue 2 application, it can be complicated, and it might take a lot of time if you have to redo a lot of features you did already in Vue 2. But in my opinion, don't be very scared. I already did that, and it wasn't so long. But I don't really have very non-trivial Vue 2 app. Second thing, if you're very patient, the core team is currently working on a migration tool, and when it will be ready, you will have probably the best thing you can do for migrate perfectly to the new version. And the last point, which is probably the most important for me, it's about all the libraries which are turning around your project. When I talk about library, it's a bunch of different component libraries, other stuff, which are not ready yet to be included in your Vue free application. So in this slide, you can see an overview of the different libraries I saw during I built my presentation. Just be aware, I did it during a moment. It might be different later. So just for information, some are already ready, some are not started yet. Just be aware, it might change, I hope, very soon. If we can take the already ready one, I didn't try everything yet, but I use Vue and it's very nice, very ready, so it's very cool. Quasar is almost ready. I used also Storybook, which just came from alpha to beta version, and everything is good. But be aware, if you are a Bootstrap Vue guy, maybe you have to wait a tiny bit more before using Vue free with Bootstrap Vue. Now, let's go for an online presentation. So I prepared default stuff with what we're gonna try to work a tiny bit and explaining these new features we can do with Vue free. So first of all, let me introduce how I started this project. So I told you about Vite, and I used Vite for init this project. So it was very quick, very cool. Just a little tiny word. We have Vue CLI and Vite, which are probably the two most important builder for Vue. And Vue CLI is based on Webpack, and Vite is based on Rollup, and this is the main difference. Also, Vite is not only for Vue. You can use Vite with React and with different other frameworks if you want. So I just have to say, I also had some other libraries like Axios we will need during this presentation, and other stuff like ESLint I like when I develop. So let's go to take another view of what we can do. So first, index.html, very simple stuff. It's the default one. We won't change anything in that. If you're common with the Vue 2 version, you can see a difference inside the main.js, and it's about the ES module import. Previously, you had to use all the Vue objects to create your app. Now, you have a function named create app you will use for creating your app from scratch. And with this, it will change a tiny bit when you will use some plugins or other extension around your code. It will be just different. It's about how you call it, but finally, it won't be so complicated to put on. Now let's go to app.vue. So by default, it's this one. I didn't change anything. And let's take a look about how it has been created. So with Vue free, now we can have this syntax inside the script setup. So script setup is new, and we will just declare a component like that. Just be aware it's experimental for this moment, so it might not be a good idea for the moment to use it as production level if you want to build a script setup like that, because like I told you, it's experimental yet. Now let's go back to our stuff and let's speak about our first new feature. The name is Composition API, and it's probably the most famous of all of them. A lot of people are talking about. So let's try to use it in the detail. So first of all, let's create a new component. We will call it Movies Container. All this name, you will see soon why we call it Movies Container, because we will display some movies inside my app. So Movies Container, so like I told you, it's a Vue template. For the moment, we won't put anything in the template. We will use this export default. So let's put a name, because I like to put some name, and it's very better when you use the Vue dev tool. So let's call it Movies Container. And inside this Movies Container, we will declare a setup function, which is a new stuff too from Vue free. It's where you have to put all your stuff around Composition API. In this setup, you can do a lot of things. So let's start to create some data. So for creating some data, we have to use a new stuff named the reactivity. Because if you use some data in text, for example, JavaScript won't be able to have like this reactivity in your template. So you have to use a new stuff, the reactivity API. So if you want to use it, it's inside the Vue object. So you have to call it like that, import it inside your component like that, and that's ready, and we can use it. So let's create a first data. We call it search value. Perfect. And for declaring it like reactive, we have to use Erez. And by default, we can put something. So it's a string, it's an empty string at the beginning. But I don't want to put an empty string because I want to show you it works. So let's put star. Second thing, let's create a second data. Let's call it search type. And it's also a string. So let's call it same. And this will be movie. We will understand later why we call it like that. The third thing, let's call it movies. And this one will be an array. So by default, let's put an empty one. Tack. Perfect. Oh, I just did a mistake here, sorry. And for the moment, we have all our data, but it's not available yet in the screen, the template, because we have to export it. So let's export it from this function by using a return function, a return with searched value, searched type, and our last thing, movies. So now we are able to see these different data inside our template. So if we, for example, put this thing like that, search type, search value, maybe it's better, we can see it. So if we want to see it, obviously we have to include it inside our app.vue. So let's replace hello world by my movies container. And if everything is okay, we will see the difference very quick. This uses an HTML template, so it's very cool. You can have directly online resource updated, very cool. So for the moment, we have our component, which is not very useful. I will remove the style here because we don't need it. And the second thing about Composition API is, for me, the most important is you can export your different code outside this component, and it's a new stuff. So let's create that. I want to use an API, and for creating this API call, I want to use a function I can reuse everywhere. I need to call an API. So from this part. I will create a new file. I will put it in a folder composable, for example, and let's create a use API.js. And inside this script, we will create a function, which the aim is just to return some values from Erez call. So I just copy paste. It was already ready, but if we take a look to this code, we can see it's just an anything function, a wait Axios with a get. We can pass a URL in entrance. We have a callback because I don't really want to put anything related with my current call inside this function. And we have also two different data we can pass, a loading and an error, which means we can put all this different smartness inside this component, and we can reuse it, like I told you, for other stuff. So now let's go to this movies container and let's use this this function like we want. So we import the function use API inside my component. So use API is inside composable. So let's find it. Use API.js. I hope it's okay. I don't think we need that. And here we will create a function. So I didn't tell you, so we created data inside this setup, but now we will create a function exactly like in Vue 2 in the method part. So let's create a function called getMovies. GetMovies, it's a nothing function. And this nothing function will just call our new use API function. So it will do an await use API. And we have to pass different things. We have to pass a URL. So this URL I will just copy paste. It's already ready. Pass. We will pass also a callback and a loading error stuff I already prepared. So just a way, this is the URL we got a call. This URL is also reactive because we will use the data we used. We have a callback function. So like I told you, we can do whatever we want inside instead of doing outside my container, outside my component. And two other stuff, so we have to create now loading and error. So let me add this correctly at the beginning of my components. Perfect. So now to use getMovies, we have to export it like we exported the data. So first we will export loading, error, and finally we will export getMovies. So let's take a look about what it renders. For the moment, it's normal because we defined a function, but we never called it. A new stuff also you can add into your setup function is the live hooks. So for adding some live hooks inside, you have to use some hooks from the Vue object. So you have, for example, the onMounted. And if you use here the onMounted, you can use you can define what you want to put on onMounted to this way. And here let's call getMovie. Perfect. So if everything is okay, we will just use getMovies when we will mount our component. But let's talk about what we should put inside our component, because for this moment it's a bit empty. So I just prepared some code and I will just explain with you what I did. So just code, if it's loading, so loading, after you have an error stuff, which is display the error message. And after you have no result or some movies. Oh, sorry, I was a bit too quick. So for the moment, it's just image and replace this by an image. So src movie.poster, because my API is like that. So if we save perfect, by default, we have star value here, so we will use star for the search way. And when we tap star, it's very cool because we have all the Star Wars movies. Perfect, it's the day for Star Wars. May the 4th be with us. If I do the same thing with Kill Bill, perfect, lovely. So that was a little introduction about the composition API. I hope you like it. And let's go to the next feature. For the next feature, I want to use this search value and search type, more cleverness in bringing more interactivity for the user. So for doing that, let's go back to our tree and let's create a new component. We can call it search inputs. And the aim of this search input is to use these two data and to manage it for the user. So let's create search inputs.vue. And inside its search inputs, we will define first, so it's a Vue component, perfect. Let's name it. Like I told you, I really like naming my component, and it's probably a best to have search input. And we will put two new props. Let's put let's put 3 properties in entrance. I will just copy paste to be ready. Let's put a label, a type, and search. So what do we have here? So this is the properties in entrance. So if I want to call my search input, I want to pass 1 label, 1 type, and 1 search. So inside template, we will create different stuff. So I will just copy paste 2. It will be more quicker. And so what I did, I will have a label taking the properties value, and after we have 1 select, which will be the type stuff, and finally the input text. This is a good thing for introducing you the fragment. Previously, when you used a component in Vue, it was not possible to use a multi-root elements. Now it's possible, and it's quite good, I think, because previously you had to create a lot of divs, which were very useless for your HTML DOM, and now it's finished. But it will bring also some other tricky things. Like, for example, if you want to have stuff like you want to pass some attributes, you have to say to your code, oh, I need to put my attributes somewhere. And now, if you want to do that, you have to use this syntax, the vbind, for saying to Vue, if you want to pass these attributes, let's pass it here. So just a little stuff. Let's go here. So for the moment, I think it's a bit empty, and we didn't call anything. So let's call it correctly. So we have search input with, let's call just search input for the moment. And if we reload, oh, we didn't call it correctly. Where is it? Okay, so I will import it here. So we have search input from search input, perfect. And let's use it, the component like that, like previously, like a version 2, didn't change. And you can put search input inside, and if everything is okay, we will see it arriving in the middle. Oh, it doesn't find it. Maybe I made a mistake about the name. Okay, let's try again. Search input.vue. I forgot the .vue. Perfect. So we can see our search input, but for the moment, it's not very interesting because we didn't pass any properties. I just wanted to show you what we can do with fragments. So if I want to pass a placeholder, for example, from here, like type something very, very common. And if I say for the moment, we won't see any difference because Vue doesn't know where to put it. But I want to put it here. So if I, okay, okay, so there is some tricky things I didn't take a look yet. So before, let me talk about the Vue model, multiple view model. For this, we can use these properties defined as view model. So if you want to use multiple view models, you have to use this correct syntax. If I want to put like search value inside my component, I have to put this syntax. And if I want to do the same with my search type, I have to do that. Why we have to put that? Because our properties named types and search. So, okay, so if we do that, we can see arriving here are two different properties in entrance, and it's defined for view model. So if you don't know what is view model, it's the way to have a two-way data binding. So let's go back to the search input and using, we didn't put a label, but we have a default one. We can use another one. And what we want to do now, when we change this value of the model, we want also to take this value in my parent component. And for that, we have to put an update stuff. Here, I copy paste, unfortunately, and I already put this. So when I change, I will emit a new event, but we have something to put inside this component to say, oh, be careful because we have some emits. So we have to use here a new property named emits, and inside this emit stuff, we have to define, sorry, it's not this one, the two different emits name we did. First one is update, and second thing is update, sorry, back. And the second, update search. Perfect. Oh, miss. Good. Perfect. So now, every time we will change something inside the select or the inputs, we will put this inside my parent component. But just be aware, for the moment, it won't be very attractive because finally, we don't use it very well. So if we want to use it and doing like a very interactive search, we have to use these different emits inside my movie container in the search input, and we have to use update types and update search inside this event emitter, and I will call get movies when these different emits will be called, will be listened. Now, if we do that, we will be more confident and we will have a lot of best stuff. So if I change here Kill Bill by Star Wars, yeah, good. So we have stuff arriving. So now we defined a reactivity component with multiple V model and some fragments. So for the moment there is nothing. So I just don't understand why this placeholder isn't put correctly here. But it's not a problem. I mean, it's just a placeholder. It's not very useful stuff. So for the moment, we have something like very nice. And I want to introduce you a new feature called teleport. And it's also a feature which will change a lot of stuff for me, especially because I think it's pretty nice. And I had a lot of problems with some stuff in Vue, and teleport changed a lot of things. So for this, let's create a new container named movie card. And in this movie card, we will just display these posters of different movies. So we will create this movie card part. We will just in properties we will use movies in entrance. So just put a name again, movie card. Let's put some props. So for these props, we will just use movie, because finally we will just use one movie. So let's a movie, and this movie, it's a type object. Type object. If you're common with TypeScript, here it might be a good idea to use TypeScript, but I'm not. I didn't plan to do that, so just do that. So we just define the properties in entrance, name movie. So, and we can use it for displaying some stuff. So let's put, for the moment, just an image here in the root place, representing the src equal movie dot poster. Something very, very, very basic for the moment. So everything's okay, nothing more. And let's call this movie card inside our movies container instead of using this image here. So we will remove image and call movie card. Okay, perfect. It's clever. He found its movie card, but I don't think he found. So we have to import this movie card. So import movie card from movie card dot view. I think it's a good syntax. We will see it very quick, and we will add it here. And if everything is okay, it might be good. I know what it misses. It's just because we didn't include the movie in the entrance. So now it will be better, I think. Movie. So if we refresh, perfect. Super. It's exactly what I wanted. So now we can work inside this movie card. So first, let's just put better thing. Let's put a style scope with just putting like my image with a padding. So it will be a tiny bit better for displaying. And let's talk about teleport. So like I told you, I was like I had a lot of problem before. It's around like if you are inside a component and you want to use some different elements outside this. Now with teleport, if you want to create like models, if you want to create notifications, if you want to use a drop down, you have the ability to do it very, very simply directly inside the component. And for this, you have to use the teleport stuff. So for creating teleport, you have to create here a new element named teleport. And in this component, you have to say to it, where shall I work? So I want to put it inside the body. So when this file will be executed, it will create some new elements inside this body. And after, what I'm going to do, I will create a transition for being a bit more sexy. Name equal fade. Okay. Let's close this transition. And let's create a div, classical. Okay, close the div. And inside this div, I want just to put something like title, and it's the title of the movie. So with my API, it's title like that. Perfect. And in this div, so let's start to put a class like alert. Perfect. And let's put, for the moment, nothing more. So if we refresh for the moment, nothing is really interesting. So first, let's put a tiny piece of CSS. So just copy paste. So we will have something better with the transition. So it's perfect. I will start to create a setup function. Setup function, perfect. And inside this setup, I want to define when I want to open this notification. We can see already the notification appearing. So let's create a data. So we will call it, for example, info opened. Yeah, good name. We will use ref, and by default, it's gonna be false. So for this, of course, I have to import my ref from Vue. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So I have to return it. Info opened. And so what I want to do is I want to put inside my div here if opened, so opened. Okay, perfect. Does he find it? Yes, perfect. Super. So by default, if I save it, I think everything is closed. I want to put something more. Let's put a click on this div. If click, so we close it. So it's better if we have a lot of things. Okay, perfect. And now what I want to do is I want to display it when the user is clicking on the poster. For doing that, we have to create a new function like we did previously in the composition API. So let's call this function open info. Perfect. I haven't been a good name picker, to be honest, but at least it's all right. And inside this function, we call it info open. And because it's ref, we have to call info open dot value, or it would be a problem. So we have to put this. So when I click on open info, it will open info inside the body. So I just want to display it for 2 seconds maximum. So I will just put a set timeout. Let's create a function, set timeout path, and after 2 seconds, info opened dot value equals false. Just let's put 2 seconds. Perfect. So if everything's okay, we can have the good rendering. So I just have to show that, to exit that, and like I told you, when I'm gonna click on poster, I should open info. Yes, perfect. So if I save, so for the moment, we don't have anything different. And like you see, when I click on Kill Bill, I can see the title. And if I click on the next one, and like I can show you, it's from the body, so it's upon all the other stuff. So that's why I wanted to talk to you with teleport stuff. So I think we did an overview about what we can do with these new features about Vue free. So let's go back to here to the presentation. So we did this. So for a little resume, we have seen composition API, multi-V model, fragment, and teleport. And if you're interested to get the code I did, please refer to my GitHub account. It will be displayed inside. Thanks a lot for watching me, and I hope I teach you a lot of good stuff and you will be able to use Vue free in your project. Ciao.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. We'll come back to you during the Q&A, but I think it's really good to see worked examples for Vue 3, especially with, we had a couple of questions in the comments about the utility of the composition API. I think it sounds cool, but some people are asking, how does this actually help me when I have to learn a whole new way of doing things? So yeah, really, really cool to see that. And cool to see some examples where you're not just sticking everything in a mounted hook at the end, but actually able to couple your setup into a logical place. So that was good for me. So the well, as I said, we'll get back to Alexander at the Q&A, but the next speaker we have is another recording. It's from David Pell, who's a senior front-end engineer at Smart Cookie Media from Canada. And he's going to be presenting on a topic which probably is an easy sell for people here, and that is why Vue.js is awesome, and why Vue.js is a suitable, or why it stands out amongst the numerous JavaScript frameworks and libraries that are available to people at the moment. So again, we'll give the floor over to David, and then keep asking questions. We'll keep having a look. We'll put them into the backlog, and then we'll try and get through them at the Q&A session.
Hi, my name is David Pell. Welcome to the first presentation of Vue.js conference, and I'm going to be discussing why Vue.js is awesome. A little bit about me. I've been in the development field since 2003, first as a web developer, then as a front-end engineer. I have a little bit of a design background. I've also been a team lead, and I'm also a Vue.js developer and advocate. I own a company called Vue Crew, and it's a resource for employers or companies to find Vue developers. And why I am so passionate about Vue. Well, when I was, as I mentioned, a team lead, and when I returned back to development after 5 years, my first experience was using a framework called React. And I found React very confusing because they like to wrap HTML in JavaScript, JSX syntax. And so it was a little bit disconcerting, but my next project was Vue.js, and it was so easy to understand and adopt. And I got very excited and passionate about using Vue. So I've been using it on all my projects, and I'm a contractor, so I purposely seek out Vue.js projects. I think it's kind of like the Goldilocks framework. So you have Angular, which is very, very complex and takes a long time to code a project, and React, which I find can be very confusing because they wrap the HTML in JavaScript constructs. So what we're going to learn today is a little bit of an overview about why Vue.js makes developers' life easy, and why more companies and devs are choosing Vue.js for their next project, and some of the cool features of Vue.js and the future of Vue.js. What is Vue.js? So Vue.js is a modern-day JavaScript framework to build applications. It takes the best of component frameworks such as Angular and React and makes it easy for developers to build an app. It has its own proprietary features, which we're going to discuss, and it has a great ecosystem for a framework to support accompanying libraries that are built into the framework or the packages. Vue.js is rising in popularity, and it's growing at 229% versus React's 34%. Developers are really liking it, and it's became second place with 16% among the top 5 frameworks. So the technological adoption is happening at a staggering rate. Why Vue.js is rising in popularity? Well, Vue.js makes development more approachable and not a steep learning curve. It's easy for teams to ramp up on projects. Vue team has insight. The Vue team, the actual development team themselves, I believe that they have a good insight into what makes a good framework. It allows you to split code into reusable components, and each component has its own HTML, markup, CSS, and JavaScript code. So companies that are adopting Vue.js, so the 2 companies are on the left are companies that I've worked with in the last 2 years. They are large enterprise level companies, and I mention this because if you search the forums, a lot of people say that Vue is only good for small projects, and that is not true. We've developed large banking applications and a large lottery site for Capital One, for Deloitte. And also, you'll see here that Google is in the list of companies that are adopting. Google's responsible for creating Angular, so they are using Vue as well. So in my opinion, based on what when I spoke to my the director of Deloitte Digital, why they decided to use Vue, we found that he said that it's easier for teams to ramp up. So we had a team of 12 on that project, and only one person knew Vue, but within a week we were up and running. So it's not easy. It's not difficult to pick up. So we're going to go over some of the reasons why Vue is awesome. And as I mentioned, it's easy to pick up. If you already know vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you're already halfway there. And teams can ramp up very easily if they don't know it. All you need to do is just hook in the functionality into the HTML. So everything in Vue resides in one component. And I'm going to demonstrate a little bit of an application that I built. This was my very first project. Start the application. Okay, so this was the very first project I ever worked on Vue. It's pretty cool. It's basically a shopping cart that allows you to add items to the cart. Up here we have, it's a one big application, one page. Everything's all on one page. And you can see as I add things to the cart, you'll see a little shopping cart up here. And you'll see it dynamically updates the page. So I've added 2 polo shirts and 1 t-shirt. So I'm going to delete one of the items from my cart. I can hide the slider. And I'm just going to show you that there's different components on the page. So we have our cart up here. This is our navigation bar. We have our shopping cart slider. And we have a list of products. Now, these products came from sample data that I'm showing you here. These are all the items that indicate the product name, the price, the image of the item, and it's all been loaded dynamically in Vue. Okay, so I'm not going to go too much into detail. You don't need to know too much about HTML to understand that Vue is very easy. So up here you have your template. This is where all the HTML is contained. And then below here you have your script where you're going to import your components, and each section, Vue has a section for each thing that you need to use. Down here below, we have a mounted, which is an event hook, and I can fetch my data. And within these methods here, we're going to basically be dicing and slicing the data and feeding it into these components. So as I showed you before, we have 3 components on our page. We have the nav bar, the price slider, and the product list. These items here are called props, and they allow you to feed data into your component. So in this case, we have a shopping cart. We're going to want to pass the shopping cart products, the quantity, the cart total, and these items are outputs. So anything within the component over here that needs to communicate back to the main page is going to go through these items. The other reason why I love Vue is because it's closest to vanilla HTML, JavaScript, and it has the cleanest implementation. It's very easy to follow along and easy to refactor code. So often developers work on projects with other developers, and you have to go in and refactor their code, or later on in the project, you know, something changes and you have to dice and slice the HTML or the code to change according to the project's requirements. And so it's nice to know that it's very easy to refactor the code. So we're going to talk a little bit about the easy component structure. So the thing about Vue that's great is everything is in its own place. As you saw, we have the data up here. Okay, sorry, here. And these are called properties, but you can just think of them as data items. You have your methods section, your filters. It's going to return a currency, a computed section, and a mounted section. We'll discuss that a little bit more in detail. So I'm going to show you a little sample about comparing two different frameworks. So we're going to make a little list that counts from 1 to 5. So on your left is using the React framework. You can see here, this is a list item, and it has been entered into a JavaScript code. It makes it a little bit more difficult for the developer because they have to build the HTML code and then take it apart and put it within the JavaScript. Okay. On your right-hand side is the Vue way. So you can see it's plain vanilla HTML, but we've just hooked in one of the directives, which is a for loop, which allows us to loop through the 1, 2, 3, 4. So all you need to do is just build the HTML, and then later on you can hook in your dynamic properties to make your application dynamic. Virtual DOM implementation Vue has, which is an improved user experience. It creates a copy of the HTML, and when there's changes in the page occur, Vue reactively updates only the affected elements. So it's very snappy user experience. Computed properties. This is something that's unique to Vue. What it does is it encapsulates complex logic. So I like to think of them as like an Excel formula. They always return a value, and they stay cached in the browser, so to allow things to be updated very quickly and have your application very snappy. So over here in our app, you'll see we have the cart total and the cart quantity, and this is computing the underlying data, and it's returning back the sum and the quantity. And this is going to be passed into our components through props. But as you can see, that it's basically dicing and slicing the data that's been provided, and it's computing it. So a lot of people ask, what's the difference between a regular method and computed? So methods are functions that are meant to be called, and computed properties are intended to compute existing data. Methods can have parameters passed in, and computed properties shouldn't have parameters passed in. Methods get reevaluated every time they're called, and computed properties are cached based on their dependencies. Methods are meant to be a property, and computed properties should be used as a property. So as I mentioned to you before, you can use them basically the same way you can use the data items, the properties. Then we're going to talk about watchers a little bit. Watchers are a bit of a generic way to react to data changes. When you run a function that has property values, is useful when you want to perform asynchronous or expensive operations in response to changing data. Use watchers when you can't use a computed property. For example, if you have an input fields format string, you don't want to write a function multiple times. And here we have an example So we have 3 input fields, and they all calculate independently. So if you look at the underlying code, the data is here, and we're watching the data here. And when something changes in the UI, the model, which is bound to these watchers, is going to recalculate the data. Recommended order for when to use watchers. So always try to use computed first, then methods, then watchers. It's a little bit more expensive, but it is a handy feature that sometimes you need to use. Event modifiers are also a unique property, a unique feature to Vue.js. Sometimes you need to use prevent default or stop propagation to prevent a link from navigating away, or stop events from bubbling up, or to prevent a form from leaving a page on submit. And these are the type of events that you can add the modifiers to: click, submit, key up, drag, and scroll. And some of the event modifiers that you add to those events are .stop, .prevent, .capture, .self, .once, and .passive. So here's some example of when you would use them. So let's say on an anchor, I'm trying to call a function, but as everyone knows, anchors will usually navigate away from the page. So by adding a .stop to my onClick event to call this function, it's not going to navigate away from the page. Similarly, on a form, usually if you submit, the page might navigate away. That's the native way that events are handled on a form. But if you call submit.prevent to call your function, then it will prevent the page from loading. So modifiers can also be changed. So you can go .stop, .prevent. Emitters. Emitters are really powerful ways of communicating from a child component to a parent component that an event has taken place. So for an example, in our shopping cart, you see that whenever I click inside the shopping cart to delete an item, it will remove it from the shopping cart. Well, that's done by a communication, an emitter, being called to the main page that has a function in it. So for example here, this is my shopping cart button. And when I click on it, I'm emitting an event handler called add, and I'm passing that item, in this case it's the shopping cart item, up to the parent component. So the parent component has the event handler called add, and it's going to call a function called add item. In the method here, add item, we're passing the shopping cart item, and we're going to do some processing. So it's very simple. Another cool thing that Vue does, which is really unique, there's a specific attribute called refs, in which properties are used to register to indicate reference to the HTML elements or child elements in the template. And it allows you to access or select the elements by the ref named. So on your right-hand side, we have a component called details pop-up, and I have a ref on it that is named input pop-up. So in our JavaScript, we can access that ref by going this.refs.input pop-up to close or to open that pop-up. There's really easy ways of referencing objects in your app, and here's some examples here. This.emit, which we just showed you, dispatches an event to its parent component. This.parent gives you reference to the parent's component. This.root gives you access to the root component, and this.parent.emit is a way of chaining to access the parent dispatch of its parent. Slots are another really powerful way of using Vue. So oftentimes you want to input HTML or reuse a template, and instead of passing data to that component, you actually want to pass entire chunks of HTML. So slots gives you that way of doing that. So I'm just going to show you a quick example. So here we have 4 pop-up buttons, and as you can see, when I activate it, there's separate content within that pop-up. So basically the way it's been created is there's a template for the pop-up, and when the button is clicked, the slots will populate the content within the pop-up, so you don't have to recreate this all several times. You just create it once and then populate the content for each one of the pop-ups. And this is a way of how you drill down. So here's your template, and it has an ID on it. In this case, it's called parent slot, and it's going to populate the content into this slot here. You can also go parent, grandparent, parent, and child to pass data from like 3 levels up. It's very, very powerful. Vue allows you to create dynamic tag names with a property called is. And what it does is it basically will output whatever component or whatever HTML tag name that you want. In this case, I used it for a project that had a very strict accessibility rules. So in some cases, we wanted an H2 to appear in the code, and other times we wanted an H3. So we dynamically created a prop for it called header tag, and by default it was set to H2. So over here on the right, you'll see that header tag equals H3. This H3 prop is going to override the default value H2 to populate H3 into this header tag. But if this is not present, then H2 will be the backup default value for that component. You can also dynamically create classes. Classes are a group of styles that you use for your styling your components. So as you can see here, we want to output the class name peekaboo if the value has results is true. Set to false, but if we want it to show, we will output the class name peekaboo if has result is true. This is also a static class, and this will always be outputted. And Vue also has built-in transitions and transitions groups. So you saw in my example, in my shopping cart, when we slid the component along, you see a cool transition whenever the data gets updated. And Vue gives you this powerful functionality built in. You can just add whatever class names that are built into the library to give you the cool transition. Vue has an awesome ecosystem built in. Unlike React, React is really just a library, whereas Vue is more of a framework. A framework is made up of many different libraries to make it one sort of solidified application for the developer to use. So there's Vue CLI, which is a command line interface, which allows you to spawn your own Vue.js applications. Vue Router allows you to change pages within your application. Vuex is a state management pattern library. So for example, the shopping cart that we saw, this only has one page, but if there was multiple pages, you would want to persist your data across the different pages, and Vuex gives you that opportunity, gives you that functionality. Vue Loader and Vue SSR allows you to build your application so that you can render it in the browser with a universal JavaScript application. Vue Test Utils, I use that all the time to be able to test your functionality. You will write unit tests. So Vue.js DevTools is a proprietary plugin for Chrome, and it allows you to inspect your data live in the components. So here's a screenshot of the dev tool. So you will use this inside your browser. You'll be able to pop it up, and on the left-hand side here, you'll see all your components nested here. And when you click on one of the components on the right-hand side, it will show you everything related to that component. In this case, what prop was passed in and what data values there are for that component. And as your page updates, you'll see that these values will change when the data underlying data changes. There's Nuxt, which is an open source framework that makes Vue.js web development simple and powerful. It's a great choice for starting your next Vue.js project. And it has in it Vuex, Vue Router, Vue Meta for creating meta tags for your application, Bootstrap, which is a sort of HTML helper library. Vuetify also is a helper library that has components that you can just grab off the shelf. Axios allows you to fetch data from your data API. And server-side renderer, we talked a little bit more about that before. The future of Vue.js. So many people ask, will Vue.js disappear? Fear not. Vue 3 is out, and it comes with even better performance, composition API, which is going to be discussed in other seminars in this conference. It's got a smaller size. They've added TypeScript support and other revolutionary features. In summary, you're going to love using Vue.js. I recommend you speaking to your lead about adopting to gain the momentum. All it takes is one opinionated tech director to be able to change all of the frameworks in your company. You know, show some sample code and why you think it's great. I think it's the best of the JavaScript frameworks, and I think it's worth using in your next project. If you pick it up in a, as a personal project, I don't think your skills will be, it will be transferable to React and Angular. And it's currently on Vue version 3 as compared to React, which is on 17. So there's so much potential for it to grow. And I think that the developers of Vue.js have a great oversight into what developers need for making great applications. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you, David. I think, yeah, just getting an overview of all different features of Vue. Some people will know a lot of this stuff, but it's also good to just recap why everyone's here in the first place. And I agree, it's the learning curve of Vue compared to, say, React. I've not used Angular myself, but it's definitely much quicker. And as you said, it's still relatively early days, being on only version 3. So it'll be exciting to see how the adoption of version 3 rolls out and what new features come on the horizon. So we've got our final, well, got my final session before the Q&A. And then this one is with Dana Janoskova. I hope, again, I've pronounced that right. Dana is a senior software engineer at Microsoft from Czechia, and kind of ramping up the ante here. We're going to be talking about Vuex, which is one of the libraries that David mentioned. If you're not familiar with Vuex, it's a really incredibly useful tool for managing your state within large and complex apps so that you're not constantly shifting things up and down through components. It's immensely powerful, very, very well, very popular. Can be a little bit intimidating to some people. For some reason, people haven't tried it, maybe because they're intimidated by the additional complexity. But having used it myself, I think it's a really great library. I think it's incredibly useful, especially as your apps become more complicated. So with that in mind, I will again hand it over to Dana. This will be a 30-minute presentation, and there'll be live coding for the 20 minutes after. Then we will go on to Q&A. So Dana, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Let me just set this up a little bit. Okay, yeah, it's there. Okay, so thank you. I've heard you say that Vuex can be intimidating, so I'm here to prove you wrong, guys. It's very easy to start with, and I have worked with both Vuex and Redux. I have also worked with Mobex, and Vuex is by far my most favorite state management library. So let me introduce myself. Yeah, I work in Microsoft currently. I have worked professionally with Vue and React, some Node. I love to write CSS, which may be strange, but it's like that. I have worked also with some Flutter, and you can see the link to my GitHub and to my CV in case you are interested. I have some open source project in both Vue and React. Okay, so what we will do in this session today, I would like to show you some Vuex basics. We won't dig too deep, so it's not confusing. We will see how the common Vuex structure looks like. Since it's a library, we follow some patterns that pretty much always look the same. So once you learn it, it gets really easy to use. We will explore the Vue CLI options because the Vue command line interface lets you create a project out of the box with Vuex support. So it's great. You don't really have to do anything additional for your Vuex store to work. We will see a blog application code example, and we will also try to live code this blog app. So I am not sure how much from this we will have time to do, but I am pretty sure that we will at least be able to have some basics. So if I can show you what we want to achieve today, it's this app. It's public on this link, so I would like to show you how to do this today and to code it. You can see a list of posts. It's connected to a dummy API, but it's a real online API call. It's not just your internal store. You can write a new post, hello, somebody. So you can see it's there. You can delete posts. You can edit posts. So this is what we will try to learn today. Okay, so let me say what is Vuex, although I think you already have an idea. So it's a centralized store for all the components in an application. It can be only mutated in a predictable fashion, means there are some practices how you simply do things, and we cannot do it another way. I already told you about Vue command line interface. So in case you don't have it, you install this package globally with npm or yarn. And this is the setup we will be using for these concrete projects. So once you do the command to create your demo application, I chose to manually select features. And in this app, I want to show you we are using router, Vuex, CSS preprocessors is only for the CSS files, so you don't really need those, but I am using some custom CSS, so this was just easy for me. But the two things we will care about are router and Vuex. When you run this command and the command line interface creates an app for you, you will find a file that says store.js. And it will look like this. It's just a few lines. It's pretty simple. So this is your whole Vuex store. And as you can see, there are 4 keys in the object. So the first key is the state, where you will initiate the data and you will store the data. In actions, you are doing API calls. You can do synchronous things in actions. You can also do asynchronous things like the API calls. Mutations are there for editing operations. They are only sync. So basically, you just receive some data that is already fetched from somewhere. You go into the state and you replace the data or add new data, but you are not doing asynchronous operations there. And then you have getters, where you simply retrieve the data from the state. You can also put some computed functions here. So it's a simple way to access what you already have in state. Now, the state is a single object. So you will always have this structure where you have one object and you can provide as many keys as you want. It can seem confusing, but the way Vuex is designed, and I really, really love it, how it's designed, is that even though I perhaps just rewrite this variable, the other components that are consuming those ones, they won't render. So it's really made in a great way, and it doesn't matter that it's just one simple object because Vuex is done in a really smart way. So this is how perhaps your state would look in case you are doing some blog application. You would have an array of posts. You would perhaps keep some data about the user that is currently logged in, and you would have an array of your favorite articles. This is just some dummy example what we could have. This is how your mutations would look. It's the place where we modify the state. So the function, as Vuex is designed, always receives the first state argument automatically. You don't have to provide it in any way. You only provide the data. So in case we have the array of posts, like here, if we have a mutation that will simply rewrite it, which would be called post set, we get the new data and we set it like this, which is there. That's all there is to it. That's so simple, it's amazing. And the same case if you want to add a new post, for example. So we again access the array of posts and we get the data, which is, let's say, a new blog post, and we just put it in the beginning of the array. So again, it's this simple. Now there are actions which can have asynchronous operations. So this is an example of an action where you would fetch posts. We will be using this site, which provides some placeholder API calls, which is great for either a learning frontend when you don't have a working backend, or for learning such stuff as this, like working with some data store. So we are fetching an array of posts. We are using Axios for this. And then we can call the mutation from the action, because the action always receives the context parameter by default. And in the context object, you can find commit, dispatch, state, and getters. Commits are there to dispatch mutations inside an action. Dispatch is there to dispatch another action inside an action, and you can also access the state or the getters. I usually don't use those two. I have never seen a case where I needed to use it, but it's there. So we get the data, we call the mutation, we provide the data as an argument, and that's basically it. Then we have the getters, which again get the state argument by default, and we just say what we want to see. So it's pretty simple. We want posts, so we return the post key in the state object. You can also do some more complicated functionality, which is here post by ID, or you can do some computing logic, you can do some filtering in this data. So it has a big potential and it's pretty simple. This is how you would use Vuex in a component. I am sorry, the code looks kind of messy. I'm hoping this will be better once we start live coding. So it will all click together. Just don't be scared of it. So this is an example of a script section in a component. We import map actions, map getters, and map mutations from Vuex in this fashion. So if you want to access some action in a component, for example, this one that is fetching the array of posts, we do it like this. We say ... map actions and provide an array of parameters so you can map multiple actions in case you want to map post fetching, post deleting, or post updating. You just provide them as multiple parameters in the array. Map mutations works in the same way, which you would access in methods, and getters, you access them in the computed section. Because this variable is changing, we can have empty array of posts, and we can then fetch them, and we set them through the mutation. And obviously, the state is changing. We are listening to this. We want to trigger a re-render, and we want to display the post. So the life cycle of this is that component mounts. It already has access to the posts. So if we don't have any posts, we want to fetch them. Sometimes you just switch through the routes, so it can happen that you visit this component and you already have the post. So in that case, if the array is not empty, this won't happen. So this is just to ensure that we always have the data. You would then access the post variable just like any variable. If it were defined in the computed section or in the data section, you would just display a component like this. So this is our post container, and it's connected to Vuex since we are fetching the post there, and we are rendering some post component, which is just a presentational component. You can see it doesn't contain any logic. It's just rendering the title and the body of the post it already receives. So that one is pretty simple. We will live code this in a few minutes. Just going to show you a few more examples, and we will go right at it. So this is something real that we will be working with. It's the state in our Vuex demo application, which will consist just of posts. We will just fetch posts and modify them, delete them. So this is how our default state looks. There are our mutations where we want to set the posts when we fetch them. We want to be able to add a new post. We want to be able to modify a post that is already there, and we want to be able to remove a post. So when we fetch some posts, we simply rewrite the value that is already there with the data we receive. When we want to add a post, we want to add the new value at the beginning of the array, so we see the post on the top. When we want to modify a post, imagine that the data we get is a whole new post. So we already have an ID there in this object. So based on this ID, we already find the existing post and its index, and in that place, in the original post, we just replace it with the new data. So again, this is how simple Vuex is, and those two lines are enough to modify the data. As for removing, we will just make use of the native filter functionality where we will get an ID. We don't need the whole post, right, to remove it, just ID is enough. So we will map it to the existing ID, and we will return only those that where the ID is not equal to the one we want to remove. Actions might seem a little more complicated, but it's just a markup, really. So again, we are going to be fetching posts. We are going to be creating a post, updating a post, and deleting a post. So this is, again, pretty simple. We are calling getRequest on our dummy API. We slice the data because I think it's returning about 100 or so. So 20 is enough for us, so it's not confusing. And we are calling our mutation from inside the action. So same for creating, updating, and deleting. I don't think I need to explain it to you. So if it's okay, I would like to get to live coding. I already have some application prepared, so let me show you. it looks like this, where posts and new posts are empty. I just used the Vue command line interface to generate this structure again. So you can see my store is empty. What I have added is a CSS. So the site looks nice, and I have added my pages, which have just dummy text. So first, we want to start assuming that we will have an array of posts. That's correct, I think. So we would like to start with fetching a post. So let's create a new action that says post fetch, and we will have the context parameter. And we want to get the data. Let me just copy the dummy link. We want to access this URL for the post. You can see I don't have Axios. I already installed it, so I just have to import it. Okay, we have Axios now. We will get the data, and we will access the post like response.data. So let's say posts equals response.data, and we said we want to slice it because there is 100 of them, and we want to set them in our state. So we will say context commit and posts set and our array of posts. Obviously, we don't have the mutation here just now, so let me add it, where the first argument is state, the second argument is data, and all we need to do is set state post equals data. Let me check whether this is okay. I probably did some typo. Nice. This seems like we have no errors, so it's all good. We also need a getter for the posts. Getters, posts. Okay, and we want to display those posts in the, I think the library, sorry, I think it's not installed. Let me just edit. We want to display those in the posts page, which is, oh, sorry, it's this page. This is the live site. So let me just install the Axios. And I hope I don't have bad npm rc file. Okay, this looks okay. Yeah, here we want to display the post. Also, I believe in the previous talk you heard about the Vue DevTools. So it's great that Vuex has automatic integration with the DevTools. So you can see everything here that you need once we map it to the store. So let's go to the posts. We want to fetch the posts on mount. So let's say mount it, and we also need the fetching action. So methods, and here we are going to map our actions, and we are interested in this one. So on mount, let's say we want to fetch the post, and we also want to access them. So again, computed section, we need to map the getters, and we are interested in posts. So let's see how it looks. I'm going to refresh the site, posts, and I can see already Vuex bindings, and I can see some posts there. So it's great. We already have the data. Now we can add just a small check that was in the code example also. So if we don't have any posts, only then we want to fetch them. This means for you that when you open the network tab, you can see the posts are being fetched, and we are clicking around and we don't refetch them. So this is one of upsides of Vuex, is your global data. You save yourself doing so many API calls because you already had it stored inside and there's no need to refetch it. Although you will be clicking around in your app, the data will be persistent in your store, so that's great. Now that we see we actually have the posts, it would be great to display them, right? So I'm going to make a new component that says post view. I hope I remember the class names I set for myself. I think there was a post body and post actions. Okay. So here we want to render the post. So we will do a post, and we will do our amazing helper v4. We also have to provide the key, and we want to provide the post itself. So the component knows what to render. We just have to import it now. And we have to register it. Nice. So now the post is receiving the post. We have to specify as a prop, perhaps like this. Okay. And in the post body, we wish to see the post body. And in the heading, we wish to see the post title. So let's see if my blind coding is working. Wow, it is working. This is our local page. So new post is still nothing here, and posts, they are here. Nice. Now we could go into adding a post. If you can see in the prod page, the editing post and creating post is the same component. So I will show you how to reuse it, but let's start simple and go just with the creation. So this is the create post component. So again, I will have to do some new API calls. We have an API calls for fetching the posts, and we also want one for creating the post. So let's say post create, this is our default parameter, and we will obviously get some data. I think the URL works just like this. You just have to use post, and you have to provide the data you want to post. I am not sure there will be anything in the response, but we can try it. We need a new mutation to add the post. So let's say post add state data, which will be our new post, and we will do state post and shift data. I think the ID will be in the response, but I'm not entirely sure. We can check it out. Here in the create post, let's say we want to use a form, so we can submit with enter. We need a text area, and we need a button that says create. We also need some model to which we can bind the input. So let's go with data, return, and we need a body, and we need a type. So here we have a text area. We also need an input, which will be of type text. We have to bind it to our model title, and text area we have to type bind to our model body. Okay, let's give it a 5 rows, and then a button of type submit and a submit handler. So this modifier is here in order for your page not to refresh, because usually when you are submitting forms, you have to call prevent default on the event so that your site doesn't refresh. So Vue has this nice little helper that makes everything easier. So we have to create the method for submitting, and we have to map our action for creating the post, which is called post create. Now on submit, we want to call this post create with the data that we have, which is our model from here. Okay, I'm wondering, do we need anything else? Yes, probably on submit, you want to be redirected. So let's say you do a new post here, you press create, so probably you want to go back to the post. So that is something we could also do. So let's make this async. We need to wait for this result, and then we need to push ourselves to the home. I think it's called home, but let me check. Okay, it's called posts, our homepage. We can provide some placeholder like post title and post body. Okay, this looks pretty cool. As I said, I'm not sure about the response. I unfortunately don't remember it, so let's check it. Okay, seems to be working because it does give us the response of our text and a new ID, which is great. Each time you will use this API, it actually won't remember your posts. It will always give you this new ID. So when we refresh it, we lose this post. It won't be saved there for real, but it's enough to expand your Vuex knowledge as long as you work with this API and don't refresh the site. It will provide everything that you need for this kind of practice. So we are already fetching the posts and we are creating a post. So let's try delete. We need again a new action for delete, which would say post delete. And we want to not post, but I think we want to delete. And then we have to provide the ID. So for delete, you only need ID. You don't need the post body. And then we have to add a new mutation, which would say, let's say, post remove. We will receive the ID again, not the whole data. So we want to filter the posts, where if post ID doesn't equal the ID we are providing. Yeah, so only the posts where the ID doesn't equal, only those we will get. We have to alter the mutation name. Okay, nice. So here we have the posts, and I have a div ready that says post action. So let's say we want edit a delete button here, like on our prod side. Yeah, we have both edit and delete. So let's bind the deleting functionality on the delete. Now we will change our presentational components to again already have some Vuex logic. So let's add a method, handle delete. For this delete link, I will provide an empty ref parameter so it looks like a link. And we have to import actions again. So this is already classic, always the same syntax. Now provide the action name. And we are supposed to create a handle delete method that would call delete on the given post ID. So we have the post as a prop. We just do this. We provide the post ID as a parameter. Again, we don't wish to redirect. This should be okay. So I didn't do the redirecting create post. So let me do that next. Let's see if this works. This looks pretty okay to me. So the delete looks like a link, although you can see the ref parameter is pointing to nowhere. Let's see. Doesn't work. Some mistake in my API call, it seems. Oh, I forgot here this time. Okay, let's try it again. Seems to be working here, but our store is not working. So perhaps my check for removing is wrong. Okay, I didn't provide the ID parameter here. I just copied this. So we don't actually need the response because it's just an empty object. So there's nothing it can give us. We just need to wait for the call to complete. So third time's the charm or not? I'm sorry. Okay, our API call seems to be working. So we have to identify what's wrong here. So let's see what kind of ID we are getting and what kind of posts we have. Okay, this looks pretty cool. This also looks like a number. Sometimes it happens that when you are getting the parameter from the URL, it's a string. So sometimes you have a type mismatch of a string and number, but it seems like it just might stress when presenting. So probably just something I wrote wrong here. Let me give a second, please. Okay, my bad. I didn't include the equal sign. So actually now we are filtering it, yes, but we need to, of course, rewrite the result, just like we do here. So now it should be cool. Okay, so our delete is working. Again, our dump API, when you refresh it, the post will be back up, but it's a great exercise. And now I believe the only thing we have left is editing of the post. So it would be great if we could just reuse this component, right? Because it has everything we need. It has an input and a text area. So it would be great if we could just go here. So let me register a new route for the edit. Okay, we have a route for the edit where we will provide the ID of the post, but you can see the create post component is being reused for both of it. So we have to be ready that this component sometimes will receive the ID and there will be an edit. So first, let's add the link for the edit here. We will use just Vue router. So router link, and it will point to, we will provide a name of the route, which is edit, and we need an ID parameter. So ID, and it's our post ID. Okay, now we are in the edit, but obviously this is not populated because we didn't add that logic. But we are here and we know the ID of the post we want to find. So suddenly you are facing an issue here in create post, because let's say you visit this page and you don't have any posts, right? You don't know what they are. So suddenly also in this creation section, you have to fetch the posts because in case of edit, you have to access this post. So let's also add the logic that is here in the post. Let's edit to create post. We have to add together for the post. Yes, methods computed. We have to, okay, we have map getters already. So even when you mount create posts now, if you don't have any posts here, the API call to fetch them will still happen. Now we can actually know whether we are in the editing mode or not. So we can create a computed variable that will say is edit, and it will just say, if you have some ID in the route parameters, this is an edit. And if you don't have the ID, it's not. So let's see. we are in this component, and it says isEdit is true. And when we go to new post, isEdit is false. So this is great, smart. We already know when we are editing. Now, when you initialize the page, you want to populate this with the post that you have stored, because we want to edit that post. So let's do it in some smart way. Handle inputs, fill. I would move this logic here, and I would call this method onMount. Let's make it an async one and await the results, a result for the post. Okay. Now we will get the post's value from this. We just have to also return it. So you can do this. Okay. This way you can get the value even in the internal state of the component. So we want to find the post. So if this is an edit mode, we want to fill the model with the value of the post we find. We have to filter them where posts ID equals the one we have in the URL. And this is the tricky part. I told you the URL ID will always be a string, and we have a number ID. So we have to convert it here. This still tricks me, like sometimes I forget I have a type mismatch. So just a good thing to keep in mind. Let's look whether we have the correct post, and we can fill the model. Let's see, we are in edit. I have something wrong here. So posts fetch is not an action because I didn't import it right. Again, let's try. And we did find a post. My bad on using filter on the array that gives us an array. As a result, we need one single object. So again, this is working, just some bad parameter on my side. So yeah, it's a typo here. So let's go through it. When we mount the component, always we call this method that is called handle inputs fill. This handle inputs fill has a variable that is called posts, and there we store our internal posts. However, the case can happen where you open a fresh component and it doesn't have the posts stored. And in that case, you want to wait for the result of posts fetch, and you want to populate our internal variable with the result. So in case I do this and I have nothing in the store, you can see it's empty for a split second there, and then we have the data populated. Now, yeah, if edit mode, we will find that particular post based on the ID in the URL, and we will populate our model. You can see the button says create. So obviously, when we are updating a post, we want it to say update. So if it's edit mode, say update. Otherwise, say create. Here we see update now. It's pretty smart. Now the last thing we need to do is when we actually press the update, we want to make a different API call because we have a post create API call, and we also need a post update API call. So here we have a handle submit method, which is post create by default. So we want to do update when it's edit. So let's create a new variable that is promise. And if this is an edit mode, the promise we wish to do is post update. Otherwise, the promise we wish to do is post create. Then we will just await set promise. Okay. Now we, of course, need to create this logic. So we have a post create. and we also need a post update, where we will use a put method in our dummy API, and we need to provide the ID in that URL because you are editing an existing post. So the ID will be in the data itself, and you need to provide the data actual that is being rewritten. So we need, again, to add a new method mutation. So how should we call it? This is called post update. So this can be called post edit, state data. Okay. So first we need to find the index of the post that we are modifying. So let's do it. And we just need to rewrite it in the same index place. So state posts at the index position, we need to rewrite the old data with the new data. So I hope this is okay. This is the action we need to call. Okay, it's mapped here. It's here. Yeah. I think we can give it a shot. So let's try to edit the first post. Test and body. Okay, this is something wrong on my side. Seems like I am not providing the data, as you can see, undefined in the URL. So I am wondering why I am sending this model. I do have the data here, so let's see what we receive here. Oh, I am not sending the ID. Do you know why that is? Because here where we are populating the object, I didn't populate the actual ID from the post. So we can add it in the model. And although we will not modify it manually, we still are providing it in the case of edit, where we need that ID in order to map the post to its original version. So let's give it a shot again. This is the first one. Test, edit. Let's try it. And it looks amazing, except for duplicate keys. I wonder why this happened, because this should have an ID of 2, right? It will be pretty sure some small failure from my side in this live code version, so I apologize to you for that. But in case you are interested in the code I wrote where I wasn't kind of under pressure, you have the repository which has all the code that we coded here. It may be a little different. I think I made the creation and modifying of the post a little different, but you can still access this and go through it and see how it should be done. So I'm not sure if there are any questions, because I wasn't watching the chat when I was doing the coding, so I see the chat now. Oh, so sending the whole post object via the router, wouldn't it work? Well, I haven't tried it, but I wouldn't say that sending data through the router is a good practice, because this is especially what Vuex or other state management library is created for. So your data is a concrete place and you always access it from this place. I think accessing it through the route is not reliable and not secure either. Like, of course, you would find a way how to send it in parameters. You would do something like edit, and yeah, you would do title something and body something. But I don't think that's generally the way you want to go about managing your application.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dana. So yeah, that was really, really good to see a worked example of how you might actually set up a store. And I think, again, for anyone who's not used Vuex before, they've got the repo, they've seen you do it, they've again, like all these live demos, for people who are junior on Vue, I think this is really, really useful. Someone can actually go. And I think also from someone who's like a senior developer, seeing you go through in your process for sort of, especially in a live coding situation, being able to see how someone who actually is at a senior level deals with these issues is really, really helpful. Because for people thinking, oh, I have to get it right first time, no, you absolutely don't. But it's, you know, you work through, you approach it logically. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to take this opportunity to bring in our previous speakers. So we have David here, and we have Alexandre here. So thank you both as well for your presentations. Just getting up all the agenda. So we've got a bit of extra time, so we can actually just start working our way through the questions. So again, we're looking at the chats. If anybody has any specific questions, we'll be happy to fire them through. Someone has some background noise, so I'm just going to mute you both individually to see who it is. It's not Alexander. Okay, there's a bit of background noise on David's mic, so David, if I can ask you to please mute yourself when you're not talking, and then thank you. So yes, some really nice stuff. I think we touched on Vuex, generally Vue itself, and Vue 3. So there's a couple of really good questions have come through. So maybe we can start as a general coverage of the three topics you spoke about. So let's talk a little bit about Vue 3. So maybe, David, you spoke about what you like about Vue, predominantly Vue 2. How does Vue 3 change that, if at all? What exactly are you most looking forward to in Vue 3? And I wonder if you could talk about that a bit. And then maybe, Alexander, we could go on to talking about the composition API in a bit more detail.
Yeah, hi. I've touched a little bit on Vue 3. I haven't used it in practice, but one of the things they're trying to get away from in Vue 3 is there's this concept of mix-ins where you can, bring code in from another component or another file to be able to reuse and repurpose that in, along amongst your application. And in Vue 3, they're introducing, the composition API where you can encapsulate a lot of the methods and computed properties and whatnot into one object that you can then import into other files in your application. It does add a little bit of complexity to the simplicity of Vue, but it is, like, from a logical, evolution of the application, it's a very good thing to be able to encapsulate and repurpose code. So there has been some talk about it because one of the great things about Vue was that it was very simple to use, and no, you don't have to use the composition API, but it does add a little bit more complexity. So those who might be junior developers might find this a little bit more advanced, but I think it's just going to be something that's going to, get used to. That's one of the things that the big sort of, feature of Vue 3 that I can showcase. So yeah.
And then, so then this brings us to our first question from the audience, which Alexander, you touched on a little bit, which is some of the benefits of the composition API. I think you highlighted it when you showed that there's a bit more of an integrated setup process. All the code is in one place. But could you sort of go into that a bit more detail? We have this composition API, and some people might be asking, hey, all I see is a different way of doing the same thing, and it even looks more verbose than before. So could you please touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I was expecting exactly this question at the first time, so it's cool I'm prepared. So first of all, I just want to say composition API or options API do exactly the same thing, probably in different ways, but everything you can do with composition API, you can do it also with options API in different ways. David spoke about mixins. Composition API is made for reusability. Mixins are made for reusability, but it's different way to code. What I really like in composition API, I would say in two things. Mixins are cool, but there is something I'm not a great fan. It's mixins is not very easy to understand when you're not common. Sometimes you arrive to a code, you have some properties, some methods which are defined inside your mixin, and if you don't check it, you will take time to understand why you have this kind of method here and where it's called and where it's defined. So it's a bit like sometimes hard to read. With composition API, you have everything inside. So for sure, it's a huge function and everything is included. And at the end, you have the return object, which includes everything you can have inside your template. So first, it's the first thing I would like to say. And so with some composition API, like it said inside the documentation, you can really split your code if it's a huge page or R component. The second thing, which is mainly my own observation, it's a bit more closer to what you can have in native JavaScript. What I want to say is, if you take a look, for example, in Svelte in this moment, which is like this new framework, it's closer to the composition API, and you have one just function you will call, and it will do exactly what you want to have. And setup function is more or less the same way to code. And like I said, it will go closer to native JavaScript. Let's imagine in the future, in 2 years or maybe further, maybe Vue will be a tiny bit more deprecated, less show time. Maybe you want to change your framework, and it will be probably easier to migrate from composition API instead of options API. I don't want to say Vue will be deprecated soon, but it's obviously something, it will happen sometimes. It's like Backbones or jQuery or old ancestors, which are outside the past. So it's my second observation about what can bring composition API. And yes, for sure, it will be a bit more messy, I think, because what is very good inside Options API, you have everything organized, you have your methods, you have your properties, your data. Options API, it's like, it can be messy for sure. So just be careful with this and try to stay organized, and everything will be good with composition API.
That's actually a great point. Is you're writing less Vue-specific code and more JavaScript, which, depending on how much you like JavaScript, may or may not be a good thing. But I can definitely see the value from having something that's easy to migrate and for other people easy to pick up. I guess it kind of comes into a question for Alexandre and Jana, which is this follow-up one, which is, I'd like a take from both of you, which is, where does Vue 3 and the composition API leave Vuex? The sensationalist question is, does it make Vuex obsolete? I suspect no, but it'd be good to get both of your takes on that. So I don't know who would like to jump in. Maybe Johnny could jump in first, and then Alexandre will come back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I will upset you with my response. I'm sorry, but I haven't been able to try composition API. So I don't have much to say to this question.
Okay, so I can continue. So in my experience, Vuex won't be obsolete for sure. I already tried to don't use it, and I was a bit in lag sometimes. So just be careful. Composition API, it's another, it's something which is different than Vuex. Vuex is made for storing inside your application different data you can find everywhere. Composition API is for displaying. So I don't think saying composition API and Vuex are the same thing. I would probably more compare something called Reactivity API, which is also new, and it's very important for Composition API, because when you use Composition API, you have to use this reactivity, or you will have some troubles when you will do some rendering inside your template. And for sure, you can do stuff you can do with Vuex inside this reactivity API. But I advise you, it's probably a good idea to keep Vuex inside your mind, because when you use some like huge applications, it's a good way to use Vuex. The core team created a new version of Vuex, which is not for nothing, I think, and it's probably good to keep it. And everything made in Vuex is made with people who work a lot with Vue, which are like people who know perfectly the framework, and they know better than everyone here, I'm sure, how to use Vuex, and I'm quite sure you should be aware they are better than us. So let's keep using Vuex with Vue free.
Okay, cool. I think building on that, something that is evolving more and more in the JavaScript world and becoming more prevalent with Vue is to do with TypeScript. So a lot of people will be asking, how can I use TypeScript with Vue? I think Vue 2 suffered a little bit in the TypeScript support for things like Vuex. Some people having difficulties. So I think if we could get an answer from the three of you. So again, starting with Jana, do you use TypeScript with Vue 2? If so, how do you implement it? Do you have any solutions for what is a little bit tricky? Then maybe Alexandre, have you seen any benefits of using TypeScript with Vue 3? And then maybe David, could you speak a bit about generally like why people should consider or not consider using TypeScript on their Vue projects? So sorry, I should open that first up to Jana. Could you just speak a little bit about TypeScript and Vue?
Sorry to be disappointing again, but I actually don't work with Vue professionally. That was a few years ago that I did, and I didn't use TypeScript, and I do use TypeScript now, but I work with it in React. So Vue is for my personal projects on the side where I usually don't introduce TypeScript. So again, I'm sorry, but not much I can say on the topic.
No problem at all. So maybe David, could you do you use TypeScript, and is it something that you think people should consider using in Vue? What's your opinion of it?
Use it on private personal projects, but I'm a little bit familiar with TypeScript. So to those who are a little bit junior, TypeScript just allows developers to cast the data types a little bit more stricter, and that was introduced in Vue 3. I'm not sure if you can use it in Vue 2, but it's been introduced in Vue 3 as part of the framework. And I don't know how that plays with Vuex. I don't have any experience with that. But that's really what the TypeScript is going to be used for in Vue 3 is to allow data errors to not happen by being a little bit more strict with the data types using TypeScript.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. And then finally, Alexandre, have you seen any difference then in TypeScript with Vue 3? Have you seen better support or improved support? Does it work better with, say, Composition API? I wonder if you could go into a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. I have a good experience with TypeScript. To be honest, I'm not the best fan of TypeScript. I come from Angular stuff, and everything in Angular is made with TypeScript. So it was probably probably something I didn't really like in Angular, but never mind. I will be more neutral. Just TypeScript and Vue. So if I had this debate few weeks ago in my main project, and it was quite funny because people wanted to use TypeScript. So I already had a lot of things saying if it's good or not to use TypeScript. In my opinion, you have to be careful with TypeScript and Vue. my first argument is you have everything written inside the documentation online, which is our Bible, written without TypeScript. Of course, there is some parts which are in TypeScript, but it's very, very few instead of using ECMAScript. So be careful if you're not common with TypeScript, you might have some troubles to take your different examples of how to use code. Second time, Vue has some different validators inside your properties, and now since Vue 3 inside your emitters. So everything you can do with TypeScript, if you want to use it for validating your data, your objects, you can do it with validation functions, which are already inside the Vue core. So you can do it with it. But obviously, you can use TypeScript. Like I said during my speech, Vue 3 is made with TypeScript. So that means you have inside your IDE some implementation. You can have like easy stuff to take your different methods with TypeScript. So it's cool. So if you want to use TypeScript, so yes, you can use it without any problem. Just be careful. You might have some troubles sometimes, like from documentation. And if you don't want to use it and you want to have like a validation system, you can have it perfectly with validators.
Cool, makes sense. And I think, yeah, a lot of people should bear that in mind. You've got all these examples, you have support without it, so you don't have to add it to everything just because a lot of people are. I think that's a good piece of advice. A more general question, I've got it here. I think maybe David, could you start on this? What one thing, you mentioned all the things that you like about Vue, so what is one thing that you'd change about it if you could?
I'd have to think about that. I can't think of anything that I don't like about it, to be honest with you. I've just had generally a positive experience with it. Sometimes the Vue inspector will be disabled. I find just small things like that seem that's just, you know, it's kind of like icing on the cake. It's not really part of Vue per se, but it's a plugin. Sometimes I find you're trying to inspect something and it goes all gray on you. And, I don't know. It's just, you know, it's a third-party library, so sometimes those things are not well supported. But you know, I'm hoping that you know, as Vue grows, they'll just maintain the same kind of steady pace where they're like keeping the developer in mind and trying to make things easy for the developer. And other than that, I've had a pretty good experience with it. Starting to get into unit testing and using the Vue test library. It's been, you know, a little bit of a learning curve, but I don't think that has anything really to do with Vue. Just with unit testing in general can be problematic, trying to debug it and whatnot. But other than that, I've been pretty happy with it.
Good to hear. Yeah, unit tests can be a funny one. Jana, same question to you. What one thing would you change about Vue from your experience if you could?
It was hard to find something because overly Vue is just amazing and so is the developer experience. But one thing I actually had to Google and it wasn't really easy to implement is coming from a React world, I use higher order components quite a lot. So I came from some React project and did some Vue project, and I was like, I could use higher order component to reuse this fetching logic or something. So it is possible to do. I had to Google some tutorial and the syntax was kind of not common for me. It was possible. Maybe there could be an easier way, but with the composition API, I guess the question arises, is it needed anymore? So that's just one kind of issue that I had, but I was still able to solve it. And I can say nothing bad about the Vue, just the whole experience is great. Yeah.
That's a good answer. Two good answers. Alexandre, you know, give us a very damning third answer, or are we going to be okay?
Yeah, no, I can add something. So I'm a SaaS user, so everything I created from my style, it's mainly made with SaaS. And I had some troubles to use some variables inside SaaS, for everything around colors, everything around media queries. And for the moment, I know there was some improvement with Vue 3, but it's still a bit complicated to load your own variables inside all your different styles. And it's still a bit tricky. I know I'm using Nuxt in this moment, and I have some stuff to do, but it's not very, very, very good to do like that. And if I would like to change something, maybe doing something more intuitive to keep your variables for everything else. And if we go further, but it's very, very, very tiny, I took the example of Svelte just previously. And what's funny, Svelte, in fact, it doesn't have any template element. Everything from this file .svelte it's HTML, and I think it's pretty cool. Maybe we shouldn't need this template elements at the root of your HTML. Maybe you should put it directly inside your root of your files. But it's very simple. It's almost nothing. That's why I want to keep. Oh, maybe last thing, but Vue 3 changed it. The multi-root component was a bit tricky for me. I didn't really like to put some empty divs inside my code. Now it's forbidden. So now we can do whatever we want in the root of your component. So it's quite cool.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's the first time you run into it, like I didn't realize that was a limitation. Couple of questions came through. I'm going to give one that I think a lot of people are asking, which is, Jana, how do you cope having a white IDE?
I appreciate my eyes. Thank you very much.
We have a couple of questions on Vuex. One which was asked in a couple of different ways, which was to do with the global store, which is what would you recommend putting in the global store? What would you recommend putting in namespace modules? Have you got any sort of ideas about best practice for sticking in the global store versus splitting out into components or in a namespace module, something like that?
Mm-hmm. I know this is a war because I know some people who just generally put everything in the global store, which in my opinion, you shouldn't do. So for me, the rule of the thumb is this kind of data that I want to store, do I access it from more place in my app? Because in time when you come to a stage where you have a bigger app and you have some routes, let's say multiple views, you naturally lose the data as you destroy the views and introduce new views. So if you are working with some data, let's say the blog, more spaces. So you have a page for displaying the articles, and you have a page for modifying the articles, and you have a page for liking the articles. It's a good idea to store the articles in a global store. But for something that you only need in one component, I definitely wouldn't put it in a global store. In real life applications, this is often case for, let's say, a loading spinner. A component has a loading spinner, and you have 100 of those in your application. And only the component itself cares about its state. Am I spinning right now, or am I not? And once you destroy the component and you render another, you don't care whether your old component is spinning or not. So this is something you would put in your internal state. Also forms, when you are creating some kind of data and you create it, you put it somewhere, you submit an API call, you don't care about it anymore. Also, those form states, I wouldn't use global state for it, because you find yourself, again, having multiple components, multiple forms in a form UI, and your state is so bloated with forms you aren't even using. So ask yourself, am I using this in multiple views? Am I? Yes, global store. No, only internal stores in app.
Yeah, makes sense. You'll regret it later if you have a huge store that's impossible to untangle, basically. I guess probably we've got time for one more, which I think would probably be just as a general one, again, if we could get an answer from all three of you, sort of what one feature or library of Vue is either your favorite or you think more people should be aware of. This could be a library, a feature, it could be from Vue 3 or Vue 2. So maybe David, could start with you again.
Yeah, this kind of ties in with that question about what don't I like about Vue. One of the things I noticed about comparing Angular with Vue is Angular has a lot of built-in functionality, a lot of good things overloaded. But one of the things that is good is they have built-in validation. With Vue, you can build your own validation for your inputs. However, they do have a library that you can use called VueValidate. I think it's sort of in its infancy. It's supported by Vue, but it's not part of Vue. It's a third-party library. I found it a little bit cumbersome to use, and I think it could use some improvement, a little bit more level. But it is good that somebody has taken the time to build this. It's probably something that just needs a little bit more improvement in the future. And another feature of Vue that I think people should be aware of, this is actually super important. So when you're starting a new project, often developers have different standards of coding. One of the great things about Vue is if you look at their documentation wiki, there's actually a standard of how you should be coding with Vue. And I think that is super, super important. So that way everybody's on board and is on the same page. It's a, obviously it's a soft kind of feature, but it's a really nice thing to have. My personal experience, like with my team I'm working with now, we had a lot at the beginning of the project how we should be coding and whatnot. So this was something that I brought to the table as a way to kind of mediate between the developers as a sort of a starting point of how we should be building our coding standards.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, I think I've used the validation library. So Vue validates. Like I said, it does take a little bit of time to get your head around, but I do think it's a good feature, and I think, yeah, give it a go. Alexandre, could you sort of jump in and give us a highlight, maybe Vue 3 or not Vue 3? Any feature that you think you'd like to highlight, any library or anything you think people should be using more of?
Okay. I mean, I didn't want to speak Vue 3 because I already talked about a lot of features during my speech. There is new stuff. They are quite nice, like teleport, for example. I wanted just to remind you some feature people don't really understand and don't use it. It's a provide inject, which is not very common. I've been in different projects and nobody used it. Like translating the data by properties from children, and you have the ability to provide an injector inside a root component from one of your children, not from the first level, but from any level you want. And sometimes it's very interesting when you are doing some kind of code. For sure, it won't replace a Vuex, a store, but it might be interesting. And I just want to give a last tip. If you are doing a Vue application for B2C, let's have like 5 minutes to check what is Nuxt. Why? Because if you are doing a SPA, you might have some trouble with SEO and with some sharing on social networks, etc. So if you need to do some online website, just check if you can do like a ECSAR, and you might have some like good tips for the next weeks, and might have like some headache in less for weeks. So check it if you need it.
Yes, good to provide inject. Yeah, I have to admit, I know it's there, but exactly like you said, I've never used it. I actually just go straight to Vuex. But I think that's a good tip. Sometimes you don't need to go the whole 9 yards. You actually have a tool right there. John, I think if you wouldn't mind closing us off with one feature would you like to expand upon?
Okay, one I absolutely love using is custom V model binding. I'm not sure whether people are familiar with it and whether they are using it, but I definitely am. So you have vModel natural support on inputs, text areas, and that stuff. But you can actually code any component to accept the vModel prop by passing down the value, and the child that has the value passed down, it emits an event that is called input and passes the value up. So that's how you code a custom vModel. You provide the vModel and it receives it as value and emits an input. So you can have some kind of complicated selects or your own components with filtering and stuff, and you can simply bind the data using vModel. So when I found it out, I was like, wow, this is magic. And I was using it ever since.
Yeah, it's cool. And I think Vue 3 makes that even easier because you're not limited to just value and input. So that's actually low key. I think that's what I'm most excited for about Vue 3. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Again, really appreciate your time and you coming on board to have all these questions and for taking the time to prepare the presentation, all these different topics. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for sharing, answering questions. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
No problem. See ya. So I'm just going to remove everyone from the chats. And to everyone here, I'm going to say thank you very much. As a moderator, this will be the last you'll see from me. We'll be passing it over to another moderator after a short break. Been really, really good to watch everyone here. I just want to shout out a couple of things. From Geekle, we would like to say thank you very much for everyone who's attending. There's actually a giveaway for our events in terms of anyone who's going to post on Twitter and tag the official Geekle account, which is the @GeekleOfficial, all one word. I don't know if that's going to appear on the screen right now. If you make a Twitter post with that tag, posting what you liked, either the event, topic, or speaker, there'll be 5 winners, and each winner will get 3 free tickets for the event. So there's a giveaway happening. And then finally, there's just a final shout out about the game development conference. So we talked about the cybersecurity conference. There was a flash sale there. We've also got a game development global summit. So this is right here. So again, flash sale. I think the quote I've got here is that every second game developer initially wanted to be a game developer. Instead, they became a master of CSS. So you wanted to move action figures around, you ended up centering divs. If that's you, then maybe you should be coming to the game development blog. So there's a game development community gathering amazing artists and developers from top studios to share knowledge and skill with the attendees. You'll get use cases from Unity experts, networking with the global community, insights from team leads of Ubisoft, interesting unique cases from famous game designers, and it'll be $79 instead of $149. But this is limited to 20 tickets only, and only for the next 2 hours. So for anyone who wants to avail themselves, be quick. You can either use the code or scan the QR code on this banner. That's it from me. There'll be a 10-minute break, and then we will start the next block. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
What we do here is go back.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. My name is Konstantinos Paschopoulos. I am joining you live from Milan in Italy. It's very sunny today, and I will be your moderator for the next 2 blocks. Next up, we have 4 presentations about Nuxt.js. After that, we're going to have a Q&A with the presenters. And our first presenter is going to be Filip Rakowski. He's going to be joining us from Poland. And he is the CTO and co-founder of Vue Storefront. And he's going to be doing a presentation about optimizing Nuxt without removing features. He's going to be telling us all about how they did that in Vue Storefront. His presentation is going to be starting shortly. I hope everyone's ready. I would like to remind you that you can leave us all of your questions in the comments, either on YouTube or in the Geekle platform, and we will make sure that they will be answered at the Q&A sessions. I hope you enjoy. We have some very interesting presentations coming up, and I will add Filip to our call.
Hello.
Hello, Filip. How's it going?
Hey, everything is fine. Very
Nice.
fine. The weather is awesome. Finally, the pandemic is getting a little bit under control in Poland. I'm not sure how it is elsewhere, so everything is going fine.
It's fine.
Hope it's the same on your side.
Sorry?
I hope it's the same on your side.
Yes, it's been a good day so far. It's, yes, as you said, the pandemic is going good. We hope we have a good summer. It's getting pretty hot, so I'm hoping to be able to go to the beaches soon, but we'll see. Okay, I will remove myself and I will add your presentations, and you're good to go. Good luck.
Okay, so let me start. I'm assuming everything is clear and you guys see everything. So today, I would like to talk about the optimizing Nuxt.js application without removing features. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity to do this on this event. And what I will be showing is based on some learnings we did in Vue Storefront, and it's also based on my learnings based on working with Nuxt.js itself. Not everything here is applicable to all the Nuxt.js applications, but I hope that at least few of the tips that I have shown today will be useful for you, and also that I will be able to a little bit change your mindset about performance optimizations and how it should be perceived. So first of all, let me introduce myself, of course. So I am Filip Rakowski. I'm CTO and co-founder of Vue Storefront. And probably some of you will be asking right now, okay, so what is Vue Storefront? And like the easiest way to think about this is that this is a head for your e-commerce frontend. We also call it bodiless e-commerce frontend. What I mean by this, we see right now that there is this huge headless movement. All the headless e-commerce platforms like Commerce Tools, all the headless CMSs like Storybook. By the way, Sam Snopko from Storybook is talking after me, so make sure to be on his talk. And all these headless technologies, they still need this head. So the head in this case is frontend, and Vue Storefront is basically this frontend where you can plug in different headless technologies. And whatever e-commerce stack you're using, you probably would be able to use Vue Storefront with that. And it's highly performant, super customizable, flexible, and it's open source, so you can check it even now. And one of the problems that we are trying to solve with Vue Storefront is poor performance of enterprise e-commerce stores. And let me show you why this is a problem. So if you run a Lighthouse, which is, if you don't know Lighthouse, this is a tool to audit websites, and it's giving you a nice score, a single number below 0 and 100, that is telling you how good your website is performing. So if this is super fast, then you're scoring 100. If this is super slow, you're scoring 1 or something like this. Of course, this is a major simplification. I will talk about this a little bit later, but this is Lighthouse. And if you run Lighthouse or almost any huge enterprise e-commerce website, you will see results like this. So AliExpress is always shown as an example of a great progressive web application, and they are known for being very fast. But the reality is that it is not performing very well, like in the Lighthouse score. But thankfully, AliExpress users don't seem to be hurt by this, which we can see in the field data. And this is something I really want to talk about a little bit. Because if you are benchmarking any website, the actual score, so this Lighthouse score that is in this case 41, this is the least important factor. Because Lighthouse test is always performed under certain conditions, and the result is called a lab data. So this is what you see at the bottom, and this is from what you have the score. And the lab data, it almost never represent the conditions that are really for majority of your users. This is usually performed in some Google data center that is closest to you, or some specific device. Usually it is for the web. For the mobile version, I think it's Motorola G4. So if all your users are close to you, and if all your users are using Motorola G4, then the score is relevant to you. But we all know that this is not something that is true for anyone. So field data, the one that we see in a green frame, is far, far more important, because this is representing the real scores from your users. And this is collected from Google Chrome and Android devices from the last 13 or 28 days. So this is something you should really take care of, and this is something you should optimize for. So as you can see here, even though AliExpress is not the best optimized website, it is still delivering a very, very good performance for majority of their users. And I guess this is one of the key reasons they are leaving it like this, because they just don't need to optimize further. And if you are benchmarking your website, please remember that the only part that has a real impact on your business is this field data. Lab data is mostly there to show you if there was any kind of improvement over the previous iteration, and to give like a general overview if you are scoring good or bad. Unfortunately, other big players are not as lucky as AliExpress. And Adidas, they have a terrible lab test score, and their field data is only slightly better. Walmart is very similar in there. Low score for the lab data, also mediocre score for the field data. And this one is interesting case. So even though we have a very decent lab test score here, the field data is rather bad. So this is why business owners shouldn't really care much about the Lighthouse scores, because even though if you show this to a business persona and they will say, okay, this is awesome, we have 73, this is a super huge score, majority of the users is having very poor performance. And actually, I checked like a very subjective list of top 70 e-commerce websites, and the average Lighthouse score was 20. And before you get shocked, let's think for a moment, like, should this even be a surprise? Because I think this shouldn't be a surprise, because e-commerce is complex, and performance, this is kind of a trade-off. Because if we have a lot of features, then we have a lot of code that we have to ship, that we have to execute, and because of that, we have much worse performance. So the more complex site is, the worse is performance. The simpler site is, the better performance is. And this is why every time someone is posting, their personal blog on Twitter, and they're saying, hey, right now I have a super nice optimized website that is scoring 100 on Lighthouse, I'm not impressed, because it's fairly easy to have 100 on a blog, but do it for a very complex e-commerce website, and then you're the boss. So majority of websites is complex, and we have to agree on that. And we see that from the average loading time, which is far, far longer than most of us can handle waiting. Actually, like half of us gets irritated after 3 seconds of waiting. So does it mean that all these enterprise websites and huge applications are doomed and will always suffer from bad performance and super high bounce rates because of their complexity, because they have a lot of features? Or maybe there is a way to significantly improve performance of our applications but still keep all the features. So this is what I would like to talk about today. And from the last year, we are building a new version of Vue Storefront on Nuxt.js. It is called Vue Storefront 2. And one of the key problems that we are solving with it is this performance. And the fact that if you are adding much more features, then you will probably sacrificing much more performance. So this is not something that can be fully avoided, but we found a way to avoid it to some degree. And we are almost done, or actually done, with the features of the application itself. So we started thinking about all these different ways of decreasing their impact on our performance. And we started at the beginning of this year to optimize Vue Storefront 2. And even though we are not done yet, I mean, of course, performance optimization is actually a process that is always running and should always happen. But we haven't done yet, in a sense that we still have a lot of things on our list to improve, but we already have a great result. The above score is from a fully featured e-commerce demo in Nuxt Universal mode, which usually scores much, much lower than, for example, statically generated website. And this is also without any server-side caching layer. So this is as it is. Every time we're entering a website, everything is being computed on the server and sent to the browser. And we already started from, let's say, a pretty well-optimized stage, which means there was no quick means like removing 3 megabytes of unused JavaScript or something like this. So we had to think about other ways. And we did a huge optimization because somehow we managed to cut down our overall asset size served to the front end by 40%. And you know what's best? The best is that all the features work like previously. We haven't removed a single feature. So you may ask, okay, how you did that? This is impossible. This is probably a cheap pitch. On the next slide, I will try to sell you Vue Storefront. But in reality, it's not. And bear with me, because on the next slide, I will show you how we did that. So please don't close your browser, and let me share all the steps and all the techniques that we have used to achieve that. So first of all, before I will show you this, let's deal with one huge misconception. And this misconception is that if you are building a single page application or front-end application, everything, all the code that you're writing should be put it on the front end or on the client side. This is really a huge misconception, and I think that's the root of all evil right now when we are talking about huge bundle sizes of progressive web apps or generally like client-side applications. Because the recommended overall critical path asset size. Critical path is a path when you're entering website and you are rendering and executing all the things that are required for your website to fully load. So we are not taking into account things that are lazy loaded, etc. So the recommended overall maximum asset size for this critical path is 170 kilobytes of compressed data. And by overall asset size, I mean this is including HTML, this is including CSS, this is including JavaScript and images. So everything above this number is perceived as a potential performance bottleneck. And quick disclaimer, I read some article at the beginning of this year. I think they have exceeded this limit 100 kilobytes or a little bit less, but this is still a pretty low number. I wasn't able to find this article for some reason, so I left the old guidelines, but the specs of the devices, they went up. So because of that, they increased this limitation. Okay, so we see this 170 kilobytes. Let it be even 250 kilobytes. Now compare it to the reality, because I'm pretty sure most of the developers have no idea about this recommendation, because otherwise this reality wouldn't look like this. So the real average asset size is almost 2 megabytes of compressed data. These numbers are so bad. I don't even know where to start. And the more you analyze this chart, the more bad things you see. As for example, if you compare the mobile and desktop size, they are almost identical, which means people are not optimizing for mobile devices that much. They are serving exactly the same JavaScript. They are serving exactly the same images. They are serving exactly the same HTML templates. There are no huge differences between mobile and desktop version of the application, except the fact that we have just a smaller screen. And again, the worst thing about this is that we are talking about the transfer size, which means this is a compressed data. So it's not like you have only 2 megabytes of data. No. You have 2 megabytes of compressed data. Think how much would it be if you uncompress it on the front end, and how much it would be if you have to run this or on a very old and low-end device like Motorola G4, for example. And almost 1/4 of that is JavaScript. So we are shipping 0.5 megabyte of compressed JavaScript. And it's important to mention here that megabyte is not equal megabyte. For example, if we are talking about the images, a 2 megabyte image will load and download will be downloaded at the same time that 2 megabytes of JavaScript, but the 2 megabytes of JavaScript still has to be executed. So we have to add the download time to the execution time, and depending on the device, depending on the network, some could be more important, some could be less important. Anyway, we are shipping 0.5 megabyte of compressed JavaScript on average, and really you don't even want to know how long it will take to execute something like this on the low-end device or download this on the 3G network. Okay, so this is where we are now, and this is the current state of the front end. It's not very good, but this is where we are. Now, what we did in Vue Storefront to not be one of those sites. So what we are doing to not contribute to those high charts, and how we did that in a way that let us keep all of our features. Before I show you what we did, I want to quickly get through different types of features that we could have in our application. So e-commerce and CMS integrations. So e-commerce, let it be Magento, Shopify, Shopware, CMS, Storybook, Content Stack, Strapi, Sanity. They all have some kind of SDKs, and they are the ones that contribute the most to the overall bundle size of our application. And usually they also have their own extension system, and these extensions sometimes are also SDKs by themselves. So next, we have a general shop business logic, not tied to any specific integration. We also have a UI logic in Vue.js, and this is like many components, sometimes UI libraries, some directives. And we also have a lot of data transformations, as we want our code to be the same for every e-commerce backend. This is specific to Vue Storefront because we are backend agnostic. And we also have numerous packages related to GraphQL and Apollo. And all of that was initially in the front end, like it is in the most SPAs out there. And this is why we have so huge bundles. And this is how it should look like. And this is what we did. So we moved everything that was mandatory for the UI layer, which is a front-end layer, to the server side. Because this code, it doesn't matter where it executes, except on the front-end side, it is executing on the user's device, and it is being downloaded by the user. On the server side, this is always executed at the same environment, and user doesn't have to download this. And this is not only contributing to much smaller bundle size, but also it's letting us cache some of the results of the computations and share these results with different users. In the front end, actually, any type of caching that you're doing is only for these particular users. And this, in some cases, can give you bigger performance benefits than the bundle size optimization. But wait, you probably noticed that I also put it here, Apollo and queries. So apart from like this regular optimizations, we have a few dirty and pretty hacky solutions like this one. And this is something we talked a lot about. Because when I was analyzing our bundle to see what we can potentially move to the server side, I noticed that a huge part of it was actually related to GraphQL itself. And I started to wonder, okay, so if we are using GraphQL and especially the Apollo client in a way that can justify its impact on the JavaScript bundle size, and can we somehow do exactly the same on the server side and just proxy the request from the front end to the server and then execute GraphQL in there, so you don't need any GraphQL dependency on the front end? Well, yes. And this is exactly what we did. So fasten your seatbelts and see what we ended up with. So let me explain what happens there by showing you an example of fetching the product in Vue Storefront. So on the front end, we are calling a method, let's say getProduct. And to this method, we are passing regular function parameters, like the ID of the product that we want to fetch. Then this getProduct function is performing a REST call to our server middleware. This is not a Nuxt middleware, this is just an Express middleware that we have built. And there we moved most of our business logic. And in the body of this REST call, we are passing function parameters and optionally also a custom GraphQL query. I will talk about this a little bit later. And let's assume we haven't passed any custom GraphQL query, so we just executed getProduct. Then it's going to the server. On the server, we are calling actual Apollo client and using actual GraphQL query, the default one for this method. So every method has associated default GraphQL query. All of this is happening on the server. And this is using Apollo. So a lot of steps to perform a single request, you can say. But thankfully, we not only don't have to put all the code making this work on the client, but we can also effectively cache the responses. So this code not even has to run that often. And there was actually a lot to save in here in terms of the bundle size. So the part that we have moved to the server was taking like 88 kilobytes gzipped, which is more than a half of your performance budget if you want to follow best practices. And this is just for one integration with commerce tools and Apollo. So one integration with e-commerce and the Apollo itself, GraphQL tag, stuff like this. And in a regular application, you will most likely have much more than just this e-commerce SDK. So you will have Apollo, of course. This is like a saving that you will have no matter what other SDKs you have. You have this GraphQL tag. You have the queries themselves. This is pretty interesting case, because if you have a lot of queries in your application, then they also could significantly contribute to the bundle size. And keeping all of them on the server side as well will mean that even if you have multiple variations, you don't really have to care about them, and you don't really have to care about the influence of that into the performance. So we have this GraphQL queries, you have this SDKs, you probably also have some CMS SDK, probably also some extensions. So this is what we have done, and actually what I can say is that it's not something that also you have to do exactly in this way. I would like you to think in a way that every time you have some computation or every time you have some kind of a JavaScript library that you're adding to your project, think a little bit, do I really need to put that on the front end? Maybe you don't. And I guarantee you in majority of cases, you don't, because the front end should be responsible only for the UI. And so utilize your server-side code as much as you can. And this is really the best thing you can do for your application performance. And I could have finished my presentation here because those are like the biggest hacks that we have done to optimize our application without removing features, because this code still has to run somewhere. But there is also a bunch of other things we did to speed up the application without removing its functionalities that I want to share. And these ones can be considered best practices. So they're not hacky ways of doing things. There's no putting Apollo on the server side, etc. And most likely you can make use of them in your application. First thing, improving hydration performance. So one of the things that always take a lot of time in universal Next application is hydration. And what is hydration? So in simple words, it's a process of turning your static HTML that comes from the server into a dynamic single-page application. So on the very high level, the hydration in your application looks like this. We are entering our website. Let it be demo.vuestorefront.io. On the server side, the Nuxt is generating a static version of our website. So it's running a Vue.js code, and this is outputting an HTML structure. And this is being sent to the browser. And this is at this stage, it's not interactive. It's not yet a single-page application. This is just a regular HTML website. And once the page arrives to the browser, then the parser parses it, renders it, requests its JavaScript dependencies, which are turning the static HTML into a single-page application. So the hydration is actually this process of turning the static HTML into SPA. Now, until this happens, your interactive elements will not work and your users could get frustrated. For example, when we have some modals, when we have some sidebars, and we haven't thought about making them JavaScript free, then it could be painful for your users, especially if you have very long websites, and especially if they're having very bad devices. So users can be frustrated, and this is why it's crucial to have your website interactive as soon as possible. And if you look a bit deeper into hydration process, we can quickly realize that some of its work is actually redundant. So even though the only components that user can see and interact with are above default, so on the screen, the Nuxt is hydrating all of them, so also the ones that user don't see. So until the hydration process is done, your website remains static. So your users have to wait for the hydration of components below default to interact with the ones that they see. So it's such a waste of time and bandwidth. And what you could do? Well, it would be far more optimal to just hydrate only the components that user can interact with and do this for the rest of them later. For example, when user scrolls and they are appearing in the viewport. And I know what you're thinking. This has to be hard. It's easy to say that, but this has to be super hard, and it will require a deep understanding of server-side rendering caveats. And this is not something everyone can do. This is something probably only like a percentage of senior developers can do. Thankfully, there is a library called Vue Lazy Hydration that makes this process extremely, extremely simple. So simple that you don't even need to know what is happening under the hood. And the results, they're outstanding. For the test case on the library's README, it decreased time to interactive and cut down first input latency, but 80%. And if you think that this is insane result for adding a small library, wait until you see how much code you have to write to make this happen. So we hydrate components, so we are making them interactive by invoking their JavaScript chunks, right? The code that is responsible for these components to work. And so the only thing that you have to do to make this lazy hydration work is basically wrapping a dynamic import of a component into a function. And it will take care of downloading the JavaScript chunk related to a specific component in the right moment. It will take care of hydrating it. And we can do this right after elements becomes visible to the user as a response to certain interaction, or never if this is a static element, like a text field. You never have to hydrate a text field. And if you plan to use this library, you should consider donating a few dollars to its author, Marcus, because thanks to him, hydrating your components lazily is so simple that even junior developers shouldn't have any problems with that. Okay, another thing that you should definitely take a look at is your CSS. some people say that your website is as slow as your slowest CSS file, and I agree with that. And in majority of the applications, at least half of it is unused, so it's definitely worth cleaning it up to save on bandwidth and computing. And don't get me wrong, like you will never have 100% of used CSS. Going like 70, 80% is already a great score. And again, you will say, this has to be hard, especially when you have a huge code base. You have to do this manually. And it would be time consuming, prone to errors. Maybe you remove something that then has to be interactive. So thankfully, there is a great library that makes it even easier than in a previous example. And we can use also a Nuxt module for that. The library is called Pure CSS. The module is called Nuxt Pure CSS, and it will clean up the unused CSS framework application. And the only thing that we have to do is basically registering the module. That's it. And the person who saved you tons of hours this time is Alex Lichter from Nuxt core team, and he's also talking today. So please consider donating to him as well. Another thing that in some cases is, in some cases isn't a huge bottleneck, but is definitely worth checking, is server-side rendered HTML that is sent to the browser. Because in some cases, it can be huge, really huge, and you may not even know why this is huge. So have you ever wondered why you don't have to fetch the data you fetch on the server again on the client, even though it's executing the same JavaScript code with the same initial values? So if you have initial value of some array as empty array, on the front end is executing the same code. So from where it is taking these values? It has to save this somewhere. And you don't need to be a genius to guess where it is saving it, because the only thing that we are sending from the front end is the HTML file. So if you inspect your Nuxt server-side rendering output, you will find this data at the bottom of the page under window.nuxt.data property. And Nuxt will use this data to replace the component's initial state during hydration. And thanks to that, we don't have to fetch the data again on the client side. But this has downside, and this downside is that it is making our HTML file bigger. So before it arrives, the only thing that user sees is a white screen. And this is much, much worse performance than just waiting for a missing piece of data to update part of the UI. And this is why it's critical to keep this SSR output as small as possible. A rule of thumb for fetching data on the server side would be to have only the parts that are later needed by your code. And you can do this either by filtering the Erez response and then saving this filtered response to the data object, or by limiting the number of fields in your GraphQL response. Also, sometimes it's better to just not fetch something on the server side and do this in the browser lazily instead of polluting your HTML with the data that's not critical for your user. So if something is not SEO critical, perhaps it's better just to download this lazily on the front end. And the last tip is the one that will give you the biggest savings with literally just 2 letters. Both Nuxt and VCLI has this feature, and it's called modern mode. And what modern mode is basically a JavaScript bundle without polyfills. If you opt for using it, Nuxt will generate 2 bundles, one for old browsers with polyfills for unsupported features, and one for modern with a modern code without them. And it will detect automatically which one to use, so you don't have to worry about this. The only thing that you have to do to make it work is adding m parameter to your Nuxt build command. That's it. And if you compare both bundles, you will see that the modern one is significantly smaller. How much smaller, it depends on how many modern features has to be polyfilled in your website. And as you have seen, we haven't done anything super advanced. We just followed the best practices, removed what we didn't need in the client bundles. And I hope I encouraged some of you to look critically at every line of code you write for a browser and to ask yourself if you really, really need it there. Because in most cases, I guarantee you don't. And these were like the most impactful things we did to improve our performance without losing features. But you know what? This is just a beginning. There are plenty of other techniques that may not be as impactful alone, but combined can give you an amazing results. And one of the best sources I know about where you can read about most of them is Front-End Performance Checklist on Smashing Magazine. Every year they are releasing this, and if you haven't read it already, I can't recommend it enough. That's all I have. Thanks so much for hearing me, and I hope you learned something useful, that you will learn even more from other talks, and thanks for your attention. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Filip. That was a really nice presentation. Thank you for all the measurements you did and all the research. That was really interesting. We've gotten some great questions on the comments, and I would urge you to ask more, so Filip can answer them at the Q&A session later. So thank you very much, and I will see you later.
It was great to be here. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So the next presenter is going to be Samuel Snopko. He is the head of DevRel at Storybook. He's going to be joining us live from Austria, and he's going to be doing a presentation about Fast and Furious, going headless with Nuxt.js. I hear Vin Diesel is going to be making a guest appearance. We'll have to see about that. I'll introduce him to the stream now. Hello, Samuel. How's it going?
Hi. Good, thank you. How are you doing?
Good, nice. Do you have your presentation ready?
Yes. Sorry, I just share my screen. Share screen, and you should see it.
I see it. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, so I will add your presentation. I will leave you. Again, ask any questions you want for Samuel, and we'll make sure they will get answered later. Have a great presentation. Goodbye.
See you later. Hi, everybody. So we have 30 minutes, and this will be really fast and furious because of the 30 minutes. And usually I just speak really fast, and we have a lot to showing. So we are going to build something from scratch with Nuxt.js, and we are going to headless. So using the headless CMS, and of course this will be something that it's a really big thing for the Jamstack, all the Jamstack lovers, which I am definitely also. So, but first, a little bit about me. So I'm Samuel Snopko, as already said. I'm the head of developer relations, Storybook, which is apparently one of the headless CMSs out there. And I was also big fan of the Nuxt.js and Vue.js, and I was always missing the good part of the CMS. And that I found the headless CMSs, and then somehow I ended in the Storybook, and somehow at the end of all the ambassading, advocating for it, I ended even working there. So now I would like to show you why I love the combination of the Nuxt.js and the headless CMS, and or especially a Storybook in this case, which will be used for the sample. So you can follow me and all the code I will be showing, if you will not have the time to catch it all, on the GitHub repository here on the Storybook/talk blazing with fast Nuxt.js. I will show all the links, and also I can send all the links in the comments, or when you ask all the questions, we will definitely post them somewhere. But this is almost my last slide, and now I will be jumping to the live coding, because the next slide is just how you will finish what we will start here. So how to start with Nuxt.js? This is a big question that was always for me for a couple of years, and I was creating my own bundlers on my own boilerplate, but it was all the time little bit behind all the latest versions. So the best part and how to start is use your preferred package manager and just create Nuxt app and give it name to your project. Then you will get the last version. We'll be using today JavaScript. We will be using a Yarn. I am going to use a Tailwind CSS for the styling, just that what will be happening. We will use also Axios, which is required for our packages to be work as the data. Then I am not going to do any linting today because we have only 30 minutes, but definitely use them on the projects, also not testing today. We are going to for universal application. It will be whatever you will go for server-side rendering or static site generation, it's up to you. All that work also with single page application, all that work with headless. So the Nuxt works really great with headless approaches. And we are going for the static or Jamstack hosting, of course, because we are the Jamstack lovers, or at least I am. And this definitely encourage you to go for a Netlify or Vercel in the future, or other services of this. I'm using this code, so JSconfig. And that's my GitHub name, and the system is GitHub. And after this, you will just end in the repository like this. So I did this shortcut to don't wait 30 seconds till everything will be installed. And first thing, every time you will start your new repository or new project with the Nuxt, go and test it. So just write yarn dev or npm run dev, and you should see on your local host, you should see your website. So this is website, which is here on my local host, is welcome screen from the Nuxt team. So you can see here like going headless with Nuxt, and there is like some text and documentation links. So you can start learning the documentation, you can get all the information from there, and basically this is also ready to be deployed. So if you would go and wanted to set up the deployment, you can do it right now. So kind of we set up the Nuxt.js. So that's almost all we need to do on that side. So now we need to set up how we will be organizing our content. So where and how, and that is something we are going to do in headless CMS. And in this case, I'm going for a story block. So definitely go create your account. And after creating your account, you will end like in the screen like this. So where you can create your project or spaces where you will be taking care of your content. So in this case, I'm really going to create everything from scratch. And to prove it, I'm just hitting the create new space, but I have here a few notes, and I'm now on one screen. You will see also my notes. So I'm not going to do like any typos. I will be copying some text. And now I just entered a space. So I just created very fastly like new space that will be like the space where we will be taking care of our content, and we will be then like using that in the next application. So as first, we jump to the content, which usually we should see like dashboard where you have all the statistics, but now we are like interested in the content. And also I close the guide because I am your guide today. So what we see here is the first entry. This is like the default entry or the just dummy entry that we created something for you, and it's called home. And this home represents, in our case, index page or home page, but it could be like also like your application data structure, whatever. So now if I open it even, I can see already and use and take care of my content. So I here see that I already have some content. It's called teaser, and there's a grid of some features. And I see also like this is the type of the page. So content type is the page. I have here some field, which is called body, where I define my content. And even I can add a new blocks or new sections of the website into my story called home. With feature grid and teaser, which are the components that I defined in my project. So you can like define here as many as you want, but you don't see any preview here. So like sometimes you can just focus on the content editing, but now I just wanted to show you that I can save it and I can publish it. So theoretically, this would also work. So, but if I hit the publish, I should have a webhook that will like be connected to my deployment service, and the next application will be deployed with the new content. I could even like now preview my JSON. So the API, we have a REST API and GraphQL, but in the REST API, you will see what your next or our next application will be consuming. And according to all this data, we will be rendering different stuff or different front end. So great. That is like very quick overview and very like top of the iceberg, like what is going to be doing in the Storybook. So what do we need to do next? As you can see here, I have here some access token, and we should use this access token basically to connect our space, our headless CMS Storybook with the next application. So what we need to do right now is basically jump directly to the next application and install the connection or the integration or the module, which is already created for you. So I already installed it. So if I go to the packages, the JSON, you can see here that I installed the latest version of the Storybook Next module, 2.0.1. So this is like something also you can see like first on the conference, because like there are some really exciting new features you will see in a second. So now I have the module, so I need to configure it usually. So let's go to the config on the next because it is really simple. So I am really doing all that basically from scratch, just having some help of some comments. So here I already prepare my module. And you can see that the module and the basic configuration is very simple. So all I need to do is like basically add here my new access token to my new space I just created. So we did it here. This is the access token, which is like already created for me. But you can also like in the settings, like if you go to settings and API keys, you can create multiple API keys for multiple type of content and for multiple environments. So it's up to you. So now I am going to just add here my access token. And of course, please don't do this like I am doing now, because you should use .env file or environment variables for this access tokens, as this is like not very secure by what I am showing right now. This is only for the purpose of the demo. So right now, as after the save, I see the project is rebuilding, and that could take a little bit because their connection, and we should see that everything still works. So if I now reload the local host, everything works. I don't get any error, but still, if I go to my application in Storybook and go to the home, I don't see any change. So I don't see basically anything was changed because I didn't connect it I didn't set up my visual editor. So what I want to see is like here in the fake URL of this iframe, we see that we should have here our URL. And our URL at this moment is the localhost. So let's take the localhost URL and let's go to the settings of my Storybook space into the general and let's override the location. And by default, as I am going to doing the development on the localhost, I will be using the localhost. And then, of course, here I could like also set like multiple preview URLs, so like productions, development, etc. So I'm going to save it, go to content, and open the home. And here I basically now see error. And now I will tell you that this error is a positive thing because this is error coming from the Nuxt. And why is this positive? Is that it's because like the Nuxt.js is saying us that they cannot find the page. And if you know one or two things about the Nuxt, then you know that in the pages I should have a home.view or I should have a dynamic like resolver of our website or I should have a router. But they just basically Nuxt.js doesn't know the home.view or home Slack. So let's do a quick fix. What we did in the Storybook, that in the visual preview, I can override my URL because this home will be representing the index. And this is which usually like empty Slack. So here I just empty like real path for this page or this story is just empty Slack, and let's save it. And I now see my preview. So I can close my tab for my localhost, and I already see in the Storybook my Nuxt application or my website built by Nuxt. But I still don't see the teasers and grid. So I don't see my components, my content in the preview. So what? And that's the reason why is 2 points. Because I didn't load the data, and I didn't also render like created the components for it. So I didn't create a teaser or grid component there. So let's do that. So, but first we need to understand what are the components. So the components in Storybook are 2 ways. Like we are basically following the atomic design, and you can create 2 types of the components, and these are the content types, which are used to create the stories or the pages. So that could be like a homepage, page, author page, article page, landing page, and all that stuff. Or like also an author if it doesn't represent a page, but it's used in different stories. So like reference item. And then we have a nestable items, components. Nestable components can be used in all other components. So like if you want to use them in nestable components or in the content types, right, by using a special field type called block. And thanks to this, you can create infinite number of combinations, which is basically how we are building the atomic. So atoms, molecules, bigger organs, and all the templates. So in this case, the feature here has defined one field type, and it's called name, and this field type is the type text. And in the case of the teaser, also, I have a headline, and this is type text. So very simple. But in the case of page, I defined here a field called body. And this field called body is type of blocks. And this means that I can add into the body or I can use there all of my nestable blocks because I didn't set any other rules. But here in the grid, I can do the same thing. So I can use in the columns any of my existing nestable components. But let's set the rule that I can use here only features. So now I just specify that only features will be able to add. So now save it. And now if I now go to the component and show you the home and go to grid and click the add block, you see that I just added the feature directly. But if I go to the page and I am now on the body of the page, which I showed you a few seconds, I have here the option to choose from all the components. So, and what are these components? So if you create them in the JSON, we are even sending also the name. So here in the JSON of the page, you see that I'm sending that field like I showed you a few seconds ago, body, and this body is an array of a components. Sorry, and in this case there are like 2 components, so 2 objects. And in the first, every object is defining like, okay, what kind of component is it and what is the headline of this feature? Because this is a teaser and the teaser headline is a hello world. Great. So this is what we will consuming in the Nuxt. So let's do that also in the Nuxt. So in the Nuxt, what we need to do is create the components. So with this modified, so let's go to components and let's speak about a component here in the Nuxt. So in the Nuxt, I just create a very simple component, which is like a template of a little bit of HTML, table styling, and here I'm rendering the name of the feature. Then here I'm getting my content through the prop called block, which is an object and is required because I'm just always sending here a block. And this block contains all the data about this component. So the same thing I'm doing for the teaser, just rendering the headline, right? And sending the prop. In the case of grid, I'm doing a little bit more complicated. So I'm still getting my data as a block prop, but here I'm rendering the unordered list of list items. And in this case, I'm using the dynamic component of the Vue.js, where I'm deciding according to the JSON I'm getting what component I will be rendering. So the block.component will be returning the value. So if this will return a feature, I will render this feature. If this will return a teaser, then I will render the teaser. And here I'm just looping through all of my block.columns. So the column is the field I defined on the grid I showed you a few seconds ago. And the last thing which I am going to show you is the page, and I'm doing almost the same thing as I'm doing also in the grid. So I'm basically looping through all of my body components. Here, I'm looping through the body, and in the order I will get it in the JSON, I'm going to render all of the components under each other. So it's pretty simple and pretty straightforward. So now I need to define all of my components. So a component.js, I just need to uncomment this. So this is just a plugin, the old way how you will register components for the Nuxt.js, because we don't know like which components we need from the front end, because we are getting that information from the headless CMS. And now I just need to go to the config of the Nuxt, and here in the config I just need to also enable the plugin. So okay, now it should everything rebuild, but as you may think about it, like I still didn't load any data in the Nuxt. So how you will load the data? So if you see here, I still see the welcome screen from the Nuxt. And to do that, I just need to load it. So I already installed the integration between Storybook, so I just need to use it and request the right data. So, and that we will going to do in the index.vue file, of course, in this case. Of course, this is just a demo. So normally you would do it more dynamic and I will get through it. But here in this sample, we will be requesting statically only the home. So I will remove the HTML of the original code or welcome screen. And I will here uncomment my code. I will be not rendering any but logo. So I will go also like removing the logo data. And this is basically the logic we will need, and all the styling can be removed because we are using Tailwind. So what we are doing here is that if we would have multiple content types, like different page types, like page, author page, article page, etc., I could like dynamically also decide which page type I'm going to render. So story.content component will return that type of page. Here in the script, I have just a simple okay, I'm expecting something like story, and there will be a content of which will be an object of some data. And then I'm going to request my data using the async data function. And the async function in this case is going to use a story API or story AP, which is installed by story block Nuxt module. And here I'm just requesting the statically home content. So this is basically here. If I go back, the home, because I named this Slack or the story home. So always we will be getting the home. In the real project, you will have to find out the real Slack from the root, probably, as this line. And this case, also I'm getting only the draft version, which is also changed because you have like multiple environments usually, and then of course like you can design according to the environment variables which version of the content you want to get, and it can get even more and more complicated, of course. So if now I save the data, we should already see a difference. And we see the content. So I see my content here in Visual Preview, and I can change. So I can change like hello Vue.js world. I can save it, and after save, and I would still have to do the reload to see preview. And this is like where it's starting to be interesting, in my opinion, because we can do better. We have the mounted event, and we have a really pretty cool JavaScript framework, Vue.js, and this works basically in every JavaScript framework. Even in PHP, we are working versions, and we can listen to events in the Storybook. So we implemented a Storybook bridge, which you can create instance of it like this, and then we are going to listen to input, publish, and change event in the Storybook, and in real time updating the content. So here, as you can see, then using this simple code, we are all going to basically listen for these 3 events, and then if the event happens, we are going to say like, hey, could we please reload the website in the case of publish or change, change. And in the case of input, we are even going to do a real-time editing, so as we are typing, because we are reactivity. So let's see. So first thing, we already see that something is changed. So we have also like the version, like I can go here on the page and see that these are my teaser. And I now click on different features here. I can then also click here and start editing, like, hello world, isn't this cool? So we have a live editing. We can like start copy pasting and all this then to do Vue.js and the Nuxt.js, like reordering and all that cool stuff. We can like select everything, copy paste it, and then like say like, okay, maybe we would like to like add this first, and how does it look like on the mobile? On the mobile doesn't look good, so let's remove these 3 features, save it, and then of course, does it look on? Okay, it looks good on the iPad, and then I can always like get back to versions. Like, okay, I didn't like that version, so let's restore the original version, and we get like to the hello version. And as I mentioned, the new version of the Storybook bridge is like we have even this in context menu, so we can also like say like, hey, move this forward, and you can change position directly. And all this is happening only on the draft version of your content using the Storybook Next module and the v-editable directive, which you will use in the code. Pretty simple, and it will not have any performance impact on your production website. So basically your content editors, your marketers are super happy because they can experiment with your website. They see a live preview. They can like combine different components and see how it looks like and save the content only if they really need to save it. So they don't need to save it to preview the website. So they will keep like clean the versioning system of the content. But still, I said like on the beginning that I'm going to show you how to build and show you some articles. Also, like create something from scratch. So let's go to the components and create an article content type. So I'm going to create an article content type. And in this article content type, I'm going to add a hero image. I'm going to add a title, author, and then of course, that was not description. I have to look into my notes. So it's called intro, of course, and the prose. So it's called intro, and there will be a prose. Okay, I will move the intros here. And then the hero image will be, of course, the image. So I'm going for asset and the image. The title is the text. Let's make it required, just to be sure. Then the intro in this text, in this moment, I will make it a long text. So let's go for text area. The author, there's like multiple ways how to define the authors. You can like cross-reference stories. You can also like go for external sources, but I go for single source and just define the source here. So, and the author will be like Samuel. So, and let's do a Filip who talked before me. And he also like mentioned, so I should also like do that. And that does like do some prose, and that will be like could be a markdown or rich text. I prefer rich text because of the customizable toolbars and the CSS class, and even like you can add like columns directly inside. So great. Okay, I save it, and I just created like new content, like define something, and I don't have a front end for it, but I'm not blocking my content editors or the writers to create new stuff. So now I just say like, hey, you know, you can create that stuff. It's just I will create for you a folder and just let's make sure that you can create only articles there, and go to that folder and just create a new entry called article number 1. Just create entry, and here in this entry you don't have a preview, so don't like forget about the and focus on the content. Just use the default headless view of it. So okay, upload the image. So let's upload the image number 1. And like hit the confirm, like let's wait. I will just copy like the next is also text. Let's get some other paragraph. So let's add here, like I will choose me as the author. Here I would probably write the text of the article, of course, and let's save it. Let's go back and let's create the 2 more articles. So let's do a number 2. So duplicate, open. I just upload the second image, of course. Confirm, and I will take like second title, and let's make a Filip. He thinks the Storybook is cool. Let's do the article number 3, which will be like again me. So like 3, duplicate, open the article number 3, add there a new image, of course, and save it. And let's keep it this way. And let's just wait till it's uploaded, save it. And now let's publish it like all of them in once. And now, of course, I would like to show them on the homepage. Like I would love to make a featured article section here, like show the featured articles. But I don't have a blog for that. So I need to create a stable blog. So let's go to components. Let's create a featured articles component and add here like articles, because I would like to by hand pick which articles will be featured. And this will be then, of course, the multi option. And I will be choosing from existing stories. And I want to choose from articles folder. So great, save. Great. Go to content, go to home, and add new blog, featured articles. Great. I have it here. I can choose my articles. I can save it. And if I go to the draft.json, I can even see that on the bottom, there is a new component already added with the IDs of the articles. Great. But I would like to still see it here. So let's do also the code part. So as I don't have a lot of time, I have like 5 more minutes, I guess. There's a featured articles component. I have here some styling, CSS styling, a list of articles, getting it through the blog. Here I'm rendering the title. I just forgot to add there, so we will have to fix that. And then I'm also rendering the article teasers, which is a different blog. I didn't define in the story blog, but I can like send like there also the content. So here this article teaser, which is Vue.js or Nuxt.js component, and I'm rendering the title, intro, and the outro. And here even I'm resizing the image. I'm like sending that. I'm resizing that using the storybook image service. So great. I just like change it to 300, 250. Great. Okay, got it. What I need to do is also like, of course, like register those 2 components. So let's do that very quickly, save it, and see what's happened here. So, and now basically we see the components. And of course, there will be something with a Wi-Fi or something because I don't see the images or I did the typo. So we need to check it out. So maybe let's go to the articles very quickly. Component, articles, here article, and here image. There will be like different problem with my connection. Something is blocking it. But on the home, and I'll see my preview, but there's this yellow problem. So let's fix that first. So here in feature, I just need to add a title, and this title will be a text. And I want to have a featured articles. Great. I can save it. And what I can do is now reordering, for example, of course, those articles. So you see that it's changing the order. But also what's interesting is like, hey, I have a content here, but I showed you that I only getting the ID of those articles, and I'm not using GraphQL to get that content. I'm still using the REST API. Even the Storybook have a GraphQL, but I'm using the REST API. So what I am doing here is that in the index page, when I'm requesting my content, I also define this special attribute that I need to resolve some relation. So I have a relation from my home story to the articles through the component called featured articles on the field called articles. And here I'm saying like, hey, could you please resolve these IDs instead of IDs, send me data of those articles? And I do that like for the update of the input, publish, and change. And also I am doing that for the like request in async data hook. So that this, according to this, I am now just created a new component called featured articles, but I can like reuse it. So if I want to experiment as, for example, as a content editor, I can just very easily like create a new article, like remove the Filip's article and rename this to Samuel's article. And of course, as I'm doing, and then I would like to publish the webhook to Netlify reversal. We'll start the deployment process. Everything will be like deployed using the server-side rendering on server side or static side generation. And basically, if you would like to see this, how it should look like without the bug I probably have and created with during the live coding, you can follow the Storybook TP Nuxt.js multi-language website tutorial. which will help you to create a multi-language website, also with all those nice images here and the header and everything and the menu. But it's also easier if this is a too long URL for you. You can go to storybook.com/tc/Nuxt.js, which is our technology guide for all the people who are starting with Nuxt.js, or all the masters, like intermediates, because we think really like it's not about using the headless technology. It's about building everything with those cool frameworks. So here we just prepared for you all you need to have. So from the tutorials to e-commerce guides to the 7 parts blog post about how to build a Vue DOS and even the cheat sheet. So whatever you want to go for the tc/Nuxt.js on the Storybook website. And that's almost all of what I wanted to tell you. But as the last, I always wanted to thank, because I want to thank to the Nuxt team. I wanted to thank to the Storybook team. I would like to thank all the teams that are building this or working on these great tools, because they're using their time, and I'm here only the face who is presenting something cool that they built at the end of the day. So, and that's it. I hope you enjoyed my talk, and I'm really looking forward to all the questions you will have. See you soon later, and prepare some nice questions from me. Thank you very much. See you. Oh, and if you want to make happy these people, of course, you can follow us on the Twitter. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Really, really nice. I think everyone that has used the CMS, I mean, some of the CMS that exist out there can agree that this is great. Yeah, your presentation was great. Some of the stuff I've had to use in the past, it's just nightmare. This seems so much better. So thank you very much for your product and for your presentation.
You're welcome.
And as Samuel said, leave us your comments either on YouTube or in the Geekle platform, and we'll make sure they will get answered in the Q&A session that follows. We now have two more presentations. I will say goodbye to Samuel for now. No, you will join us again later.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. Bye-bye. See you later.
So the next presentation is from Alexandre Lichter. He is a web dev consultant at Development. He's going to be doing a presentation from Germany, and the topic is Nuxt.js and the composition API. I will now add him to the call. Hello, Alexander.
Hey, how you doing? How's it
How are you
going?
doing? Yeah, very nice. How's in Germany?
Yeah, fine too. Yeah, all good. Warm weather. Can't complain. Numbers going down. So yeah.
Perfect. How's been your day?
Actually quite good. I had a workshop basically all day, and just took a quick walk to enjoy the weather. And yeah, now I'm ready for my talk.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll just leave you to get straight to it. I'm leaving the stage for you. Okay, have a good presentation.
Thanks. See you in a bit.
See you.
Yeah, so thanks for having me, of course. Welcome to my talk about Nuxt.js and the composition API. So yeah, a few words about me. If you don't know me, I'm Alex. I am a Nuxt.js core maintainer. I have a Twitter handle if you want to follow me. I post every now and then. I should post a bit more maybe. And this also applies to my blog and website, where I really haven't posted for quite a while, but a few topics still in the queue. And yeah, I'm a web development consultant at my own company Development. So basically give advice to companies when they use Vue, Nuxt, in general, everything related to front-end and web technologies. So yeah, but now the topic is the composition API. And yeah, let's take a look at the status quo of the composition API in general. So Vue 3 and the composition API, they're out for more than half a year now. And of course, the ecosystem is still catching up, right? But that's all good. And the good thing is more and more libraries provide composables now, like Vue Apollo, Vue ITN, the Vue Router, Vuex, and so on. And even better news, there are plans, actually there's even a PR, to move the composition API inside the Vue 2 core now. So even better support, maybe also straighten up some edges and get rid of some caveats. So this is super cool. But even before right now, the composition API is already available for Vue 2 as a plugin. And Vue 2 plus the composition API is a viable option. But I'm telling you, it really is. So you can try it out, not a problem at all. And I just, took a look at the goals of the Vue 2.x composition API. And the primary goal was back then during the whole RFC phase, where things are still experimental and things have been tried out, that the primary goal was, or is, to provide a way to experiment with the API and to collect feedback. And this was super important back then. I took that from the README, actually, of the plugin. So the idea was, while Vue 3 was in beta and in RC and even alpha, to just try out the composition API, see how it feels, maybe figuring out what's not going so well. But there's also another goal that's super important, and it's also again in the README, but a few paragraphs below. And there it says, when you migrate to Vue 3, just replace in a Vue/composition API to Vue, and your code should just work. And that's another important point, like helping with migration to Vue 3 at some point, super important. So the composition API itself and the plugin, they can be used in Vue 2. They are, of course, available in Vue 3. And you can also use them in Nuxt, right? This works fine. You can pull in like a Nuxt plugin, add the composition API in there, register it globally, and that's it. Yeah, and well, if that would be everything, the talk would end right now, but I still have a few minutes to talk. So there are some, well, I say problems here, but more or less, issues, caveats with that strategy. Because the first thing is, the Vue composition API, of course, does not cover Nuxt functionalities, right? It's the Vue composition API, not the Nuxt composition API. And another point is, what is with server-side rendering, actually? So how does the composition API behave when using it with server-side rendering? And, well, that's a good point where we came up with the Nuxt.js composition API package itself, which is a superset of @Vue/composition API. So it gives you all of that plus much more. Like composables for Nuxt-specific functionalities, say for data fetching, accessing the context, receiving the current route, and so on. And also setting meta text, for example. And the whole package or the whole module is under the Nuxt community umbrella. And right now it's maintained mostly by Daniel Rowe, who's also given a talk tomorrow about edge rendering. Definitely take a look at that. It will be super cool. At this point, thanks for putting all the hard work into it and still maintaining it and bringing it forward. And again, before we take a look at what is Nuxt.js composition API actually offering us, I'll take a look at the goals again. And surprise, they're quite similar to the Vue composition API package goals. Because the first thing is, there should be a way to use the composition API with Nuxt and Vue 2. Yeah, that's the first thing. You can use it. You can use it with Nuxt functionalities. All cool. Sky's the limit. The second one is, of course, also get feedback for future composables, for the work on Nuxt 3, for, all these things, especially related to how to use composable with server-side rendering, with the server-side rendering framework. And, of course, the third one, you know it, make future migration to Nuxt 3 at some point easier. And as a notice, the API of these Nuxt-specific composables, well, they will likely change before Nuxt 3 is released because, again, there are things changing, and at some points there will be breaking changes, but you can and you will be able to adapt. All right, so now that this is out of the way, let's take a look at common composables. And before we take a look at our first one, we want to see how the fetch method works in Nuxt.js. I mean, by now you likely know already, but again, I will show it. Okay, so the first thing we're doing in line 1 is we import Axios. We can also use like fetch, the browser-based fetch API. We can use KY. We can use the HTTP module. Doesn't matter. Just for the sake of this example, let's use Axios. Then we have our typical Vue component, right? We have a data function that returns, in this case, mountains equal to an empty array. And then we have this async fetch function. And what's happening here is, in there, we set this.mountains to await Axios.get. So that's actual request. And if you want to try it out, this API actually works. So you get all the names of these mountains. Okay, makes sense. The good thing is fetch works on the server side as well, but we'll come to it in a bit. And eventually, this.mountains will have the value of that Axios call. Okay, not too fancy, at least not in the component code. The implementation is quite cool though. And now I want to present use fetch, which works almost like the fetch method in Nuxt.js. Okay, so let's take a look at first. We have in line 1, import define component, ref use fetch from add Nuxt.js composition API. And if you have used the Vue composition API plugin already, you would think, okay, why do we import ref and define component from that Nuxt.js composition API package and not the Vue one? The answer is convenience. The Nuxt module will re-export all the things that the Vue composition API has to offer you, and way more. Like we tuned define components a little. Ref, in this case, does the same, and of course use fetch on your composable. And again, we use define component as a wrapper around our actual component object for IntelliSense. And if you're a TypeScript user, well, TypeScript support. Nice. And then we have our setup method or setup function in line 5 and following. And what are we doing here is we're setting const mountains equals to the ref with a default value of an empty array. And again, if you have never used the composition API, the ref is a reactive reference. So another reactivity concept. It doesn't work as magically as you've been used it with data. There's also a similar thing called reactive in the Vue 3 and general Vue composition API. But I want to highlight ref here, which allows us, again, having reactive values, but you have to access them in a special way, and I'll show you in a bit. But the most important part here, we initialize mountains to ref that holds an empty array. So again, quite similar to the code before. And now there we go. Line 8 to 10, use fetch. And we call use fetch synchronous here. And in there's an async function. And this looks quite similar if we remember the function from last slide, right? So we don't have any this because it's composition API. There is no magic this anymore. We can use just plain const, let, and so on. And now we set mountains.value to, again, the result of that Axios call, which is the same as before. And now we don't set mountains. We set mountains.value because that's a special ability, a special trait of ref. You have to use .value to set the value so reactivity can track. But now you don't have any caveats regarding like nested objects, arrays, whatsoever. So to keep track, you have to use the .value. Also when accessing the value, actually, but not in template though. Anyway, that's our use fetch function. And eventually we also return mountains so we can use it in the template, which is not shown here because it's not important in this case. But that's more or less the equivalent of the code from before. And it's not more complex. I would even say it can be used in a more versatile way. Yeah, so that's it. And also, if you think about, well, there are some fetch traits. If you use that in Nuxt without a composition API, you can like refetch data or you can check the fetch state. You might think, is this gone now? Can't I like refetch data in some other function? And the answer is no, of course not. It's not gone. We have it. It can be destructured from the result of that synchronous use fetch call. So you can use fetch, which is a function, to refetch data inside another function, another composable, however you like. And again, you can also use fetch state to check if there's an error, if the request is still pending, or if it's all good. Also important, you don't have to return them like I did not do in line 15, because $fetch and $fetch data are already in the template because Nuxt is already providing them to you, and you can use that if you only want to use it in template. So basically, same functionality is covered. Cool. And then we have another thing I want to tell you, which is the context itself. So again, Nuxt without a composition API, we have a function called async data, for example. There could also various other places where you use the context. And the context is basically some kind of magic object that holds lots of information about the current situation. Like you could get the parameters. So right here, I get the page parameter called slug. Or in line 4, I can access modules through, for example, the Axios module through context.$Axios, and I can do some request. And also, of course, use the slug I got before. And if you want to, you can also dispatch an action in the store. And there are way more use cases, just a few examples. So this is the context. And of course, there has to be an equivalent to get that in the composition API as well, because it's crucial to access your modules, for example. But it's not as easy as just saying use context. We split it up a little bit more because The Vue router, for example, provides own composables for Vue free. And to make the migration at some point to Nuxt free, Vue free as easy as possible, there's also a use route and use router composable. So what's happening here again is that we import all these things from the Nuxt composition API. And then we have, again, a define component and our setup function. And we can just get the route by calling use route. The only difference between that composable and the Vue router one is in here, route is ref. So we have to use router value. And to get, for example, the ID or the slug parameter, we have to use computed. The Vue router composable, though, uses reactive and not ref. So that's different here. Also, it's besides that very similar to the Vue free router composables. And again, the idea is to not use some magic use context everywhere, but just enable you to migrate easier at some point. You still have to do some tiny adaptations for now, but that's as close as you can get. And you have use router as well. So same thing. Const router equals use router, and you can use router push. Cool. And so what did I talk about using routes? Oh, we have the store as well, right? So use store, another composable, and again, similar to Vuex. And yeah, you can get store and do whatever you want here. But there's another cool fact. You can actually also type store, if you like, your Vuex store through the composition API. It's typeable. And say, again, this is probably the only TypeScript slide here. So bear with me if you don't know TypeScript. I'm not an expert either, but we have some interface here for the state of our store that just says counter as a number. Okay. And now there are two ways of dealing with the scenario. Either we can define a constant key that is an injection key of store state, which is just a simple symbol, but it has this interface in here. Or we can at some point just define or pass in the interface. So in our setup function, we have two options: either use that key variable or use store and then these angle brackets, or we probably call them angle brackets, right? Lesser than, greater than, you know, and pass in state here. So now in this case, store.state.counter will be typed as number because it's defined in that interface. Cool, right? So, and of course, I told you there is no magic use context for everything, but well, it's not the truth. There is a use context for everything, but you should not use it unless there is no other composable to cover. So again, we have use context imported from Nuxt.js composition API package. And in our setup function, we can use context. And we can use context and say calling the HTTP module to do a GET request. But again, ideally you use router, use route, use store, and so on if possible. So you don't have to rely on a whole use context thing, and migration will be easier. But if you want, you can use context for your modules. But there's also another alternative, like a wrapper for that specific values. But yeah, just want to be well honest with you. Okay. And there's of course another composable called useAsync, which is another way to fetch data. And this works slightly different, but we'll have a look here. So at first, we have, again, everything imported from Nuxt.js composition API, and then we have the define component again and our setup method. In here, we use the use context to get our HTTP module, which will just do some API calls. And now we have our useAsync method here, and it looks a bit like useFetch, but a bit different too. So it's called synchronous as well. And it has an async function in here. We just haven't tagged it async because it's just a one-liner, and that call will return a promise anyway. But we don't assign some ref in here. Instead, and that's a different, useAsync will return a ref automatically. That's why we assign const posts to that. So we say const post equals useAsync, then it call. And the cool part here is posts will be null by default. And as soon as that call or that async function, that whole thing you pass to useAsync, is resolved, then posts will have a value. So it's a bit more lightweight than useFetch, where you could almost do everything. It has like one clear target. Yeah, and eventually, again, we return posts to use it in template. So, well, now you might think, okay, what's with server-side rendering? And I will tell you, we have a look at that now. So again, we have that use async thing. And on the initial requests on the server side, what is happening is we have a browser and we do a request. And a request goes straight to the Node.js server because it's server-side rendering, dynamic server-side rendering, no static side generation. The Node.js server has to render the HTML on the fly. So it will come to maybe a component we just seen and has to do this use async call. The cool part is it will wait until that use async call is being resolved because we want to have the data inside the HTML that will be sent to the browser back again, right? So this is the plan. Call use async, wait for the response, and then include the data. And on server side, the ref will always have that value because there will be the Node.js server will wait until use async will be resolved. So we get HTML plus JavaScript plus the whole response in that component as you wanted to have it. Okay, on the client side though, oh, sorry, one sec. Right, for the initial request, yeah, use async is only called on the server side, not on the client side. It's only called there. The data is there. We don't have to call it again. And on the client side, it's a little bit different because at first post is null. And if you say you go from /A to /B and on /B is this use async call we see above here, yeah, then post is null at first. And use async is called, but there's nothing that blocks the whole navigation like on the server side where we have to wait for the data. Instead, we do the navigation as we planned, and at some point that API call will resolve and post has that value if the call succeeds. But there's not the case like with async data that we wait until the navigation, until that call finished. So the navigation won't wait. And this is super important. So again, after the initial requests, all use async calls are called on the client side and the navigation won't be blocked. So that means that it's not exactly the equivalent of async data, right? There are similarities, like both are blocking the server side because we want to have the data inside your HTML. Both can be executed on server and client side, or server or client side, depending on what you need. And there's no like built-in way to refetch data, or like built-in check state check, not check state, state check, like fetch has. And difference is mainly that use async is non-blocking on client side, while async data is blocking. Super important difference. You have to think about it if you use it and if you want to use it and plan to use it. And well, data from use async is not merged with data because in the composition API there's no data. But just for the record. Okay, and there is another cool composable called QStatic, which is thought for expensive functions, static site generation. I just want to highlight the idea behind that. Again, we have the code here, and well, it looks a bit more than last time. So, okay, what do we have here? Say we get a slug from the params, okay, and then we say const beer equals useStatic, and we have at first some kind of function. Then we pass in the slug we just got over here, and then we have a string called beers. Yep. So this is definitely related to alcohol. Warning. So the first thing here is the factory function, right? The factory function that will be finally populate that beer ref, and again by return value, similar to like use async. Interestingly though, that factory function gets two values, which are actually 2 and 3. Even though they're not passed in directly, this will be the first and second argument. So slug in this case, naming is a bit unfortunate. And the second will be this key base. So we have the parameter 2 and the key base 3. And the key base should be unique across projects. It's super important. Otherwise, you have it fast mixed up. So in this case, I only use that slug. I could use both, but I don't want to. Okay, what's happening now on static site generation? So during the build step, is super interesting. At first, the factory function will be executed, right? So we do the API call. Nice. It will be used second and the third. So arguments here is the first and second in the factory function. And now that's a nice part. The result will be saved as JSON and will be named by the parameter and by the key base. So say we have a slug called Sternburg, and then that file that will be created by useStatic will be saved as /static/beers, because that's our key base, -sternburg.json in your dist folder. So it will be used to get the values, and generate JSON. And now generation is done. When the site is live, so we're all about site generation now, right? During the initial request, we do request to the CDN. Nice. And the HTML plus JavaScript will return the inline JSON result already. So there's no extra fetch or something. It will be baked into the HTML already. Similar to if you would use async. Or use async if you like that. And on client-side navigation, it's a little different because then there won't be like an API call. There will be just a call to get that JSON file we just saved during the build phase from a static folder, right? So we have just called to JSON. JSON will say, yeah, I'm here. And even better, we will cache it. If, of course, the JSON is there. If the JSON is not there, well, there's a tiny escape hatch. We will run that factory function again because we don't want to have your site breaking. E.g., like your site might not be generated for some reasons, you excluded them. You still want to be able to run that. So this will work nevertheless. But of course, the API has to be available then. In this case, again, it is. All right. And then we have on global setup, and I have to speed up a little bit, I see. On global setup, super cool. It's super useful for global injects, the Vue way why I provide inject, and a great place for like global layout independent composables. It's mostly used in Nuxt.js plugins, at least that's where I use it. And yeah, this is, for example, how you can use provide to provide a default Apollo clients from Vue Apollo composables and combine it with the Vue Apollo, Nuxt Apollo module. And again, there's something to set meta tags, use meta. Perfect. So one important thing here, and I mentioned that we hijack defined component level. You have to use defined component, otherwise use meta won't work, and you have to have this empty head object. Again, super important. And then we have some ways to manipulate head data and metadata easily. We could just call use meta and set the title or something. We could also get some of these as refs and manipulate them. That works as well. And we can have some kind of computed meta. So we can say we have ref, and we call it like a computed property with a function. And every time refs that are used in that function change, then the meta text will change as well. So if we set message value changed, the title will change. Nice. And now let's take a look at an example. And we run through it a bit faster. So of course you have the slides. And we talk about canonical links here. So if you don't know what a canonical link is, then a canonical link is great for Google, important for SEO. So it will basically say, this is the preferred URL of the website. Every website should have one available. For example, to say, do I want a trailing slash at the end or not? Do we have www in front or not, and so on. Yeah, if you want more about that, of course, there's also talk about SEO in Vue. So if you're interested in that. And to build this, we built a first composable called use current URL. So what are we doing here? We take use context computed in use route, again from Nuxt.js composition API. And in line 4, we get our $config from the use context. This is the runtime config from Nuxt, which is more or less like info variables, but a bit cooler. Then we get a route, and then we get from our base, from our runtime config, we get a base URL, which is just hard-coded to the website URL in this case. You could also infer that, but that's a bit easier here. And now what are we doing is we just use a computer to combine the base URL with route and validate the path. Not the full path, just the whole path without fragments, query parameters, and so on. And now, this is a bit larger though, but use canonical. So bear with me, we'll go through everything. The first thing is it will get some link. That link, we will come to that in a bit. Then it will use our use current URL, which we just built to get the current URL. Cool. The full URL, especially. And then we have another computer called URL with slash. And what's happening there is const URL is current URL value, so we get the URL. All right. And then we just check, does it end with a slash? If not, if it does end with a slash, do nothing, add nothing. If it does not end with a slash, add a slash. This is just enforce a trailing slash if your site doesn't have one, for whatever reason. And then we can just combine URL and suffix and we're all good. If it has a slash, it's just URL. If it doesn't have, it's URL plus a slash. So it always has slash. Again, this is personal preference. You can also just remove it, but yeah. And then we have canonical link index, which is computed. And now our link from line 4, the parameter comes into play. Because that link is a ref, so we have to use link.value. And also it is an array. So we can use find index here. And what are we doing? It's an array of objects, and we want to find the index of an object where the rel key has the value canonical. So we want to find in that link array some possible canonical link, which is why it's called canonical link index. And then we have a function called remove link if exists. What's happening is it checks if the link actually exists. So if the canonical link index.value because it's a computed, which is more or less a read-only ref, is not -1. If it's not -1, then the link exists. If it's -1, there is no index. So it hasn't been found. And if the link does not exist, we just return. Otherwise, we remove that link from link.value, from that array. We say splice, take the link index.value as the index we want to start, and remove one element, which is actually that canonical link we just found. And eventually, well, we have watch, which is also important here. And we watch the current URL. And every time the current URL changes, we want to remove the link if it exists. And then we want to add the new canonical link, which is basically just the URL with the slash right now. And as a small goodie, as options, we say immediate true. So it will happen even on the first call if the current URL did not change. We just call the site. And that means, well, we almost did it. One more thing. In a Nuxt plugin, we want to use on global setup. Then we say const link, that will be ref from use meta, and we pass it into use canonical. And that's it. Done. Cool. Okay, so a few more words before we summarize. There are also new refs, like there's SSRef, a reactive reference with server-side rendering in mind. And the idea is state has to be serialized and transferred from server to client. And this can be a hassle, but the good thing is SSRF will do it automatically via window.nuxt, which you've also seen in use through during Filip's talk. Yeah, window._nuxt. Don't forget to map all resulting things and scratch out the parts you don't need. So how does it work? You just import it, then set it, and you can say set from the value, and depending if it's the initial request, it will process the server will be true, so there will be server, and if it's not the server, there will be client, and it will be transferred. It will be a server on the server, and in the initial request, it will also show server on the client. It won't show client on the server. Also, you can pass a setter function if there's some expensive thing, so that's a cool goodie here. And there are more refs, but I don't want to go through them in detail. They're like shallow SSRFs, so a combination of shallow ref SSRF, rec ref, so this ref that resets itself per request, a rec SSRF, and so on. Check out the docs. They're super well explained, so I'll give them a shot. Okay, and last thing, they're gotchas. I have to mention them, unfortunately, because they're important to know. So some of these helpers, like useasync, SSRF, they're using keys under the hood for serialization to transfer that state. And if you use them in global composables, you have to ensure that they use a unique key. So let's say we have a function called useGetFancyResult. Then in here we say result SSRF, and we don't pass in anything as a second argument. That means the key will be injected automatically. Then if we use useGetFancyResult globally on some place, it doesn't have to be the same function, but just say we do. And then we say cos A and B equal to useGetFancyResult. We change b.value to 00. Then, surprisingly, a.value will also be 00. And why? Because they internally use the same key, which is injected through a Babel plugin. And because it's only injected once per code, not per function call, it will look like that. And of course, that function, if you call it, will use the same key. So what you can do is just pass in the key as an argument. And then you use, for example, A and B. Not the best ones, to use some really unique ones across the project, of course. It won't be an issue at all. Great. So, summary. Nuxt plus the composition API is a thing. It provides specific functions, of course, and it gives lots of space to build your own composables. So use these low-level building blocks to try out things. And yeah, most important, give it a try. So yeah, that's it. There will be Q&A later on. So thanks a lot for joining me. If you have any questions, shoot them over to me. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Alexander. I think I can speak for many beginners in Vue. Your examples are very, very much appreciated. It's very nice to see the logic and how to build up gradually on it. So yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And we will see you again. Yeah, thank you very much. We will see you again later for the Q&A session.
Yeah, cool.
Okay, so bye for now.
See you then. Yeah, bye.
Bye. Okay, so our next presenter is David Royer. He is a full stack developer. He's going to be presenting from the USA. He has a lot of experience in front-end development, and the topic of his presentation is Next Level Nuxt. I see your panda, David. I will introduce you to the stream now. Hello, how's it going?
Good.
How are
Hello,
you?
everyone.
How are you?
Good.
Hi, nice to meet you. We're excited to have you here. Very
Yeah,
happy
thank you for
your
having me.
presentation. How has your day
I'm really
been?
excited to be here. Oh, good, good. Just preparing mentally for the presentation, trying to get a little work done. So
I'm sure it's gonna go great. I see you're ready, so I will leave you to your presentation.
yeah,
Okay.
sounds good.
Okay.
All right, hello everyone. So this is the Next Level Nuxt presentation. If you're wanting to, get in contact with social media or check out some of my repos or my website, you can see those links there. So a little bit about me, and you kind of already mentioned some of it. I live in the United States, currently in Louisville, Kentucky. So I consider myself a full stack developer, but with working with the companies that I have, primarily I've been working on the front end. I do more stuff on the back end for my personal projects and on my own. And my experience with Nuxt, I've basically been working with Nuxt since it got started. I really enjoy kind of digging into integrations with Nuxt, like whether it be headless CMSs or working with other services like Firebase. And I have several repos on GitHub that kind of go through that. All right, so the presentation overview for today. So first, we're just going to kind of really quickly talk about Nuxt, a couple things that I really think make it stand out and kind of supercharge it from just using like the Vue CLI projects. After that, we'll quickly kind of go through what I'm calling the next level concepts. And then, and this is kind of the main idea of this presentation, is that I built a demo application that connects to these ideas that you'll have the link to that you can actually check out and dig into afterwards. So that way you don't have to try to remember everything in the 30-minute presentation. And also note that it's a SPA. So, which is kind of one of the reasons why I did this, is that with Nuxt, you hear a lot about generating static sites with it, and you hear a lot about its server rendering capabilities. But I think that the fact that it also works so well as a SPA is even gives it even more powers, because that means that no matter what type of project that you kind of need to build, you can build it with Nuxt, which in the end I think really makes you even a better developer, because you really know Nuxt inside and out if you can just use it for any type of project you need, whether it be a single page, a static site, or a server rendered app. All right, so really quickly, Nuxt, some things that stand out for me. Obviously, there are so many things that we could talk about Nuxt, so many different aspects of it. But the first thing that comes to mind is that it really has smart defaults built in, but also allows you to really easily customize it. Which to me, when I'm looking for any type of framework or anything, I really want that, because the idea to me of using this framework is that from out of the box, I can really get up and running quickly. But when I do need to customize it, those possibilities are there. And I think Nuxt does a great job of doing that. The second thing is that you get cleaner code and more performant applications, in my opinion. Nuxt gives you a lot of little benefits on top of Vue. So for example, you can, they have it set up where basically you don't have to import your components into each file that you're using. It will automatically do that under the hood, which means that you have less code in a file, which means to me, that file is much more easy to reason about and navigate. So, which kind of is a recurring theme for me with Nuxt, is that when you're building really complex projects, the code base gets so large, and trying to navigate through that code base, I think can be difficult at times. So the more that we can reduce code to make the file easier to read and reason about is always a better way to approach it. And also with that, it does a lot of things under the hood to make things more performant. So one easy example is that Nuxt will automatically look for all the Nuxt links on whatever route you're on, and then automatically prefetch those routes. So that way that when someone clicks the link, the code for that new route will already be loaded. And again, going back to the easy to customize, if that's something that you want to turn off per route or totally, it still gives you the ability to do that, but it comes out of the box doing that. Quicker development. So with all of that, I think it makes it quicker. Like, for example, I don't have to import every single component and declare it. Also, the CLI is excellent. Getting up and running with different frameworks like Tailwind or Bootstrap Vue and Vuetify. And then I think that because you can use Nuxt to build any type of project, whether it be single page, static, so forth, you get better at it the more you use it, which again kind of leads to quicker development. Okay, so just a really quick example of kind of what I'm talking about with like Nuxt and maybe simplifying stuff. So with here, you have a typical setup for using like a normal Vue CLI application where you need to use the transition component, declare the name of the transition and what mode. So whereas with Nuxt, all you need to do is do that because it's doing those things out of the box. So by default, it's going to be using the name of page. And by default, it has this. Again, these are things that you can customize, but out of the box, it comes that way. And I get that. So it's that reduced code. And I know some people, and this is kind of like an opinion, and maybe there's some cases where you want this more declarative syntax where you always know everything that's there. But I think in larger projects, and especially long term, this can pay off when your code base gets bigger. And just to show it with styles, this is all you would need to do. And you would need to do this with the Vue version as well. But yeah, I mean, that's it. And you basically get nice transitions with Nuxt out of the box for your routes. And one more thing, again, with the SPA mode, single page application, is that you automatically get this loading indicator. So this kind of goes to the heart of the demo app and the presentation, is that when you're building these applications where you have, which is what we'll have, like a login flow, you have some data, and you basically need to run these asynchronous operations, is that you also will need to build in, to have a good experience, this loading indicator. And the way Nuxt works is that as long as you're doing everything properly and waiting for your data, waiting for the login process to finish, it actually does this automatically. And yeah, you can see this in the example application. Okay, so the next level concepts. The idea behind this presentation is that I think when any of us are kind of going from that initial point to being exposed to a new framework or working with something to trying to really dig into it, I feel like there's a hump. And I know I went through this with Nuxt, is trying to figure out, okay, what's kind of the 80% of what I need, or sorry, what's the 20% of what I need to kind of do 80% of the things that I want to. And of course, there are so many things that you could dig into. And just remember, this is a very high level overview. But I think of kind of maybe the bare essentials of what we need to kind of take our abilities to work with Nuxt to the next level. So the first thing is the Nuxt context. I think that when you're coming from working with the Vue CLI, this is maybe the one that's a little bit tougher to understand because there really isn't anything I think that really compares other than when you have a plugin that allows you to do this dot whatever plugin and access it anywhere, because that's kind of what the context does. And we'll talk about it. But that's really like understanding the context is probably the top priority if you really want to understand Nuxt, because it's so powerful and allows you to do so many things. The second thing is plugins, which will be pretty similar to like the way the plugins folder is generated in a Vue CLI app, but it gives you some additional benefits with Nuxt. State management using Vuex, which is pretty typical for a Vue application. And the fourth thing is middleware, which is again something that kind of distinguishes Nuxt and makes it a little bit different than a typical Vue CLI app. Okay, so the first one, the context. First thing to know is that it's available in the Nuxt lifecycle hooks. So just like you have hooks in a Vue component, Nuxt gives you all those same hooks, but it adds some on top of that that you can use, and the context is available in that. And with that, you're basically it provides access to other parts of the application. So when everything's available in the context, and you can access that context in so many different places, it allows you to easily kind of set up something in one file and then be able to easily use it or utilize it in another file or another part of your application. And a lot of times when you're doing this, and we'll see it in an example coming up, you'll just pull off what you need. So the context is an object that has a lot of different things that live on it, like the store, the route, your environment, and so forth. And we'll see that you basically are going to just pull off what you need to use. And that's pretty typical. Okay, so here's the first example of the context. You can see here that it's automatically passed. And this is just like a basic example. If you're doing a plugin or middleware, it's automatically passed here, and I can pull off the store or the route and do something. And just a quick note, you'll also see it this way a lot of times, where you're destructuring the arguments up here. So either way is fine, this way or that way. You're doing the same thing. It's just when you're destructuring what you need. All right, so plugins. Again, there's more cases than the three I'm going to show here, but to me, in my mind, these are kind of the three primary cases that I'll show. And then just know that they can access the context, which again is another thing that makes them powerful. So the first example, and this is one that you're probably used to seeing just working with Vue. It's a typical case where you have a Vue plugin, you're importing it, and you're telling Vue to use it. This might go in your main.js file in a Vue CLI app. Or it could go into the plugins directory and into its own file. Now, this is where it kind of Nuxt separates itself. So what we're doing here is, let's say that I had like a config for a site, and we wanted to make that data available throughout the app because it was something that was used in several different components and so forth. What I can do here is you could inject it like so. So this is like a plugin, and basically when you set up a plugin in Nuxt, the second argument is this inject, and what it'll do is make it available in the context like this, or anywhere else in your application, this dot, the $, and then whatever. And we'll have an example of that where we connect it to our database and authentication service, where we basically set this up so that way it's available throughout the application. Okay, so the third way is, or kind of maybe a third primary case for plugin in Nuxt is something that you want on initialization when your app is starting up. So this is an actual real case that I did for an app. I had it set up where when I was running locally, I wanted an example route to show up in my menu. So I was kind of just building out some components. Is when I was working with Tailwind, and I was just trying to kind of demo some stuff out for me. I didn't want that to be in production, but I wanted to see it when it was running locally. So this was something that I wanted to know, and basically what's happening here is that it's going to pull these off the context, the store and isDev, because isDev is another property we can access. And if it is the dev, then I want to go ahead and add that to the state so I know. Okay, so the last thing for plugins, it's really important to realize is that the order matters if the one plugin is dependent upon another, and that will be the case in our little demo app. So if I have code in plugin 2 here that is maybe using something that happens in plugin 1, or if I need plugin 2 to basically happen after plugin 1, then I'm going to signify that by the order that I declare them in the nuxt.config.js file. All right, so state management, the next level concept that we need to really understand, kind of the piece of the pie. Again, just realize that there's other uses for Vuex state management. I'm just kind of putting some basic ones here, but we kind of use it to keep track of where our application is in the state. If it's a counting app, how many, what's the total? If it's a to-do app, which is the demo app, what are the to-dos? Often you can use it to make the asynchronous calls to your actions. So we'll be using that to reach out to our database and get our data. And we use it to update the state, right? So if it's keeping track of the state, we're also going to update the state through those actions and then those mutations. So very basic, Vuex example. Hopefully you're at this point, you've at least seen Vuex or you have some good experience with it. But yeah, it's just a very basic example of, having a mutation and then updating the state. All right, so middleware. So in Nuxt, you have a middleware directory called middleware. And again, it's something that if you don't like that name, then you can customize that via Nuxt config. But there are a couple of cases for it and a couple things to know. It's going to run before each route. And also keep in mind that these things will differ slightly based on what type of mode you're running in Nuxt. Are you running it just pure static? Are you running it where you're going to, on an actual server, have server rendering, or if you're doing single page like we're doing? So because if you're doing it where a static or server rendered, it's actually going to run the server side and the client side, depending on how you're doing it. So, but for us, we're just doing the SPA, just like a normal Vue CLI app. So it's just going to run before each route. Some example use cases that we might do it. We might check something on the state because we need to know something. We might want to update the state with that as well, based on what we know. And this is the primary case, I think, when you're coming from using just the Vue CLI and you're doing something with authentication, is to realize that it's going to replace your normal navigational guards that you have with Vue Router, where you use before each. So we'll use middleware instead of that to basically kind of control the flow of our application to make sure unauthenticated users are not allowed into the app. So basic middleware example, again, it gets the context as an argument, and you can see I'm using that destructuring of the arguments. So in this case, let's just say that you wanted to, maybe add the class name of the route name to each page. So if you're on the about page, it adds a class or something. You would probably want that in your state, and we could use something like this. So the middleware is going to run before each route. So I mean, it's always going to get updated based on what page you're on, and then it's going to set the current route name based on that. So that's like a very simple case for middleware, and that's again something I've actually used. Okay, so moving on to kind of the last part of the presentation, which is the app. Okay, so the app is called NuDo, and I just got that name from NU from Nuxt, and then like the idea of to do for combining those. And yeah, so this is a authentication, or sorry, it includes authentication, a database it's using, and we'll talk briefly about this, but it's using userbase.js underneath the hood. But I can check those off. I can add a new to do. I can delete one and so forth. It has the log out, and I can log in and so forth. And we'll kind of go through all that. So the idea is that in my mind, no matter what service you're using, whether it be Amplify, like regular AWS, Firebase, in this case, userbase.js, we often need to do those same things, which is you need to be able to log in, log out users, and you want to have a good flow with your application with that when your application's loading, you have a good experience for that user while the data is loading or while you're trying to figure out if they are already logged in and so forth. Okay, so userbase.js. So a couple things. It's a way to add authentication users and data to your site. I found it, and I have tried quite a bit of database services, like I said, Firebase and so forth, MongoDB, and other ones. And this was by far the easiest one I've ever had experience to set up. It's pretty intelligent the way they set it up and made it easy to get your data, to get the authentication flow. So I really liked it. And it's a real-time database. So, if you're on this app and you sign up, and just FYI, and we'll get to this, it basically has a max of 100 users. So when I provide the link at the end, if you want to check it out, make sure you hurry because only the first 100 can sign up. But if you were logged in on your, say your computer and you're, oh, sorry, that was Siri. If you were logged in on your phone and your computer and you updated something on one device, you'll see it automatically update on the other. But I really recommend if you're trying to get into this stuff, like, hey, how do I set up an actual app? I would check them out. I had a really good experience with it. Okay, so here's the application flow. So this is basically walking through, again, that idea of everything that you would need to do regardless of what service you were using. In our case, again, we're just using user base. But this kind of walks through, hey, what's that process that you need to do and set up when you want to check if someone's logged in and then navigate them appropriately. So the first thing that's going to be happening is that we're going to be setting up our user-based service, and this will be a plugin right here. This will be using that inject method that basically Nuxt gives us out of the box. So that way we'll be able to access user base throughout our application without having to import it specifically into files. The second thing I'll be doing is initializing that user base app. And that's something you're going to always have to do. You know, so whatever service you're using, they're going to give you some app ID, you know, maybe some secret, and you're going to need to take that and say, here's my app, set it up. And then from that process, you can start doing things like checking if there's a logged in user, logging people in, so forth, and getting your data. So these will both be plugins, all right? And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check if there's a user. Because when an application like this loads, the first thing you want to do to know what to do is, hey, do I already have someone logged in? And then based on that, we have two different routes we can take. And we're going to be spending pretty much the entire time taking this top route of if we already have someone in, because to me, that's kind of the more interesting case. And if you understand that, then I think this bottom route, when you don't have someone, is a little bit easier to grasp. So if we have someone, well, what do we want to do? Well, we want to get everything set up for them, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to set the user in my state, and then I want to get that data. And that will happen, like I'll be calling this in a plugin, and then of course the Vuex will take care of that. And then basically my plugins are done. My state is done. Everything's set up, right? I have my user set up. I have my to-do set up in the state. And then the middleware will run, and it will take over. And it'll basically check and say, hey, do we have a user? Okay, then we'll navigate them to the to-dos. If not, we're going to kick them back to the home page. And that's what happens there. Okay, so that first part of the process we just looked at, all I'm doing here is I'm bringing in the user-based service and I'm injecting it. So this way, again, it'll be available on the context, and it will be available as this $$ user base. And the $sign is just something that Nuxt automatically does, which is kind of, if you've read the Vue docs, it talks about this when you're doing things like plugins and stuff, it's or prototypes. It's kind of a convention just to use that $sign. And because we inject that user-based service throughout our app, I can then, in my next plugin file where I'm going to set up my user-based app, I can pull it off the context here by destructuring it. And now I have access to it. So this is the initial user base setting up the app. And the way user base works is that it'll give you back a session object. And from that session object, we're able to see if there's a user. So this is in that process where we're checking if there's a user. If there is one, then we want to set up our state so we can keep track of it. So that's what I'm doing here, where I'm just committing it. And then at this point, I'm going to get my data. Now, again, something like this could vary in your application depending on how you want to set it up and depending on kind of what your application is doing. It might be something where you just want to set the user and then you'll get the data at the route level based on what route they're at, if you have like different data. But this is just a simple application to kind of demonstrate those bigger concepts. So those two things that we did, we checked if there's a user. If there is one, here it is in the store. I'm just setting the user, this mutation. And then, oh, sorry, I went to press the wrong one. Sorry. Yeah. So I set the user. And then the second part of that is that we said, okay, if there's a user, we set them. And then we also get our data. Don't worry about this too much. This is just using the user-based service to get a database, the to-dos. Basically, this is just what keeps it real time right here. But the main thing is that we're committing the to-dos to our state. Okay, so again, going back to that flow, we've set up our user-based service so it's there and it's available. We used that and pulled it off the context so that we could initialize our app. And then we've done the check for our user. And through this process, the spinner's loading the entire time. So that way, and it obviously seems a little longer now, but it'll be just, very, very quick when we do it. So the middleware is going to run now and say, okay, well, do I have an active user and am I on the to-dos route? And based on that, I'm going to redirect appropriately. So if I don't have a user and I'm on the to-do, and I'm trying to access that to-dos route, then I need to redirect them back to the main route because they're not authenticated and they're trying to access something where they should be. And then it's the opposite case. If they are logged in, I do have that user and they're not on the to-dos route, go ahead and send them to there. And again, this is something that would vary based on how you want your application to kind of flow. And this is just kind of an aside to talk about how we handle login, because it's a very similar process that once they do log in, that you are going to almost do that same thing where, again, you need to set the user and then you want to get your data and then you need to basically navigate them somehow. So what we're doing here is that with user-based, when you have the sign-in method, it gives you back a user. So then I can use that to commit it to the store. And then I'm just waiting for the data. And once all that's done, so everything's good, then I'm going to send them to that to-dos route. All right, so in summary, you have these different concept areas in Nuxt: the plugins, the middleware, the store, and then the context is basically what's connecting those areas. So you're setting up code in each of those, and files in each of those areas. And then the context will allow you to basically have them all work together. And the last part of the summary is that I think, one of the things with Nuxt that makes it so powerful, again, is that you can build different types of applications using the same setup and only changing, a couple things. And, easily maybe change one app from being a single page like this to being where it's server rendered. So the presentation resources you can find, and I'll share the link to the presentation and the resources in the chats after this, but after the Q&A. But there's the repo, and then there's the actual application. And I would definitely check out Userbase, and here's their Twitter. These are all links. And yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That was really, really interesting. And thank you for the links. I think everyone will find them very useful and they can navigate to them to learn more information. I will just make a small announcement before we move on to the Q&A session. I would like to remind everyone that we're having a giveaway for our events. Among those who will post on Twitter and tag our official account of Geekle US. The tag for Twitter is @GeekleOfficial, one word. And you can write to us which event you like most, which topic or speaker, what were your favorite moments, and we will pick 5 winners, and they will win, and they will get 3 free tickets for the event. So yeah, don't forget to go to our Twitter @GeekleOfficial. Now we'll add everyone to the Q&A session. So we have David, we have Alexandre, Samuel, we have Filip. And I will also add, Norbert Nader. He is a front-end engineer at Amazon Web Services. And he found our blog about Nuxt.js very interested, and he wanted to be a part of the Q&A. So here we go. How are you doing, everyone?
Fine.
Awesome.
Great content. Thank you very much, everyone, for your presentations. We have a few questions from YouTube. We have a few questions from Geekle, and I will also add a few questions, just some more generic ones and some more so we can get started. I'll just, I guess, ask a few simple ones. So, for example, a very basic one, I guess, is what are the main benefits of using Nuxt.js? And this is, this is for everyone to answer and tell their opinions. Whoever wants to weigh in, they can start.
Maybe Alexandre, the core team members.
Let's say every one of us can say one cool benefit he likes. So I love to use file-based routing because it's so simple, and so powerful. So that's that's a cool thing, I think.
Great.
Yeah. Nah. I think like the rapid prototyping or developing, like it's really fast to like start the project. Like you just do something and it's just writing the code that the user can see, and you can already like talk about the stuff. So you don't have to really think about the routing and all that stuff. And you just go develop, and then of course you will get there, but you can do all the more complex stuff. But as far as you can start to show something, somebody is like amazing.
Yeah, this is something I wanted to say actually, that Nuxt has a very, very good default, and you don't have to think about anything, at least to some degree. But I would say also like a very, very powerful extension system and very well thought. Like from the library developer perspective, this is the strongest point for me.
Yeah, and I'd also say that I think that as you're a developer and you're growing and moving through your career, you're almost guaranteed going to need to understand how to build a static site and how to build a server rendered site. So I think at that point, you can build a server render site with Vue, but there's no reason to do it when Nuxt is there. I mean, it's literally why it's built. And I think that, again, through that process, especially if you're on a team and work for a company, if you can get that consistency where you're using Nuxt, I think it gives you a lot of power that no matter what type of application you're building, you have this foundation that you've established that everyone's familiar with that you can quickly, I think, build out apps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to kind of segue on that, it's like really cool that you could like get the structure for the routes, out of the box. So you don't really have to think about that too much. And, you get server-side rendering also with that. So it's really easy to set up and just get up and running.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
One more thing I want to add, it's not strictly related to Nuxt, but I think, the community, of course, is super helpful. I'm also many hours a week in Discord as well, answering questions, and there's so many more people doing it in their free time. Besides, all the people building modules and maintaining things in their free time. So that's a huge pro also from my side, because if I don't know something, then the best Discord is the best way, or GitHub issues, GitHub discussions are best ways to ask, and people will answer and help you out.
And I'm just going to say one more thing with the team is I've been so impressed with their ability to always innovate and build on top of Vue. I feel like Nuxt is constantly pushing out new little features. That, they just did the little image thing that they have now, and their ability to work with other headless CMSs too. That's something that you get with Nuxt. They have a preview function now where basically you're able to kind of hook in and get some maybe live editing if you're working with different headless CMSs. So their ability to kind of work on top of Vue and really focus on, hey, how do we build sites with Vue in a very efficient, effective manner, I think has been pretty amazing.
Yep. I mean, in general, if I may, like if you take it, Nuxt is really don't take away any pros of the Vue.js. It's just built on top of them. Yeah. So you just don't feel unrestricted, and you get all the good stuff from Vue.js and just get more of them.
That's the plan.
Okay, perfect. Next question would be, is Nuxt ready for enterprise scale applications?
Well, I think obviously it is. Just take a look at the case study. Just take a look who is using it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
definitely. Everyone's agreeing, everyone's nodding along, so.
Definitely, yeah. Also, from my business perspective, I know that definitely is. So some of my clients are larger companies that build huge systems, but also, of course, as Filip said, people who use it, companies that use Nuxt. They wouldn't trust Nuxt if it wouldn't be enterprise ready. Of course, enterprise scale applications is always a broad term. It depends, of course, on what you want to do, what possibly also are technical limits. And like for example, if you want to do like micro front ends, that might be a bit tricky with Nuxt.js. But that's more in terms of like what is required, what technology we want to use.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. I will go over to a question from YouTube, which says there's always unused code in app.js. How can we remove it from there, and do you have any solution about that?
Well, it depends on how much unused code you have. I mean, there's no way to eliminate all the code, but as far as I know, Nuxt is pretty well optimized, and the tree shaking is working very well in there. So if there is any code that is left over in the app.js, it's probably very, very small amount of it. Like,
yep,
yeah, it could depend on. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it could depend on the library you're using. Right, so a lot of the frameworks like Vuetify has it set up now where basically it'll tree shake your components so that you can use whatever and it'll automatically pull out what you don't need, and then depending on you're using like an icon pack or something like that. So just because Nuxt is kind of ready to tree shake stuff doesn't always mean maybe the library you're using. So it could depend on that use case, I think too.
Good point. Yeah, you can analyze your build, for example, and see what is actually in there. So you can run Nuxt build-a or yarn build-a, and it will show you some tree map of like your webpack dependencies. And funnily, I had discussed the topics earlier this day. The whole unused code part, what actually is unused code? It can be some library that's not used, but it can also be like error handling, just some code that's like events handling that is not used because you didn't click on things. So this is also some kind of, grayish line there. But another point I want to mention is that Nuxt has, and I think they're not documented yet, some feature toggles. So if you don't use, for example, transitions, you can try turning them off. Or if you don't use, say, Vue meta, then for whatever reason, then you can also turn that part off and remove code you definitely don't want to use.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And this next question was addressed to Filip during his presentation. It's from Josh, and he's asking us, I'm curious how much benefit of GraphQL was lost when it was moved behind the REST proxy API.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so well, it's not an easy question because it depends on how much you want to utilize Apollo. So what we did is we decided, okay, we don't need all this data layer on the front end. We will be moving this to the backend side. This way we are saving a lot on the bundle size, a lot on the initial load, but at the same time we are losing some features mostly related to Apollo itself. So as long as you're utilizing Apollo a lot, probably that's not the best idea. But apart from this, we didn't notice any significant features that got lost. I mean, if the main goal that you're using GraphQL for is just to avoid overfetching and have a nicer way of interacting with the API, this is fully perceived. But then if you want to use some more sophisticated features and let's say like optimistic UI or something like this, then it could be a little bit tricky. Of course, like this is something that you can also implement by yourself. It's not like you're fully losing these features. You just have to implement them by yourself because Apollo is no longer available on the front end.
Great. Thank you very much. I hope the question of Josh was answered. And if he has anything more to add, he can, of course, leave another comment on YouTube and we can answer that. The next question is from the Geekle platform. And it says, where is stored user? I assume it means where are user data stored? Is it rephrased a bit better?
Is that one for me?
Yes, it was during your presentation.
Yeah, so stored user data. So with the way user base basically works is that, first of all, it's really focused on like encryption. So everything's end to end. So it's even stuff it's storing in its database, it's encrypted. But it basically works with AWS under the hood. and sets up those servers and stuff in the database. And so for that particular user, their to-dos are just getting stored in user basis services, basically. You could store other information about the user if you wanted, and you could basically you'd set up a new database for that. But it's it's just basically using user base under the hood. Again, I'll share the links, and you can check out the repo and just add a comment there. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I'm not 100% clear on it. So,
okay, perfect. The next question I have is here. So, do you recommend use async over fetch always? Is there a case where using fetch is better? It was mostly addressed to Alexandre, but I think anyone can add their 2 cents.
Yeah, that's a tough question, actually. I think it depends on what you need. If you say like you want to stick closely to what you know from Nuxt in terms of fetch, then you can use fetch. I actually asked Daniel, the maintainer, the same question, like, okay, what do you think would be a better use case? And he said, well, use async is like not using a sledgehammer for everything, but a very targeted and lightweight function, which you can use to build up your own like API composable, for example. So this is a scenario where use async is of course shining. So I think if you want to have like handle state and stuff and everything you know from fetch from Nuxt out of the box, you can use fetch. But if you want to build up, for example, your own API composables and use more lightweight and maybe a little bit low level blocks, then use async is pretty good.
Great. Anyone else want to add anything more? No? Okay, we're good. I do have another question for David during your presentation. It says, is it good practice to replace Vuex with stateful service via composition API in Nuxt?
Yeah, I actually haven't. So the application that I was demoing and the one that's on GitHub is still using Vue 2. So I think that, I don't know if someone else here has actually, worked with going a different approach with the Nuxt app using like the composition API, but I haven't gotten into that yet.
So maybe I can say a little bit about this. So like when we started building this new version of Vue Storefront on Nuxt 2 and composition API, I think it was the beginning of the last year. So there was no even such thing as Nuxt composition API. So it's, as you could expect, it wasn't sunshines and rainbows. But like over time, I think the biggest benefit is still performance because you don't have to load the whole Vuex, and basically all this complexity that is coming from Vuex is not required anymore. But at the same time, you're introducing a lot of under the hood complexity because it's not so straightforward to have a shared state in Nuxt application using composition API. And we have to implement a lot of things by ourselves. We kind of like created a shared key value stored. We use that shared graph. It's possible and it's working great, and we still think that it was a good decision. But keep in mind that this is not as easy as just replacing the state in any other Vue.js application that is not server-side rendered.
What about losing the dev tools like viewability? Did that like feel like hurt you all? Because you can see like the state and mutations and everything when you're using Vuex. Do you feel like it was worth it in that trade-off?
Well, to be honest, like if you take a look at tools like Pinia, they are also using the dev tools. So because the SPI is right now being open. So if you don't mind implementing this, I think it's fine. Also, it's pretty easy to implement something like this even outside the dev tools. So I would say it was worth it. I mean, I was never a big fan of Vuex. I thought it was a little bit overcomplicated for Vue itself. And when they first introduced Vue Observable, I was really amazed with that. And then later composition API, it blown my mind. So to me personally, this is awesome, but keep in mind, it's not as easy as it could sound.
100% agree. Did you actually wrote an article about it, right? About composition API with more or less stateful composables.
Yes.
So
yes.
that's also worth checking out.
Yeah, but there's a lot of simplifications in those articles, actually, not covering this painful parts of implementing this. But anyway, it's worth checking. And the Vue Storefront repository is also open source, so anyone can check how we did that. It's not that much complex. It was complex to figure it out, but once we did, it's not in the code.
Okay, perfect. Now I have I guess a few questions that go together. The first one would be how to best optimize SSG/SSR in Nuxt. I don't know who'd like to begin. Samuel, we haven't heard you in a bit. I don't know if you wanna get it.
I mean, in general, we already touched this a little bit, but in general, I would say the Nuxt already do a very nice optimization. So if you do a correct install, what it's def dependencies and what are real dependencies, then you will get pretty nice stuff. Of course, you can do also something have two different environments, which sometimes I do. For the Storybook, I was using something using the SPA mode for development environment, where I have live preview, and if I wanted to use some features that were depending, and I wanted to use them in the iframe in Storybook. But then for the production, I have just basically a different setup. And then as soon as I was deploying to Version, Netlify, AWS, or whatever service, then I had different setup and had really bring only the packages that I really needed. And I think also already mentioned by Alexandre, you can also put that very nice flag, which I forgot at the moment, and then you see exactly what's happening behind, and that's the best approach. Definitely to see what packages are you loading.
Yeah, this is also pretty cool, right? There's even a package now, also from Daniel, by coincidence, the Nuxt timings package. So you can actually see how much time your Nuxt plugins need to load and to run. Also the same for Vuex actions, Vuex mutations. So I think that's a good point to measure what takes the most time, what you can improve. But yeah, the whole optimization part, this could feel like 1 or even 2 days, 2 full days of content, because there's so many points to address. If you have dynamic server-side rendering, there's the whole part of, okay, how do you ensure that time to first byte keeps low? Filip already touched that in his talk. There are, of course, client-side optimization that are already by default not too bad, but Nuxt, of course, can't handle all the things you write, so you have to take care of what dependencies you use that are tree shakeable. Then the whole part, images and font loading. So yeah, tons of things. Lots of them apply to almost every modern web application, like loading images and fonts the right way, so lazily below the fold and so on. It is a point that no matter which framework you use, is super important.
Yeah, that's actually just oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to say what Alexandre was saying is that realizing that, first of all, Nuxt is built on top of Vue. So however you best optimize a Vue app is probably going to be how you best optimize a Nuxt app. And then even going a level deeper is that the static site generations or server-side rendering, it doesn't really matter in the framework. The approaches to getting good performance are the same across the board, whether it be your images or making sure that you're lazy loading stuff that's not needed. And it'd be more about, okay, do I need to do anything differently with Nuxt to make this happen? So if you're really interested in performance, then just looking up anything about, getting good performance in JavaScript applications would be applicable.
Just picking on lazy loading. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add because nobody told it about it, and I want to just underline that don't forget about the CSS. So it's the push CSS. It's a great tool, really, and it's super easy to you basically install it, and it's doing a lot of magic for you. Even the Next.js have the tools there. So if you installing the Tailwind CSS, for example, it's already bringing all the tools there. If you wouldn't have that push CSS there basically you would load a lot of CSS, believe me, with Tailwind, especially if you go for crazy with Tailwind settings. And then you can also set up special rules there. You can edit there, like if you're getting those CSS classes from some, for example, it could happen that some CSS classes are coming from headless CMS, and in that case, you need to somehow also like provide those classes that, hey, don't remove these ones. So yeah, CSS is a big part in my opinion still.
True. Yeah.
Great. And well, speaking of performance, since Norbert is on the next blog going to be doing a presentation about performance, I don't know if you would like to add anything, or if you have any questions about the rest of the guys about Nuxt.
Yeah, nothing specific. So yeah, if you could please join my presentation. I'm going to be talking a little about code splitting and lazy loading, server-side rendering, and moving that to the AWS cloud. So yeah.
Sure,
Okay,
cool.
Okay. And well, as I am a newbie in the Vue.js world, could you please speak a bit about dynamic rendering with Nuxt.js, and just in a nutshell, without spending a day on it, as we said earlier?
Depends. What do you mean with dynamic rendering at the moment?
Possibly like dynamic server-side rendering with a Node.js server.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to go ahead, otherwise I'll do it.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. You're the
So
expert.
basically, yeah, that's a bit difficult because server-side rendering can mean so much. So dynamic server-side rendering is a quite concise term in this case, and what it means is if you have a Vue single-page application, then the HTML will be generated by the JavaScript you get. So you get like an almost empty HTML file with like a loading spinner and the JavaScript, and JavaScript will be parsed, and then it will build up the HTML. And with server-side rendering, you don't do it that way. What is happening is that the initial call, if you, for example, come from Google to your website, or if you do like a hard refresh, will go to a Node.js server. And the Node.js server that knows uses like a Vue server renderer under the hood. So it knows your Vue component structure. It knows which components are needed for the page. And what is happening is that it will then transform your Vue components that are needed into the HTML Vue would either generate on a client otherwise. The most important part here is that if there are some APIs called and you program it that way that they should also add the data during the server-side rendering, they will be added to the HTML. So there's already information in the HTML when it will be sent to the client. And the cool part there is the client sees the whole page. He doesn't have to wait. He doesn't have to see a loading spinner. So it can already take a look, read something. And in the meantime, Vue.js is booting up again. So there's still the HTML with the information plus JavaScript sent. So Vue will initialize, take over the HTML, so-called hydration. And then there will be a single page application from that point. Yeah, that's, I guess, the most concise description I can give here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I have another question for Filip, because I don't want to forget. There was a question saying, any timeline for Shopify production readiness?
Well, the beta is already there, and it's open source. So I suppose that's a good foundation to contribute by yourself if you want.
Okay, great. I think I have covered most of the questions from YouTube.
I would have one question.
Oh, sorry.
I would have one question for Alexandre. If like,
yeah,
I'm not
go
going
ahead.
to
Thank you.
About the Nuxt tree. Don't worry. But I also also wondering because we were talking a little bit about the rendering. Also for the server static side generation, I'm interested how does it look like with incremental generation and with Nuxt. So the feature, which is something really we are looking for also in the Jamstack universe at least.
Absolutely. So good news is there will be support for that. I mean, basically, it's like static site rendering with incremental regeneration. Of course, you need a platform to support it. So looking at Vercel, for example, but also like Cloudflare workers, you name it. And the good news is I can't spoil too much because, as I said before, Daniel will talk tomorrow about edge rendering with Nuxt, and this will also cover the whole part of Nuxt Nitro, which is the new server rendering engine for Nuxt. And Nuxt Nitro will have the option to make serverless easier and also deploy on platforms like Cloudflare workers and utilize the whole part of that incremental regeneration, incremental static site generation, so to say. So this will come, and it will come soonish.
Who came up with Nuxt Nitro? Because that's a great name.
Actually, I don't know, but I will figure out and tell you. It was named
some
different
inside
before,
knowledge.
but I can't.
Nitro.
I have to figure out. I will DM you and tell you in a bit.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
No worries at all.
Okay, great. And I have another question, kind of a long one here from the colleagues of Geekle. It's a two-part question, so we will add the first part, Vue component optimization. We have a table that has 50 plus columns and 500 plus rows. Each cell of a column can be a dynamic component loaded from the backend. And there's the second part. The rendering is slow and sometimes takes several minutes to completely render a table. How can we optimize this? Or is there any best practice to deal with such problem?
Yeah, so as far as I know, there's a great library by Guillaume. It's called Vue Virtual Scroller. So this is actually when you have such cases, so when you have, let's say, this 500 rows, and in the viewport you have only, let's say, 20, and only this 20 will be rendered, and the new ones, while you will be scrolling, it will replace the current ones. So that's probably the answer for the rendering. For requesting data, I think it's more complex question because it all depends, like, if you're using GraphQL or not using GraphQL, how big the chunks are, is there a separate request for each chunk, can you prefetch, etc. But like, I would say this is a little bit harder to answer. Maybe someone else could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I could add, it's not a technical answer, but I mean, as you said, like 50 columns and 500 rows. So it's like pretty big table. And I would like also ask, like, from the UX perspective, like how can you use it and how can you change the behavior? So basically, like, if what is the reason for the table, and if you can implement some filtering or stuff to like make it like smaller and like get those data that people need really, because I cannot imagine like a screen big enough to show all the data at once. So basically that would be like the approach, and you will make the more performant also the website.
Good point, exactly.
Yeah.
Totally.
Or the
like,
application.
At this point, like, you probably want to push back on UX because there's probably like no reason to show all that data at once, and maybe you want to revisit the backend, maybe the APIs, and do some pagination there.
Yeah,
exactly.
One more thing I think I can add from a technical point of view is you can also add a component cache if you want that. So you can cache components so you don't have to render them out again and again. Yeah, I don't think this will make a huge difference by 50 times 500 grid, which is huge, as it also been already mentioned.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I could just ask a few of my own questions. I think I kind of really like asking people, and you have already done this, but if anyone could just give me like your main sources of staying up to date, or things that inspire you in this for Nuxt, and like things that you visit on a day-to-day basis and stuff like that. I think you have already done this in your presentations, but if I could get a few more, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, go ahead. I've gone first before.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so like, I'm not coding that much anymore, so I'm more looking for different type of content these days. But obviously, like the official VueJS newsletter, Damian is creating it very, very well. Like, if there is anything important in the community or any important feature coming to the VueJS, you will not miss it if you are a subscriber. Another thing is Twitter, really like following the right people from the core teams of the libraries that you're using. This is probably the best way to me to stay up to date, because if there's anything important or anything that people like, it will immediately be at the top of my feed. And apart from this, obviously, conferences, blogs on Vue School, on Vue Mastery, they're very, very, these are very good sources of knowledge about Vue.js.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I would add like, it's not like updated lately, but the Vue was also a good source, like very short tips where you can read something good. And then I wanted to mention also the Vue School, Vue Mastery, basically, which are also I plan to like get the Vue 3 course for myself and just check it out, because I think like those are like most up-to-date data you can like informations you can get, even like before it gets somewhere into books. You just go there as they are doing like pretty awesome work there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so Twitter, which I think Philip, mentioned, I use that quite a bit, searching for things and then following people, and then also YouTube. When I'm looking on stuff there, I just make sure I filter the results a lot of times when I'm searching for stuff. So it's like the last month or the last year, or like, for example, we talked about Vue 3. It's something that I was wanting to dig into. So I would filter the search results to just show a playlist, because I was hoping to kind of get a playlist for Vue 3. So I think kind of depending on if you're looking for news or maybe more learning, those might be beneficial.
And
yeah, just add on top of that, we've also got like Medium, a lot of interesting articles on Medium, and of course, obviously, Stack Overflow.
And I have to mention also Vue documentation. I mean, like the Vue documentation, at least Vue 2 was like awesome. I don't know how does it look like Vue 3. I didn't have the chance to like read through it, but the Vue 2 was like awesome. Right? I'm using that as a sample for all the possible documentation, everything we do. Like this is the standard.
Still awesome in Vue 3, no worries.
Yeah, and they have also amazing writing guide for documentations in Vue 3 documentations that we are also using in Vue Storefront.
Yeah, besides these sources, I think one of things hasn't been mentioned is actually GitHub repositories. So if I really want to know, like, there's a bug I want to follow, then I just look up if there's an issue on GitHub. Otherwise, create one, describe the bug, and subscribe to it, so we know if there's like things happening there. And yeah, news-wise, Nuxt also has a newsletter. I can fully recommend that one, but the Vue newsletter, the official one from Damien, also top notch. So yeah, I also follow these two to keep up with the things. I think the other sites I've mentioned already. So yeah, agree on all of them. Discord is a good point.
Did we miss?
Though I think Discord is, at least to me personally, more to like ask questions and have a community around chatting. But of course, you can also keep up there. That's true. That's true. We also announce most important things there.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I have another question, a technical one, a bit more of a technical, but because I don't want to end on a negative, so to speak, note, I will ask another one after that. So the first one is, what are Nuxt.js's limitations, if any, those that could make you doubt before choosing it for your future SSR projects?
Maybe from my perspective, maybe not a limitation, but what is the biggest strength and also the biggest weakness of Nuxt is its complexity and the fact that it's made in a way that you don't really have a chance to interact with the parts of the code that are not directly exposed through configuration. So of course it's really, really configurable, it's really customizable, but if what matters to you is to have a very special behaviors, and like the most common scenario which is promoted by Nuxt is not working for you. For example, I don't know, you're making some weird WebGL game or something like this using Vue.js, or you're using this, to create a UI for the next Battlefield game. By the way, the Battlefield 1 UI is made in React, so it's possible. Then it's probably not a thing for you. But I think as long as you're building like a standard Vue.js applications, probably it's always worth using Nuxt, because majority of the features that are there you will have to implement by yourself, because they're kind of like a standard right now. That's my perspective of this.
Yep, fully agree.
Yeah, I was just going to say, because I thought about this a lot, like there are cases that I don't use Nuxt, and I know the question specifically for future SSR or server rendered projects. And for server rendered, I'm also always going to use Nuxt. I feel like if there are any limitations, there's less than using anything else. But I think the one case where I might use something else is Quasar. For if I'm building like apps that I want to be desktop applications or maybe mobile apps, I've messed with that a little bit using like Electron or Cordova. So it's a really great framework to check out because it really allows you to build all those different applications very easily. So it's a very solid framework. You can use it, I think, with Nuxt and do all that, but they have their own CLI, and it's, it has some advantages just to using just it without Nuxt.
The mobile applications is also one point where there's like no super built-in way to do that with Nuxt because it's not the main focus. Of course, you can, as I said, fiddle around with Electron and put a Nuxt there if you want to, but it won't be as straightforward as using something else.
I think I have also one use case, like theoretically. I'm not sure. Maybe also like Alex can or like you can like change my mind. But I mean, like if you are building something which is like small part of your website, like something, let's say a chatbot, then probably to bringing a Nuxt would be overkill. You just go for a Vue.js, like simple, because you want to keep it smaller. So this is like basically like really those small parts that you are like going to add it to like old website, build whatever technology, and you just want to enhance some parts of it with something. So in that case, probably Nuxt is of course overkill.
Yep, this is also I think the main example I always bring when people ask me when do I not use Nuxt. That's mostly that if you have like a traditional server in its side through, I don't know, Laravel, Django, whatsoever, and you just want to sprinkle a little bit of Vue in there, then go for Vue. Or go to whatever framework you like, right? But yeah, Nuxt is for the full front end based on Vue.js and Nuxt in this case. So definitely.
Exactly.
And one small remark regarding changing the behavior of a framework. So I think, yeah, some parts are, well, not easy or not that easy to change, but Nuxt does, I think, a fairly good job with Nuxt hooks. So you can still alter the behavior and say, before you render a route, strip all the scripts out or whatever. So there are also lots of parts of the framework can hook into and change things to make Nuxt work with your requirements if they're a bit different than the standard ones.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Last thing I would like to say is if any of you have any last questions for each other or any last remarks before we wrap up the Q&A and continue. So
I missed one more thing,
okay.
And it's just a matter of time, but you can't use it with Vue 3 yet. That's also one of the points. But soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Filip.
I said we hope for that, really.
Same. But it will happen. I promise.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, guys, for your time. Thank you for your presentations. They have been, well, really amazing to learn all these new things about Nuxt. So thank you very much for your time. Yeah, do you have any last words before we say goodbye?
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for having us.
You're welcome.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good day.
See you soon in person.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So before we go on a small break, I just have a small announcement to make. It's about one of our future conferences. I will add the banner right here. There we go. So I hope everyone had a great time so far at our conference, and I would like to say that now it's the time to show some love for the youngest kid in the block. Which one is it? Is the Flutter Global Summit, and we're excited to announce that the next Flash Prize. We're excited to announce that the next Flash Prize deal is for this summit. The topics and speakers are simply fire. We're going to have developers from Google, from eBay, Chili, Stream, and many more great teams to name that will share their knowledge, their experience, and the most versatile cross-platform SDK. If you would like to learn more about the latest updates that Google has to offer for cross-platform development experts and from enthusiasts, join us today at a discounted price of $99. The quantity of tickets is limited to 20, and the flash price is valid for the next 2 hours. To claim your discount, you can either enter the promo code ViewFlash during registration or scan the QR code that is right here on this banner. There we go. All right, thank you very much. We're going to go on a small 10 minutes break, and then we're going to continue.
Let's go back.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We have another block to present before I hand you over to the next moderator. So for the next presentation, we have Norbert Nader that we already saw at the Q&A session. So I'm gonna, as I said before, he's a front-end engineer at Amazon Web Services, and he's gonna be talking to us about lazy loading and route code splitting. And he's joining us from the USA. So we'll add him right now to the stream. Hello again.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. Pretty excited. Yeah.
Great. What do you think of the summit so far?
Yeah, I love it. I really like the Q&A. This is going to be a little different. Not going to be using Nuxt here, so we're going to be using some vanilla Vue for SSR.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Great. That's great. Yeah, thanks again for taking part of the Q&A, and we're gonna have another Q&A session after your presentation. So if anyone has any questions during the presentation, leave them up on YouTube or Geekle, and we'll make sure they get answered. So I will leave the stage to you, and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so hi everyone. So my name is Norbert Nader, and I'm a front-end engineer at Amazon Web Services. So outside of work, I'm a husband and father. I'm originally from Chicago, but I moved to Krakow, Poland when I was a kid. I decided to move back to Chicago a couple of years ago, and here I am in the Pacific Northwest. So currently I'm working for AWS. I work for IoT, work on the IoT Site-Wise Monitor. So that's a feature of AWS that provides portals in the form of managed web applications. You can use these applications to share your operational data, to visualize time series data from IoT devices in near real time. And recently we actually released a new alarm feature. So yeah, that's enough about me. I'll go ahead and jump to the presentation. Okay, so code splitting and lazy loading of Vue.js application. All right, let's get to it. So here's the plan for the next 30 minutes or so. So I'll go over what we'll be talking about. Sorry about that. So we're going to talk about what code splitting and lazy loading is, and we're going to apply those lazy loading techniques and code splitting techniques in a Vue.js application. Throughout the presentation, we will be measuring the app's performance. We will spend some time going over the metrics I will be logging to get visibility into the performance improvements we make. And I will also show you how to get that code into the AWS cloud so you can share blazing fast applications with the world. And finally, we'll end the presentation with some takeaways, and we'll move on to the Q&A. All right, so let's get started. What is code splitting and lazy loading? So, okay, so here's Webpack's definition of what code splitting and lazy loading is. So you can read through it or just listen to my TLDR. So for starters, I show you an image of a code split JS bundle, right? But you don't have to think of code splitting as just splitting out your JS. You can really split out SVGs or CSS or really whatever you want from the code and load it at a later time. So with code splitting, we get the power of splitting our code into separate bundles. This is already a good optimization since the browser can now parse the scripts faster and execute the code once it's ready to be executed. We can take that a step further and lazy load our bundles when we actually need them. And there are a couple of ways of doing this with the Webpack, 3 main ways of doing this with the Webpack configuration. So you can use entry points, or you can use entry dependencies, or plugins like Split Chunks plugin to dedupe and split chunks, or Mini CSS Extract plugin to extract CSS into separate files. Or you can use dynamic imports to split code via inline function calls within modules. All right, so let's go over some examples and see what that looks like in the Webpack config. So here we have an example of using the Mini CSS Extract plugin that extracts CSS into separate files. It creates a CSS file for every CSS import. It also supports on-demand loading of CSS and source maps. Okay, so lazy loading using dynamic imports. And this is really all it takes. So code splitting using dynamic imports is just this simple. Webpack makes it really easy for us. So instead of using that static import statement, we use this import function. Okay, so how is it done in a Vue.js app? All right, so we're going to start off with installing the Vue CLI. We're going to use npm to install it globally. You can also run a standalone Vue component using Vue serve. Vue calls this instant prototyping. To get instant prototyping to work, you'll also need to install the CLI service global and compiler SFC plugins. When you create a project with Vue CLI, you can configure it to your needs, like adding TypeScript support, linting, and testing. For this presentation, we'll go with just bare minimum and use instant prototyping like in the example. But instead of passing a component to the serve command, we'll be just running Vue serve and using the app.js as our entry file. Okay, so let's install some dependencies. We're going to be using Vue 3 and Vue Router 4. Okay, so we have 3 files here. We have the app.js file. This is where we create the app and mount it. We also use the router here. As you can see in the router, we have a home and about component. We're not going to go into too much detail for those just yet. All we need to know is that they render the home and about page. And then we also have the app view component. This is where we render the links and the router view. So in the next slide, we're going to take a look at the Lighthouse reports in Chrome DevTools. Okay, so before code splitting and lazy loading, let's look at the performance. All right, so we have 4 files here. Let's focus on app.js for now, which is 205 kilobytes right now. This is our app's main.js. As you can see, we get some code splitting out of the box since Vue splits our vendors for us into chunk vendor JS bundles. By default, Webpack will code split the chunk vendors and chunk common files. You don't see the chunk common here because we don't have any common chunks just yet. But if we started reusing components, we'll probably see that file in here as well. So now let's look at the Lighthouse performance. As you can see, it's not great. First contentful paint is at 29.2 seconds, and time to interact is 30.3 seconds. The overall performance is at 9, which is pretty low. So we can play a game here, and you can write down what you think the performance will look like with the first contentful paint and time to interact, or whatever metric you want to keep track of. And we're going to see what that looks like after code splitting and after server-side rendering. All right, so let's say I decided to add some CSS to one of the single file components. If we wanted to split the styles into a separate CSS file, we can use Vue config to extract CSS. So we create a new file called Vue config.js and add these 5 lines. That's it. That's really all we need to do. And now this CSS will get extracted into its own file. I'm also using named routes here. All right, so let's lazy load the routes. Here we lazy load the routes using dynamic imports. As you can see, I commented out the static imports, and instead what we're doing now is using these import functions, right? So what that will do is generate separate JS bundles for the home and about page. We'll take a look at that in another slide. We're also using Webpack magic comments to name the bundles. So we're naming the home home and the Webpack chunk name for the about page is about. So yeah, with code splitting, we're not limited to routes, and we can code split in components as well. So let's say we decided to add a really large component to the about me page. Let's lazy load it using Vue define async component method, the Vue define async component method right here, right? So inside, we're actually still using the import function. So this large component, let's say, can take a really long time to mount. So we want to wrap it in suspense in the template, and we provide a fallback while it's loading. All right, so after code splitting and lazy loading, let's take a look at the performance. So first, actually, let's see what new files we have here. So we have 5 new files in total. So on the home page, as you can see, we have the app.hash CSS file over here. So we extracted out the CSS from the app view component. This will load both on the home and about page. But what's specific for the home page is that we have this home.js file here now. This is the bundle for the home view component. And on the about page, as you can see, we have the about.js, and we also have the large component. And we also have the about CSS extracted here. All right, so now let's take a look at the performance. And as you can see, the performance, while it's still not great, has drastically improved compared to the previous report. As you can see, the metrics have improved significantly, by almost 15 seconds for first contentful paint and speed index, and by almost 14 seconds for time to interactive. As your app grows, these performance improvements can get even more significant if we compare it without code splitting and lazy loading. In production, we can make this even better by using gzip or broadly. All right, so one important thing also about code splitting and lazy loading is prefetching and preloading resources. So by default, Vue will infer which assets to preload and which to prefetch. We can disable the prefetch plugin in Webpack and have more control over what gets prefetched and what gets preloaded using the Webpack magic comments. So preloading is an early fetch instruction to the browser that requests a resource needed for the page, while prefetching serves a slightly different purpose. It's like a future navigation. So a good example of using prefetch are the routes, like the about page that we might navigate to in the future, and we can download in idle time. And a good example for preloading is large component. Let's say this is some really heavy charting library, or maybe a large CAPTCHA library, I don't know. So now we can request the about page. We will also request the large component chunk file, assuming the about page is smaller and finishes first. The page will show the suspense fallback from the previous slide for our large component. We can take this a step further and analyze our bundles to get a better picture of what our performance improvement opportunities, what other performance opportunities we're missing out on. To do this, we'll have to require the Webpack bundle analyzer in our Vue.config.js file. Now we plug in and it'll open up at port localhost 8888. And as you can see, the large component would be 863.74 kilobytes out of 1.77 megabytes total. So nearly half of the entire bundle if we were not to code split. But if we zoom in on this, we would also notice Lodash takes a large chunk. So the small blue squares, right, are the about page bundle, and the app page is the larger one. And homepage is somewhere in that gray area. So not everything needs to be code split, unless it's something that you foresee to grow in size in the future. All right, so now let's talk about code splitting with server-side rendering. So what is server-side rendering? In case someone doesn't know, by default, Vue components produce and manipulate DOM in the browser as output. However, it is also possible to render the same components into HTML strings on the server, send them directly to the browser, and finally hydrate the static markup into fully interactive application on the client. A server-rendered Vue.js application can also be considered isomorphic or universal. This means that the majority of the app's code runs both on the server and on the client. And we'll take a look at what that looks like in the next slides. So for this, I'll just follow the official Vue SSR docs. All right, so let's get started. So what we're going to need here is the Vue server renderer, and we're also going to need the an express for running the server, and the Vue server renderer is for generating the static HTML. So other things that we're going to need is the Webpack. So we're going to install Webpack as our direct dependency because this will be required for our SSR server. The manifest and external plugins are required to make code splitting work. We'll get more into details on that in the next slides. And this is what our package.json dependencies look like now. As you can see, I added some scripts for easier development. We have a build client and build server script that builds for the client, and the server is going to build for server-side rendering. And we have a build script that runs both of those commands, and finally a serve command that will run the express server. All right, so we will need to update our Vue.config.js file. One important thing here to remember when doing this with the Vue SSR tutorial is to correctly set the path for the entry files. For this presentation, we will just store them in the root directory. As you can see, we're using the externals and the manifest plugins from our previous slide. The manifest plugin will generate a JSON file with the mappings to the app.js and app.css file, which we use to render the HTML on the server. And Webpack allows you to define externals, modules that should not be bundled. When bundling with Webpack for the backend, you usually don't want to bundle its node modules dependencies. This library creates an externals function that ignores node modules when building in Webpack. So now this is our app.js. This is what our app.js file looks like now. So now we're using create SSR app instead of using create app. As you can see, we are not mounting here as well. So this is basically what isomorphism is, or universal JavaScript, we'll use this file as a universal entry for both the client bundles and the server bundles. All right, so now this is the server-side rendering code necessary to create the static HTML. We use the default export from our app.js and return the app and router. So there's no mounting here yet. And then in the entry client, this is where we actually do the hydration. This is where we do the mounting. As you can see, we also wait for the router to be ready before we mount the app. This is very important since the router tells us which component to mount at the specific page. So for server rendered routes, we will want to use memory history since we don't have access to the window history. Other than that, everything stays pretty much the same. All right, so finally, this is our server rendering code. This is our Express server. One important part that was missing in the official SSR docs is that you need to await the router push, right, over here. Otherwise, you can get a hydration mismatch because the push might not have resolved yet. So router view in main will be empty. Otherwise, just following the tutorial with some minor tweaks around server use. So here we will use JS and CSS paths to serve our assets. All right, so after code splitting with SSR, let's take a look at the performance. As you can see, the performance has increased significantly here. Instead of our initial 30 seconds, we now have 1.7 seconds for first contentful paint and time to interactive. And our overall score is looking a lot better now as well. We gain a lot from building these files for production, since for most of these, the size has dropped significantly. Like large component is now 200, yeah, if you could take a look at large component, it's 250 kilobytes instead of the initial 2.6 megabytes. You can use the insights report to identify where else you can make improvements. Okay, so measuring the performance of the app. Let's take a look at how we could do that in the code. So as you saw in the previous slides with Lighthouse reports, we gained insights into a couple of metrics like time to interactive and first contentful paint. So what if we wanted to log those metrics to keep track of the performance? We can implement it in the app view component like this. But please bear in mind that some of these methods may still be experimental. But basically here we track DOM interactive, first contentful paint, and our own time to interactive. It's important to understand that DOM interactive and time to interactive are not the same. DOM interactive is when a page's primary content is visible and meaningful paints have occurred, while time to interactive is when the website is visually usable and engaging. It's a bit different than the Lighthouse report, but at least sets some benchmarks for our app's performance that we can track. Okay, so moving your app to the AWS cloud. So here is our production infrastructure. All right, so we will first need to create an S3 bucket for our assets. Then we will serve them through CloudFront. We will need to change the public path in our Vue app configuration, which we will get to later. So to run our Node.js server-side rendering function, we'll need to create a node lambda. This will be very similar to our server.js file from the previous server-side rendering slides. And finally, we will expose our app to the world by pointing an API gateway to our Lambda. Additionally, we will have an API gateway endpoint pointing to another Node.js Lambda, which we will use for logging metrics to CloudWatch. We'll also make some modifications to our logger function for this later. And at the end, I will talk a little bit of some ways of working with the metric data and moving this app to a CI/CD pipeline. All right, so we're going to start off by installing some tools that we would need for this. So the AWS command line interface is an open source tool that enables you to interact with AWS services using commands in your command line shell. And the AWS serverless application model is an open source framework that you can use to build serverless applications on AWS. So some prerequisites here if you're following along. I assume that you have an AWS account since we will need that to deploy our app. Other than that, just please follow the guide to how to install AWS CLI and SAM for your platform and set up your credentials. Ideally, your console output should look something like this when you have everything properly installed. All right, so let's start off by creating an S3 bucket for our assets. All we will do is run the command above, and you will need to create a bucket and name it to whatever you want. We will need that for later, so keep note of that. And this is what it should look like in the console, in the AWS console. So now let's upload our assets to S3. For this purpose, I created an asset uploader shell script that will loop through all the assets we care about, in this case, JS and CSS in the dist clients folder, and upload them to S3 with the correct content type. It's important to notice here the content type we're setting for the specific files. For this presentation, we are only going to support JS and CSS. Once we run this script, our assets should appear in the S3 bucket. All right, so now let's go ahead and run this command to create the CloudFront distribution. So we have public access to our assets. It will take a couple of seconds for this component, but once it's done, you will see the state changed to enabled. So before we can access our assets using CloudFront, we will also have to create an origin access identity. This is what it should look like in the console after running the command above. Now we need to get the current distribution config using the command at the top. The CF distribution you see here is modified. I removed the distribution config property and made it the root. You will need to save the E tag for later and use it in the if math option when updating the distribution. You don't see the E tag here because of the modifications I made, but it will be there after running the command above. So we use the OAI ID from the previous slide here for the S3 origin config origin access identity property over here. Your config should look something like this now. Now you can run the update distribution command to update the distribution with our OAI. In the console, you will see the status of the distribution change to in progress, and you'll just have to wait for it to deploy. And now your configuration should look something like this in the console. All right, so finally, we will put the policy for the S3 bucket granting the OAI permission to get S3 objects. We can now securely access our S3 assets publicly using the CloudFront endpoint. So in production, our public path should point to the CloudFront endpoint to fetch assets if we're not building for server-side rendering. We'll have to also upload the S3 assets again, since now our app hash has changed. In a production environment, you want to be careful with this. This might be, there might be users currently still using the old files, so you can either keep them side by side, the new ones, or use something like a service worker to cache the old resources until the client fetches the new HTML. For the sake of this presentation, we will assume we keep all the old files. So all we had to do was add this line to our Vue config.js file, rebuild the project, and upload the assets. Okay, so our client side is already in the cloud. Now let's get our server side there as well. So let's start with creating the function that will run our server side rendering. We'll call it SSR lambda.js. This is very similar to our server.js file, but instead we pass events raw path to router push, because this is what the HTTP API serverless function event returns. Now we need to create a template YAML file, right over here, for SAM to create the infrastructure for us. This includes the Lambda and API gateway. So we're just telling SAM to create a new serverless function and use HTTP API as an event type for our function. SAM takes care of creating all the necessary resources like IAM roles for us, so everything works out of the box with just this config. So I created a few commands to help us with building the app here. We'll first need to build the Vue app before we can build SAM. Then we will build SAM and move the dist to SAM build directory. We'll need this for running SSR. Finally, we can run the Lambda and API gateway locally. This is running on a Docker container. It is important to follow the SAM CLI install instructions on setting up Docker to use local testing. Some key takeaways for me were to remember to share the project's directory. And I had to create a Docker account and sign in after reaching max requests for the SAM image, because it was just not getting pulled. I also had to add the name to the package for SAM to build, so I went ahead and added some more details to the package.json. So now we will use SAM deploy guided to create our stack. Some things to mention here is to remember to answer yes to the may not have authorization defined question, since we won't be providing authorization for this app. This will generate a TOM file for us, so we can use npm run deploy lambda later if we make any changes to the code. If you open CloudFormation in the console, you will see the stack being created. Once it's complete, your app is ready. Yeah, and as you can see, this is our production website using the API gateway endpoint. So the API gateway link from the previous slide in the SAM output, you can use that to open the application. You can also find it in the AWS console in the API gateway console. Once you click on it, it will open your app in production. And this is what the metrics and file sizes look like in the real world. So we could end here and call it a day, but I promised logging these metrics to CloudWatch. So now let's take a look at that. So first, we will create another Lambda for logging the metrics. We'll need to install the AWS SDK for this. So notice how we're also tree shaking using AWS client CloudWatch package. This isn't done on the client side on the backend though, but still like a little about tree shaking. If you're doing it for the client side, it's also a good way to optimize your bundles. So tree shaking is like a term used in the JavaScript context for dead code elimination, basically. So you can achieve this with AWS CLI in version 3. So we will first query we will use the first query parameter, right? And its value to log that to a client metrics namespace. So we also need to set the course headers here for our app to be able to call the REST API. And for the origin, we use the HTTP API endpoint. Okay, so deploying the metrics to so we're deploying the metrics to the AWS Lambda. So the metrics AWS Lambda. So now we will add a new entry to the template YAML to create an API endpoint. We'll also need to add a policy to allow Lambda to put metrics to CloudWatch. So now we will need to build and deploy our resources. And once that is complete, we will copy this endpoint for our logger function. Okay, so with the metrics API endpoint, we can use that in our logger function. Now we will build the Vue.js app code. And since we have changed the client-side code, we'll need to upload the assets to S3. Now we will need to build and deploy our Lambdas again, since our bundle hash has changed. And the SSR function is still using the old manifest pointing to the old files. Our app is now sending metrics to CloudWatch, which we will take a closer look at in the next slide. All right, so now our AWS console, in the AWS console, we can create a CloudWatch dashboard and start analyzing our metrics. As you can see, I was testing the app manually, and we already have some traffic coming in. We can take a look at what the time to interactive and first contentful paint was for those connections. So we can even create alarms on these metrics from the metrics page. And we can also create canaries for our app using the server-side render Lambda API gateway endpoints to periodically hit our page. So even if we don't have traffic, we can get visibility into how our app is performing. And finally, we can think of how to move all of this to a CI/CD pipeline. So now we have our app running in the cloud. We have our npm scripts to help us build, package, and deploy the app. We also have a CloudWatch dashboard and canaries running to make sure our app is performing correctly, and CloudWatch alarms set up to notify us of any regressions. But instead of running these commands manually, we can create a CI/CD pipeline for all of these steps and only ever have to push the changes to our source control and never have to care about anything again. Here we see how we can build that into a CI/CD pipeline and where our commands fall into this. We have the development phase where we write code. We have the building phase where we build the assets for production, upload them, and deploy to our stages. The build phase is where we actually do the code splitting and the lazy loading. And we lazy load the code split bundles in production on the client side. And finally, we monitor our app and continuously test it. Of course, we should create tests during the development phase and run tests against each stage we deploy to. We can employ a data-driven approach to our development cycle by making decisions based off of the metrics we collect from our app and have the development cycle look something like this. So we can achieve this with, AWS code pipeline, code commit, and code deploy, but it's really up to you what tools you'll choose for this. All right, so what did we learn today? So we learned what code splitting and lazy loading is. We applied those code splitting and lazy loading techniques in a Vue.js application. We actually also did server-side rendering. We learned how we can measure performance for our app, and we moved the app to the AWS cloud. So the best part about this is that it's all scalable. You don't have to worry about setting up code splitting for the infrastructure for that from now on and have code splitting work for you in a production environment. You can just add a new route, add a new component, and just build and deploy when you're ready. The great thing about this as well, when building from scratch, is you get more fine-grained control over your front end and back end. So with server-side rendering, when you're server-side rendering your app, is also great for SEO, obviously. Also, although I think Google has some ways of parsing client-side rendering apps, social media platforms are not quite there yet. Of course, there are some drawbacks to this, like the cost of running a server instead of storing your files on S3, but that is something that you just need to decide on case by case. So big thank you to all the people that worked on this documentation. You can find the code for this presentation at my GitHub repo. I'll also share that in our Slack, and I'll share that here in the comments. And okay, well, thank you for having me. It was a great privilege to be here. I'm humbled to be here, and I'm ready for the Q&A.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's been very, very precise, and I really like the structure with the beginning and then the end with all the things you showed us today. Thank you very much. Yeah, so for the Q&A section, well, the first question was if the code is available, and yeah, exactly, there we have it. It's on your GitHub, so that's great. Thank you very much. Then we had another question from the Geekle platform, which says, does Nuxt take care of this out of the box? You know this? Or? So
right, it will take care of some of this out of the box, but here we get more fine-grained control. I kind of wanted to show how to build this from scratch and how to actually move that to production.
Right, perfect. And we have another question saying, how does lazy loading impact user experience?
Right, so with lazy loading, we're actually, it also depends on if you're prefetching or preloading a resource, but basically, it should improve the client's getting the page faster. The client might wait a little longer for some components that need to load, but maybe these are components that they don't necessarily need at that time. And yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. Then I think you briefly touched in this about the next question in your last part of your presentation, but the second part, does it improve SEO or does it affect it in any way? Or
right, so lazy loading will affect your SEO because it doesn't get well, that kind of depends on how the search engines do that, but it will affect your SEO since it won't get rendered on the server side, and it actually happens on the client side.
Yeah. Great. And also we have I guess a bit more bigger or general question. Which scripts can you load lazily?
Right. So that's basically up to you. So something that you might not have to use immediately once the client loads the page. Something that they can wait for. Like let's say you have a contact form. That's why I use that example of like a CAPTCHA. Maybe you don't necessarily need to use that CAPTCHA immediately. It doesn't have to be rendered on the server side, and the client can just wait for that to render.
And from your experience, do you have any, I guess, functionalities or any things that you just say like, yeah, this?
Yeah, for sure. So let's say you have, let's say just this example, you have listings for like, you have a real estate website and you have listings, and when you're scrolling, you want to wait for that content to load. You can lazy load that basically. Let's say you have something at the bottom there. You have some contact form, for example, at the bottom of these listings, and that's something that you can use that for.
Exactly. Perfect. Thank you. Then we have another question saying, what is the best way to test lazy loading?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I really haven't thought about that too much. How to test lazy loading, but you know, I think it's the way that you approach it. If you're going to test this with Cypress, it might get it might get tricky to wait for those bundles to load. But I think it's all about testing creating good unit tests for your application, just making sure that single component works as expected. Other than that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And we just had a question from YouTube saying, despite of the code, is the presentation available?
Yes, the presentation will also be available, and I'll link it in my GitHub repo.
Great, that's perfect. Let's see. We have another question saying, what are the best Vue.js component libraries that make use of standard web components?
Standard web components. So I don't have any specific libraries in mind, but yeah, and we actually use Stencil in our app. So yeah, I don't really have any examples here. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Well, yeah, and I would like to ask if you have anything more you would like to add, any last details or anything you would like to add.
Yes, so I'm actually kind of surprised that no one asked about hot modular replacement, which actually is something that gets tricky, especially when you're building an app from scratch like this. Of course, yes, it is possible to do hot modular replacement with SSR, but you're going to have to create your own 2 separate Webpack configurations for the client and for the server-side rendering. But yeah, just wanted to mention that in case anyone thought about hot modular replacement.
Okay, great. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. I've seen a lot of people saying thanks for the code and for the presentation. I would like to extend that. Thank you very much. If people don't have any more questions, I could just wait for a bit. Starting to get dark here in Milan. I see my camera is getting all grainy. It's fine.
Yeah, the day's just starting here in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your presentation. It has been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Great. Okay, so I think the schedule now calls for a small break. 1 second. I would just like to say that now it's going to take over another moderator, Fatima. Yeah, I would just like to say it's been great being with you today and presenting all the presenters and being part of the event. I would like to thank also the Geekle team for putting all this together. And I will stay in the chat. I will keep communicating this way. So from my side, thank you very much, and have a great rest of the event. I will see you later.
Hello, everyone. How everyone doing? My name is Fatima. I will be here with you for the next few blocks of broadcasting. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I hope everyone is okay. And I would like to know if you haven't shared with us yet where you're from or what time is it where you're watching us. You can surely do it on the chat, so let us know. And today we will have Paolo Caleffi, Austin Akers, and JD Hillen with us presenting their topics about Quasar, Vuetify V3 and the latest features, and also animations with Vue and GSAP. So I hope everyone is excited as I am about these topics. And so, well, we have Paolo Caleffi with first talk. He has a master's degree in computer engineer. He's the CTO and co-founder of DreamMonkey for the last 4 years. And DreamMonkey is a company that makes web apps and augmented reality apps, mobile apps, and professional websites and all sorts of things. They are based in Italy. So we have Paolo from Italy today. Paolo, are you here with us?
Hey there, yeah, I'm here.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Just it's nearly night here, but I'm fine. A bit tired.
Okay, so but we are ready to hear from you now.
Of course.
So you will be presenting the Quasar.
We'll
Come for
presenting.
the UI library, stay for the integrations.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So welcome everybody to this presentation of what is Quasar. Of course, the title has already been shared. Come for the UI library, stay for the integration. Who am I? Paolo Caleffi. Actually, Fatima already presented me, so I will skip most of the stuff. I will just say I'm the core team member which behind the addition of TypeScript support, well, actually enhancing of TypeScript support to Quasar, and I'm the one in charge of automatic testing and integrations. You can find me on GitHub or Twitter. And yeah, as Fatima already said, DrewMonkey is a company which develops web apps and digital integration for companies. We started in 2016 with the idea of being a startup and produce our own service. We failed, and then we decided to go to the B2B side of the market. And that was in that moment that we we come to Quasar. We made Quasar. So at first we came in touch with the framework. We tried to use it. We started testing it, and we started then to contribute both technically and financially. So just trying to enhance the parts we needed. Then we, around March 12, 2020, I think, Razvan Stunescu, the creator and lead developer of Quasar, asked us to join the Quasar core team. And currently we are focusing on TypeScript support, of course, and app extension, but also on other fields. And we expanded beyond that, and we went into the rebranding, marketing strategy, and soon, I hope, soon, enterprise support. So let's dive into the presentation of what is Quasar. So we will actually look at Quasar 2. So the Quasar version, which is in RC phase now, which is based on Vue 3. We are near to the release of the stable. We are near the release of the stable release. Yeah, sorry for the joke, for the words. And what we will cover today? Well, today will be a high level presentation of what Quasar does, because we noticed Quasar is actually a bit under-marketed. We probably need to explain better ourselves and what we can do, because Quasar can do a lot of stuff out of the box, and we want to make everybody know what we can do for you. So let's start right over. The first step is discovering a new world. So we will start with the minimal steps needed to enter Quasar. Of course, the first step you will have to take is to read the documentation. We did a survey at the end of 2020, and we got really high appreciation rates for how the documentation of Quasar is written. And even if we already know it's pretty good, the community provided us with some suggestions, and we implemented them right away. For example, we have rewritten the search from scratch because the current one didn't work. The old one didn't work so well, and we had an API explorer for all the components. Since some months, we have also a new member in the Quasar core team. It's Luke Diebold, and he creates Quasar-related contents to app developers. This has been a thing that the community has been asking since forever for some kind of video tutorials, and Luke is the perfect fit for this kind of this material. So go over to his quasarcast.com if you want to discover more. Then there's the second best part, and the second best rated in our survey of last year, UI components. So why people join Quasar in the first place? Most of them for the UI components. We have more than 70 high-performance flexible components, which are based on Google Material Design, and you can use them with UMD, So okay, so let's do a step back. They are usable. How do you use Quasar components? Well, the minimal setup you will need is to just import the UMD version as a script. You will get the global instance of Quasar, but you won't have tree shaking. So you will have all the components, even the one you won't need. So we actually strongly discourage that this way. We prefer to encourage to use, for example, Vue CLI or Quasar CLI, as we'll explain it later on. This is still a perfect fit if you need to support an old code base and you need to migrate it progressively. The same goes for the Vue CLI plugin. We have a Vue CLI plugin which allows you to insert the Quasar components into your already existing Vue CLI project. Soon we will release also a plugin for Vite, so we can so everybody can experience Quasar even in the new shiny tools which are coming out in these days. So which are the best ones, the best components? Well, we selected a few of them, which between the basic ones and the one I really like. So of course, the first one is the Q input. There's a vast list of components, and there's multiple ways to style them. There's, for example, the field, outlined, bordered, all the material design spec compliant ways. But then we also, as you can see in the first panel, there's, for example, the Q input, which is the more simple of the form fields, which is highly composable. Like all of Quasar components are full of props to cover all of props and slots to cover all the most basic and most common use cases. And when you need something more, you can just go over and take control using slots of what you want. The QSelect is the second most needed one, as always. And then the Q field is a particular one because it abstracts some of the Q input and Q select common behaviors and allows you to put everything inside there. For example, you can put a range, a slider, a knob you could just use to drag around and select the percentage of the pie you can see in the slide, or you can even put a time picker or date picker, and all of those will automatically have the label, the show hint, show error, apply validation, and a lot of other goodies we are used with Quasar. Okay, the next one I want to highlight is the QStepper. QStepper is wonderful to create wizards. So we have both horizontal and vertical way. We have the inline labels. You can put global actions at the end of the step, or you can put steps into each panel. The Q table is one of the most complete and really complex components in Quasar. I actually looked into it to fix some bugs, and it's like really huge. But it's also there are a lot of features, a lot of stuff you will actually need when doing some work as we do, because we mostly work with enterprises which use data-heavy tables, and we often use the Q table. It also it already has incorporated this sticky header, virtual scrolling, pagination, inline editing, sorting. There's everything, and it's already optimized and meant to work with server-side loading of the data and the pagination. You can see there's also a grid style, so you can either show the rows of a table, or you can show it as a card style, and you can actually just switch between those with just one one prop. The last one I want to highlight is the Q-skeleton. Q-skeleton is interesting because it allows you to increase the perceived performance of your website. Instead of just showing, I don't know, a rotating hourglass, which of course we have into Quasar with the Q-spinner component, you can create your own design dummy component and just show something which is loading. And that's pretty much what most of the most used sites will do now, and that's really cool. I like these components a lot. So right now that we just dipped our toes into this Quasar world, let's set up our Basecamp. Okay. So what Quasar can offer if you switch to Quasar CLI? Well, there's actually a lot of stuff you will get for free and already pre-integrated, and you will need to do almost nothing to make them work. So the first thing you will get are app extension. You can think like app extension like they are plugins for Vue CLI, but on steroids, because they can hook into the Quasar build system and actually modify how your application works. This means that, for example, there will be an app extension which, with just a command, could automatically scaffold and hook you into the Apollo management, or, for example, for GraphQL. So integrate Apollo with your application. Then there's different technologies which can help you in many ways in your work. For example, if you need a mobile app or a desktop app, and you will need to create it or integrate manually Capacitor or Cordova or Electron or something like this, and we can and let's see what we can do with it. With Quasar, with app extensions, we can actually also provide new components outside the ones which are provided by Quasar natively. One of these, which is the best one probably, and the more complete one, the most used one, is the Q calendar. The app extension guru here is Jeff. Is part of the Quasar core team since, I don't know, like a long time before I even entered, so I guess some years. And he's just on the verge of releasing the new version of Quasar Q Calendar. Quasar Q Calendar is like, with that app extension and with that component, you can create a clone of your of Google Calendar. But it's not all. But you can go even further. You can actually create also a planner. There are like at least 6 different modes. There's, of course, the month, week, day, 3 days. But then there's the planner way, which is used to create, for example, a calendar you can use to plan when some of your employees need to go in some place and just create a reservation. It's agnostic from the implementation of where the source of the data come from, and that actually make it really powerful and versatile. So what else do you get with Quasar CLI? You get a lot of modes. When we talk about modes in Quasar, we actually mean 2 different things, at least. We mean build modes, so for example, SSR or progressive web apps, and we also mean integration with other technologies. To develop a progressive web app, you will only need to write Quasar mode add PWA, and you will get and Quasar will scaffold for you a progressive src-pwa folder, which some files which are the only one needed to actually modify how your progressive web app will work. All of this, it's done in a way that you can actually use the same code base to cover all the platform and all the build modes. So within a single code base, you can just write your application as is a single page application, and then port it as a progressive web app application, and also a server-side render application. Why not? And so we can move on and see the server-side render. As you see, if you just run Quasar dev -m SSR, you will just skip the Quasar mode add SSR. The Quasar CLI will recognize you want to use that kind of environment or build and install it on the fly for you. If you also want the the killer combo of server-side rendering, which then becomes a progressive web app, you just need to add a flag into the Quasar configuration file. It's just one flag and everything works on its own. Let's move to mobile. From mobile, we can see there are many integrations. The first one is Cordova and the second capacitor. Of course, you will need to install the necessary SDKs for Android and iOS. And unluckily, we cannot help you with that part. Well, of course, we can. Actually, we can, because in the documentation, there's a guide, a step-by-step guide on how to set up Android Studio. And I don't know about Xcode. I guess there is that part too, but I always only use Android Studio, so I can only talk for Android Studio. There's a step-by-step guide telling you how to install that part. So to install Cordova, you just need to install it at the top level, the root level, and as you probably already guessed, you just need to run Quasar mod add Cordova or Quasar dev -m Cordova -t. That T means target. So you will need to decide which is your target, Android or iOS. When you run with Android or iOS, you will actually get an HMR running where you can connect to your phone. So Quasar CLI will automatically expose a running HMR server which you can use live on your which are exposed from your computer, and you can reach from your cell phone on your phone. With capacitor is pretty much the same thing. Of course, capacitor is, let's call it, the next generation after Cordova. It seems easier to use. We actually use it sometimes in our company, and until now, I think we reached the version 3.0. Everything is working fine. Again, all of this, like if you start a project and then your client will just come in and say, okay, can we make it a mobile app? It's just a matter of installing the SDKs for Android or iOS, and then running a command. Just running a command, actually two, because you first need to install it and then to build it, but it's really easy. You could have an app running on capacitor in 1 hour if you already have the necessary SDK for Android and iOS set up on your environment. So we cover mobile, but we still miss at least one of the other platforms, which is desktop, of course. I think you got the gist at this point. It's always a matter of running Quasar mod add Electron, and it will be good to go. For every different mode, for every different integration you will get, a new folder for that integration will be scaffolded, and in that folder there will only be the needed. There will only be the files needed to customize how that part of the project, that integration, that application for desktop or mobile, for example, or SSR, how that will behave aside the normal behavior. So next is browser extension mode. It's probably a bit strange because it's not a thing you will expect to find anywhere probably, but it's a way to ease your how do you work with browser extension. So with Quasar CLI, you can even create browser extension from the single code base you already used to do everything else. And the browser extension node has been created by Alan, which is one of the senior developer of the Quasar core team, and he is one of the most important of our team. So you could think now, there's a lot, like really a lot of icons everywhere. Okay, we covered that part too. So we discovered pretty soon it was a pain point for our user to generate all the icons they needed for all the different modes. So we said, why not automate that part too? And so we created Icon Genie. Icon Genie is a CLI which you install on standalone as a global dependency with Yarn, and when you run it into a Quasar project, it just detects all the modes you have installed, and you just need to provide it one icon, which should be, well, the bigger the better, I guess, a PNG, and it would even eventually a theme color or a splash screen color if you're using mobile, and it will automatically generate all the icons you will need for all the integration you installed. And you can actually, it will also print which lines of code you will need to the index HTML to just copy paste them and write them into your project index.html. So once we got accustomed with all this stuff, which I know it's a lot, and you actually don't need to use all of this. Quasar is written in such a way that it's really modular. So if you need the mobile part, you will get the mobile part. If you don't need it, you just don't install it, and it won't be, your code base won't be bloated with anything. But once that you got accustomed to all of this stuff and you start using them, or maybe even from the beginning, if you're an expert developer, you probably want to start with some more stability. And stability in Quasar means TypeScript support and automatic testing support. So for TypeScript support, since a year or so, it's just a matter of choosing the TypeScript support option when you create the project, and everything will be scaffolded out of the box. Right now, we are not like when you add the modes, you actually don't get the TypeScript files because we are still working on that part. I'm still working on that part mostly, but we are we are working on releasing the Quasar V2 stable release, so we had to pause a bit the TypeScript efforts, but we plan to add it in a month or so, anyway, in some months. What about integration? Well, integration, as you saw, it's only about, it's just a Quasar app extension. As we discussed it before, you just need a single line, a single command to add all the to add the integration, and everything will be scaffolded for you. At this point, you can just start writing your test, and everything will work out of the box. What about just integration? You will see. So for unit testing, well, right now we haven't migrated that part yet, but we are gonna do it soon. I'm actually that's my next task on the list to support this part. And of course, it's always the same, always same. I guess you already understood how simple it is to just add something into Quasar CLI. Just add the app extension and you're ready to go. So I want to take a moment to discuss about donation. Of course, Quasar isn't we don't have any big backers. We don't have Facebook or Google behind us. Like Vue, we are a community supported project, and we noticed there's a lot of confusion in our community about how to manage to help found Quasar. From our Quasar community survey of last year, we discovered that most of our devs, our developers, they work into enterprises, but the enterprises are the one that least pay for the products. So there's a list here you could use to combine a list of steps you can use to convince your managers, if you're working in a company, to just help Quasar to grow. So the first one is, of course, if you have possibilities and you are a freelancer, just go to Razvan GitHub sponsor page and give a contribution if you want, if you can. The second one is just to raise awareness about how cool Quasar is, what everything it does. Show them if it's needed. Show them the documentation. Show them this same presentation, which we will release tomorrow on my Twitter account, and talk about it with your manager and CTO. So another thing you can do is start using Quasar. The more we are, the more weight we have on the ecosystem. And then it's just about persuading your superior. Try to ask your managers to just take into consideration this from the beginning. If you cannot contribute in a normal way, like with donation, just reach us on Quasar Discord channel, and we can discuss about some kind of agreement. So this was my presentation. Thank you. And I think we are done for now. Join us on Discord. We are always here to answer people.
We will join us later with the Q&A session, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Paolo, again.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Austin Akers. He is a software engineer at Microsoft, and he will be with us shortly. Here. Hi, Austin.
Well, hello. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see here. So
I think your local time is earlier than Paolo. I can tell.
It is. It is what? It is 12:15 right now. So 12:15 noon. So yep. Pacific. Yeah, Pacific time. So Pacific Standard Time. So I'm on. I'm in Seattle. So.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay, so he will tell everybody what is new about Vuetify 3.
Yes. And let me go ahead and share my screen.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, let me know when you can see it.
Yeah, here. There. Okay, so if you're ready, I just let you do your thing.
Thank you so much, Fatima. I really appreciate it. All right. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Austin Akers. I'm currently a software engineer at Microsoft. And today, we're going to be discussing some like what's new in Vuetify 3. Now, as a quick overview of this talk, what we'll be discussing is we'll jump in first, and I'll give you a quick summary of what Vuetify is. Next up, what we'll then do is talk about the beautiful updates in version 3 of Vuetify. And last but not least, if you're wanting to upgrade your application, or better yet, like, you know, test out the new features, we'll then talk about upgrading to Vuetify 3 and also just testing out those, testing out the new features of Vuetify 3 and in an environment. Let's get started. Now, as a brief overview of Vuetify, Vuetify is a UI library and or user interface library. And what this means is that, well, Vuetify has a set list of components that we're able to use that is built on top of the Vue.js framework that allows us to build out very versatile and beautiful web applications using those components. Now, the style of Vuetify is based off of the material design concept, which was invented or created by Google. And if you aren't familiar with material design, go ahead, Google it, check it out. And as I said, do some research on material design. And last but not least with Vuetify, the best part about it, and even for me on why I use it, and even when I started using it, is because it's very quick to learn. So if you have not used Vuetify before, it's very quick to learn. And if you are using, if you wanted to go ahead and try this out, add this to your Vue application or just create a Vue application and test it out. Next, let's go ahead and discuss some beautiful updates. Now, I've got jokes for days for the whole Vuetify beautiful, but yes, let's go ahead and discuss these beautiful updates. First, we'll then talk about component declaration. Next, we'll then dive into what's new with custom icons, then localization. Afterwards, we'll then talk about what's new in the theming, what's new with themes. And last but not least, we'll conclude this section with discussing global configuration. So being able to make modifications from your create Vue instance and having that affect the entirety of your web application, which I think, in my opinion, version 3, you'll really love. So let's start with component declaration. In Vuetify version 3, there are 3 different ways for you to declare components. So there's 3 different approaches, right? So the first that we have here on the left, as I said, go ahead and take a look at all 3 of these. The first we have is the interface approach. Next up, what we have in the middle is the slot approach. And at the end here, as you can see, it's called the verbose approach. Now, I'm sure you can probably figure out why. And we'll go ahead and dive into the, into each of these different approaches and understand what makes all of these really nice. So we'll first start with the interface approach. Now, the interface approach is more of it's a different way, again, for you to be able to declare your component. Now, as you can see here, I'm using the vCard component. And what we have here, if we dive in, we have declared an image. And if you look to the right here, you'll see that lovely image of me. We then have declared a title within the props, which is B-Boy Akers. And if you don't know, feel free to follow me on GitHub. And also a subtitle, which is software engineer. And last but not least, text. And as you can see at the very bottom, I've written a slew of texts about myself. Now, here specifically with the interface approach, what this allows us to do is allows us to create a more compact, feeling to when we're doing any sort of component declaration. And I personally like it due to the simplicity that we have when using this. And if I'm ever wanting to build out a very basic card or, and iterate over a giant set of data, I'll just use the, use the interface approach. And the reason why I like this is because it makes working with your components a lot easier to, it makes it easier to read and really just work with. Now, granted, as we'll see in the next two approaches, it's not as versatile, but again, having your component as compact as this, if you're just wanting like a very simple card, makes for a very nice and clean and concise approach. Next, under component declaration, we now have the slot approach. Well, the slot approach is, as we'll see between the interface approach and whatnot, what we'll see here is in the verbose approach is that this is actually a really great median. I like this because when we look at the slot approach, and I'll go ahead and dive here, as we see here is that in comparison to our last approach where we were passing props, we now are inside the vCard component and we're using slots. So for example, as we see here, we have our vCard, we have our picture again. We now have also our title and the subtitle along with text. So unlike the last one where you had a level of, just really, it was very concise, but again, it didn't allow for as much versatility. In the slot approach, this allows for a bit more. It's a great median because as we'll see in comparison to our next one, which is the verbose approach, it's not as well verbose, but it's also it allows for us to be able to have a level of customization and conciseness without having to sacrifice that versatility. So again, this is the slot approach, and again, have I used this? I've actually built out a test application using a lot of these different approaches. But hey, when you're working with Vuetify version 3, if you would like to test these out, I'd love for you to tweet me and just let me know your thoughts. Next, we have the verbose approach. Now, this one is, this approach is a lot more descriptive when it comes to component declaration, as we saw prior, in comparison to what we saw in the prior two approaches. Now, as you can see here, inside our vCard component, we have a vCard header. And inside this header, again, we have our image. We also have our, inside this, we also have header text. And you would guess what would be inside the header text of a card. It would be your title or subtitle. And last but not least, we also have the vCard text as well. Now, what I like about this in comparison to the other two is that, well, for one, this is the most common approach that a lot of individuals, especially if you are familiar with Vue and also have used Vuetify version 2, this is going to be the approach that you're most comfortable with, and tends to be the most common that you'll see throughout a lot of different applications. This also allows for a lot more customization. So if I want to switch these title and subtitle, or better yet, if I want to add more text, if I want to add several buttons, I'm able to do so within this card component. So it allows for even more customization. And last but not least, if you're coming from Vuetify version 2, this also may be the approach that you're most comfortable with as well. So these are the three different approaches that you're able to work with within being able to declare your component. And there is a fourth approach, and you can actually mix all three of these into one component if you want to. But I did not prepare a slide for that. I just wanted to mention that. But yes. Next, we have custom icons. Now, in Vuetify version 2, there was no, although you had the ability to import and use custom icons, there was no official standardization around that. Well, now in Vuetify version 3, there is an official interface, and there is standardization around being able to use multiple icon libraries, which in return makes it substantially easier for you to use custom icons. Now, if we go ahead and take a look here to the left, what you'll see is that inside our create Vuetify instance, we've declared an icons object. And inside that icons object, we say, hey, you know what? We want to go ahead and define sets of icons. And the two icon sets that we're going to define is FA, which is font awesome, and also MDI, which are the material design icons. So as you can see, we've defined two different sets of icons that we're now able to use within our application. And if we dive below this and take a look inside one of our components, as you can see here, there's now an even easier way for you to declare those custom icon libraries within your application. So if we take a look at the V icon component, we say, hey, you know what? We want to go ahead and use an icon. But what icon? We want to use inside our MDI, which is our material design icon library. We want to use the Vuetify icon. So now in version 3, as I said, it becomes substantially easier for you to be able to define these custom icons. And if we take a look down here, if we want to use the font awesome, or FA, which is font awesome icon set, or use an icon within that, what we would have to do is just declare saying, hey, we want to use an icon inside the FA set. So we do FA : circle outline icon, and that right there will pop up. And last but not least, as you can see here, we now just have Vuetify, right? Well, if we take a look above, we see something called default set. In Vuetify 3, you're now able to declare default sets of icons, right? So this right here, as we can see, our default set is the font awesome. And if we wanted to change that, we can change that to MDI, which is our material design icon set. And now, if we just want to say, if we want to declare, instead of having to define what library or what icon library that we're using, by default, if we just say, hey, we're wanting to use the Vuetify icon, it'll then say, oh, well, here's your default icon set, which is font awesome. You can go ahead, we'll go ahead and pull the Vuetify icon from the font awesome default icon set. So as I said, being able to use custom icons in Vuetify version 3 has become a lot easier for us, as the developer to be able to developers to be able to use, which is very nice. And next up, what we have is something else, localization. Now, localization usually whenever in version 2 or just in general, you usually have to define, you usually have several steps that you have to do. Now, the best part, what's interesting about this is that in localization, or if we think about this, right, or internationalization, oof, long word, just like with English, we read from left to right, but not every language reads from left to right. For example, Arabic reads right to left. Well, in Vuetify version 3, there is better localization or internationalization support, right? So there is a locale provider now in Vuetify version 3, which infers the default direction based upon the language. In other words, if we have the, if we're using English, for example, and we define English for our, within localization, which is EN, it'll then know, it'll then know to set how we read, from left to right. It'll then set our text left to right. But in other words, if we're using Arabic, it'll then read it from right to left. So there are various languages already supported. And if you want to go ahead and dive in, again, look at the Vuetify.js documentation for Vuetify version 3 alpha, and that'll be able to give you better insights in regards to what's already supported. Next, now this personally, in my opinion, is my favorite part, and it's the changes around themes, but more specifically, we'll look more at injecting themes inside of our current theme. So as you can see here to the right, we have two cards. One card which has a dark theme above, and the other one which is our default, we have a light theme. So there's something in Vuetify version 3, which is called the V theme provider, which is stating, hey, I want to go ahead and provide whatever's inside this, inside my theme pre-provide, I want to go ahead and provide a specific theme. And that theme that we're wanting to provide is the dark theme.
So whatever is inside the V theme provider, as you can see here, this card, it'll then inherit the dark theme styling that we have for our application. So what you're able to do now is have an inherit. You're able to use different themes within your application, and you don't have to go through like some really quirky like styling and to make things happen. So, and if we take a look down here, outside of V theme provider, it then goes back to our default theme, which happens to be the, as you can see here, the light theme. So again, there's a lot of changes that are happening within Vuetify version 3 around around the theme system. But this, in my opinion, happened to be one thing that I really wanted to highlight, considering that if you wanted to do like compare and contrast, which I've done quite a bit of in regards to, just the different types of themes that you may have personally, or even the company that you're working with may have as well. So next, we also are going to jump in the last part of our beautiful updates is global configuration. Now, global configuration, we have things now called global defaults, and global defaults are an easier way for you to implement your own design system. So in addition to the default props, you can also modify SAS variables as well. And let's go ahead and take a step back and let's go ahead and look further into this. So if we take a look inside our create Vuetify instance, we have our defaults, and inside our defaults object, we now have our global objects. So we're saying, hey, we want to go ahead and set, we want to set some defaults, but our defaults that we're going to create we want to apply those globally. So we use the global object. And specifically what we have here, we have the density. So what we can do is say, hey, globally, I want to set the density of all of my components in my application to compact. Now, if you're not familiar with density alters the vertical space that a component takes up. So if a component takes up this amount of space, setting it to compact will not change the font size. It'll just make it, as I said, have it take up less vertical space and make it, slightly. It'll make it smaller in that sense, vertical spacing wise. So we're able to do things like that. And this right here, when we set the density to compact, all of our components inside of our web application will then inherit the density of compact, which is very nice, especially if you're and very useful. And as we'll see further down, if we're wanting to use this for design systems. Now, next up, we also can, let's say we don't want to alter things. We don't want to alter all of our components. Let's say we want to go ahead and just alter or make changes to all of our button components. Well, you can do exactly that. In our global configuration and our defaults, what we're able to do is say, hey, in our V buttons, we want to go ahead and change the color, right? And we change the color to primary. You can also put hex colors as well too. And this makes it very nice. Again, if we take a look, it makes it very nice for us to be able to set defaults for our design systems and just set those configurations and being able to utilize that throughout your entire application. And there's also several other ways to be able to do that as well. But again, we're going to go ahead and just focus on this. So inside, we want all of our V buttons to inherit the color, but what color do we want all our V buttons or, our Vuetify buttons or our buttons to be? It's going to inherit the primary color. And last but not least, inside our defaults, inside our, with global configurations, we also have, let's say again, why not buttons, but what about cards? Well, what if we want all our cards to have inherit the outlined property that we have within our, within Vuetify, and you can set that to true, not two, but true. And that right there will allow us to be able to have that really crisp outline that you'll be able to have for all of your card components. So again, within global configuration, it makes it substantially easier for individuals who want to make modifications on a globally for all of your components inside your web app, or better yet, if you want to, focus in on other, certain components, for example, the button or even the card, and even as you'll see, you have V, like your navigation bar, even headers. You're able to do exactly that and configure that globally. And that, in my opinion, makes it very nice because you're now able to have more control over your application. And now you're having to do less work. So last but not least, what we'll now look at is, well, what if I want to upgrade? Or better yet, hey, Austin, all these features sound amazing. I want to go ahead and test things out right now. Well, no worries. If you want to do that, go ahead and visit next.vuetify.js.com first off. And you can go ahead and take a look at the the version 3. It is an alpha, by the way, and I probably should have said that. V3 alpha documentation, because things are changing all the time and new features are being added. So visit next.vuetify.js.com if you want to know the latest news on version 3 of Vuetify. Now, if you're just wanting to go ahead and add this to your Vue 3 application, you could, if you have Vue CLI installed, what you can do is you can go ahead and type in Vue add Vuetify in your terminal, and you can go ahead and select the Vue 3 option. And last but not least, you can then select V3 Alpha, and that right there will allow you to be able to install Vuetify version 3 Alpha onto your Vue 3 application. And another thing as well, if you're currently on version 2 to version 3, now this isn't officially released yet, or this isn't officially been updated because, again, Vuetify version 3 is still an alpha, but the Vuetify ESLint plugin is typically what has been used in the past for aiding in upgrading. So when Vuetify version 3 is officially released, this will be used in regards to being able to update your application or upgrade your app. You'll be able to upgrade and have just better guidance in regards to how to upgrade your Vuetify version 2 application to Vuetify version 3. So when it's officially released, again, download or install, and after the official release, install the Vuetify ESLint plugin. And last but not least, for all the amazing people who want to go ahead and just get their hands dirty and play around with a lot of these new features that were discussed today, and even more so when you look at the documentation, you can inside your terminal, go ahead and open that up, and we can even do that right now if you wanted to. And what I want you to type in is Vue create. Now, insert the app name. You could call it Austin, the Austin app. I think I am kind of cool, at least, but just my app, and do -p or -p. It's what some people say, and then Vuetify.js/preset. And what this will allow is, this is a preset environment for you to test out the new version of Vuetify. So everything's set, everything's ready for you, and all you have to do is type this into your terminal, and you'll be able to play around in a already ready environment for you to be able to mess around and have fun with the new features in Vuetify version 3. Now, I hope everyone enjoyed this talk. I hope you all learned quite a bit from this. And I also, if you like this, hey, tweet me, follow me on Twitter. I appreciate you all coming here today and watching this talk. As I said, follow me on Twitter. My name is tweetmonster999. Feel free to tag me, let me know your thoughts, and I'd love to hear from all of you. Seriously. And if Twitter doesn't work, hey, connect with me on LinkedIn. As I said, there's the URL right there, and if that's too long, just type in Austin Akers Microsoft. I'm pretty positive I'm the only Austin Akers at Microsoft. If I'm not, I'll be very surprised. And last but not least, if you think I'm kind of cool or just want to keep up to date with what I'm doing, feel free to follow me on GitHub. And my GitHub name is B-Boy Akers. And for all of you who really want to know what B-Boy is, I'm a break dancer as well. So hence the name B-Boy. So B-Boy Akers, again, again, it is a pleasure to be able to talk today. I hope you all enjoyed this presentation, and I hope you all are enjoying all the amazing presentations that have already happened, but also are to come as well. I hope you all, everyone here, has a wonderful morning, for some people afternoon, and others evening. And I hope to see you all again. Thank you.
It sounds a little bit like Truman Show.
Oh, that's awesome.
But it's what it is, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really, really fun. I really enjoyed your speech. And before we jump into the Q&A session, which Paolo will join us, I would like to remind to the audience that we are having a giveaway for our events amongst those who will post on Twitter with the @Geekle official, which is the official Geekle Twitter account. And you can type in like what you like the most, or which topic you liked, or a reference to a speaker, and we will have 5 winning, and then they will get 3 tickets for the event. So quickly, because it's the last few speech that we will have today. So I will suggest to go just right now. And we will join with hello again.
Hello there.
Here we are.
Hello. So I saw the comment section and I just wanted to laugh a little bit. But yes, hello.
So we have a few questions here. And so this, Paolo, if you...
So is Quasar necessary for small projects? Well, it's not anything. There is nothing which is necessary. I will say Quasar is fine for small projects and for big ones. Like internally in my company, we tested it both for small projects and for big ones. So it worked fine in both occasions.
Yeah, I think maybe if it's worth it for a small project, I believe.
Yeah, I could add that there's surely it manages a lot of stuff for you. So if you are starting a small project and you are an amateur, Quasar will automatically manage most of, like, for example, internationalization. It's already an option when you start it, and CSS splitting. It's already building into the configuration file. So there's like a lot of stuff are just one flag away. So if you don't have much time to learn how all the stuff underneath work, Quasar is probably for you. But also if you need to understand what's underneath, it's for you.
Perfect. Yeah. A lot of magic between. Next one we have is, can I create a voice interaction with Quasar?
I can actually answer this one.
Go on,
feel free.
Because I don't know how to answer.
I have done this actually, and I'd have to see if I can find this on my GitHub. But I mean, you know, Quasar I've used at least for just as a means for the just the the UI, the interface, and then I mean I just use the JavaScript speech API to essentially work within Quasar and whatnot, like my Vue app. So it is possible, but it'd be more along the lines of more JavaScript related, more so than like Quasar. But Quasar is a means of being able to make all the cool components, render and everything like that. So
yeah, it's probably you can do it with Vuetify too. I guess it's just a matter of hooking to the right APIs. So
yes.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, the answer is yes, you could.
Perfect. So the answer will be yes, you can. And then, well, this is more for Austin, I think. Now I'm surprised. So, what is the best way to get with Vuetify?
Ooh, okay. What is the best way to get started? I think the best way to get started, in my opinion, is take one of your current applications that you have, like a really small one, a small project, and just go ahead and type in Vue, add Vuetify, and play around with, switching out some of the components. So for example, if you have your own button component, go ahead and try to import the Vuetify button component and, just work around that in the Vuetify functionality. So again, do it in a small project. Don't do it in an enterprise project. I mean, unless you're, really wanting to, but do exactly that. And that's kind of how I work personally, just by practice, by by actually doing it really hands-on. But for some people, if that doesn't work, definitely read the documentation, because there is a getting started guide there. So yeah, check that out.
Perfect. Then we have, I think we already answered this, but can we integrate Quasar with Vuetify?
Well, I guess it's possible. The real question is, should you? I'm not saying you don't need to do it. It's just, I see it as pointless. Like, either you use Vuetify or Quasar components. Quasar components are meant to be used with the Quasar CLI. So it's a bit straight. I would like to understand more into like the context of this question, because this isn't the first time someone asked us, especially in a Discord channel, and we're like, yes, you could, but why? Just you already have the library. Okay, maybe you just prefer Vuetify. Then yeah, you just can install it as a normal library and use it as a normal library, but you will lose all the integration by default of all the Quasar stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I'm sure if we had John, who is the creator of Vuetify, to give better elaboration on that, I'd have to say it is possible, but do you really want to do that? It's just another, again, it's kind of like you're just using two UI frameworks, or libraries on top of one another, and it just sort of, application might end up a little bit quirky. So possibly trying to switch between both, but
that will be funny. Like maybe using half components from Quasar and half components from Vuetify. I don't know if there's something like if there are some blind spots in Quasar which are covered in Vuetify, and the opposite. I could say that could be a valid reason to use it, but I actually never checked about that one, so I don't know.
Yeah, usually my concept when it comes to like frameworks or libraries is try not to use as many as possible, because you end up building a very bloated application. So, but yeah, you're right. That'd actually be really interesting. I should try playing around with that.
There you have a project to work with both of you together. And I think that will lead to our next question, which is better, Quasar or Vuetify, and why? I think who gets the point?
Can I go? Can I go? I want to answer this. I feel this is the same exact question, kind of like when people talk about which one's the best framework, right? Like when we talk about Angular versus React versus Vue. There's different use cases. Different frameworks have different use cases, right? So in my opinion, what I've used Quasar in the past for, right? I've used it in regards to being able to build out in like a, all-in-one, right? So being able to deploy my application for mobile and like just a whole all-in-one, right? Sort of platform thing. It's really weird when people say which one is better, because it's like, well, what's your use case? Depending upon your use case, one might be better suited than the other. So I really can't say like, oh, Quasar is better overall versus Vuetify, because they're both phenomenal. They're both very phenomenal. So I don't think that one is better than the other. It really depends upon your use case, in my opinion. So
yeah, there's also the fact that as you said, Quasar also has other stuff. So you can actually compare Quasar and Vuetify on the basis of the UI components, but then we are not we are not enemies. We don't want, I guess, from our side, we don't want to get into a framework world as it's already in place. So with Quasar, you get a lot of different things, more than Vuetify. But if you only care about the UI components, then I guess it's your choice. Try both, choose the one you prefer, and that's it.
Yeah, it's all preference.
I would like to add, if you find like the learning curve, it's harder or easier, in which one you think it's harder or easier?
Okay, I think I can answer about this one, because if you approach Quasar, like if you only need the components, you will probably get the same things. But when you enter the Quasar documentation, there's actually a lot of stuff on it. So that could scare most of the people. The point is, in our documentation, we try to summarize also the best practice of everything related to developing with Quasar, and this actually this makes our documentation really interesting, really complete, but also probably scary for a newcomer, or the opposite for people who come there and say, I need to understand things fast, and say, oh God, there's too much to learn. Because of this, we're actually planning to create a getting started part. If you're familiar with Angular, there's the Tour of Heroes, kind of a similar thing. So it will a step-by-step guide which guides you through creating an app. But yeah, if the learning curve, I will say, if you use the full potential of Quasar, it's definitely more harder with Quasar, because you have more stuff you have to learn. Like you can try using capacitor or electron with Quasar without reading about capacitor and electron, but you will at some point you will just hit a wall and say, okay, I need to read about capacitor. I cannot just install it and say, okay, the integration is done, so everything is done. No, the integration is done, but then we have to learn what's underneath.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I don't think there's much for me to ask again. I think in regards to, or for much for me to add on in regards to, like, is it easy to learn, Vuetify or Quasar? Again, I've used both. I mean, it depends upon when it comes to things like documentation, but also from just a developer. I mean, just honestly, it depends upon the developer experience. So again, where Quasar has their fair share from what I've seen in regards to a lot of great just a lot of really a lot of heavy documentation in regards to how to from I think a lot of the different functionalities within Quasar. It's great. As I said, it's really hard to say because you could be a junior, you could be a senior, you could be like a principal architect. It's all relative based upon from what you know. But personally, in my opinion, I did find Vuetify simply because I'm wanting to install this UI library and I'm wanting to get started importing the components and using them. Found to be pretty good to work with. But again, same thing could be said. Yeah, but
speaking of that, I think that will be. Sorry, Paolo, you wanted to
no
add something? Okay.
Sure.
Because our next question is about actually Vue component libraries. So when should I create a new Vue UI component library?
You shouldn't have to. I mean, it depends. Well, I guess it depends. Well, the cool part about Vuetify is that even like version 3, you can actually go ahead. And what I talked about when it came to global components, you can still use the functionality of Vuetify, but implement your own UI library, like your own design system on top of it. So in regards to building out your own Vue UI component library, I will say first off, I worked as a senior UI engineer out at Allstate previously before joining Microsoft, and we had an Angular component library and a React component library. And I will tell you right now, trying to maintain and work with one component library, it is a lot of work. right? So I mean, and even you could say this the same thing when it comes to Vuetify or even Quasar. I'm sure, Paolo, I'm sure you can say that trying to build out a component library is a lot of work.
It's insane. Like the number of hours, days, years of development that Razvan especially put into Quasar, it's just astonishing. So it depends. How experienced are you who made this question, and how much spare time do you have to work on this? Because it's or even not spare time, but also work time, but
it's a lot of work. Yeah.
That part, I will say, if you feel the need to create a new component library because you want to explore something which is not already around in existing component libraries, then I think that if you have the time to do so, you should probably try it. You will learn something in the process, and if you don't, well, sorry, you just lost some time, but it's really difficult to try to create a Vue UI components library and not learning something in the process. And that could actually help the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem, get better, because like if Vuetify does something new, Quasar will reach up. If Quasar does something new, Vuetify will say, okay, we need to do that too. And so if you just present something and you say, okay, I created this cool stuff which none of the other framework has, other frameworks will probably try to catch up, and you actually pushed upwards the whole ecosystem.
Yeah. So I agree. Yeah. Not to stray you away from building out a UI library, but it depends upon why you're doing it. If you're doing it to learn more about UI libraries, please go right ahead. I recommend people to try to, really do this, because you start learning about the different edge cases, because the way one application may use a button, turns out buttons are very, very complicated and can be very, very complicated. So the way one application would use a button could be completely different from the way a different application uses it and why they're using a button. So yeah, if you're building it out to learn about new UIs, or if you just want to build out your own UI library, go right ahead. You'll learn a whole lot. But if you're just trying to build it out when you're if you're just oh, well, I don't know, if you're saying, oh, well, it just doesn't have this one edge case. I mean, you could just go ahead and build out that one component and meet that edge case, or submit a PR, or file an issue. Hey. Yeah.
All right. So what features might be added in future versions, and what you consider is missing right now?
Who want to go first?
Okay. I guess I'll go on that one. Fun fact, I was actually on a Discord call with John just 45 minutes before my presentation, updating my presentation from what I discussed with him last week, because things changed in the version 3 alpha. So in regards to what features might get added, I'm not entirely sure myself yet, but all I know is that there are going to be a lot of more features and a lot of better support for Vuetify for the next version of Vuetify. Actually, I'd have to take a look at my notes, but yeah, what's missing right now? Again, I haven't encountered a crazy amount of edge cases or things, in my opinion, from the stuff that I built out. I will say that I do appreciate the fact that now, beforehand, I didn't know that there was better localization support, and even more so, implementing custom icons. Now that now there's a level of standardization, and that kind of actually really completes, or soothes a lot of aches and pains that I've had beforehand when trying to work with it. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's kind of didn't answer the question. My apologies. But Paolo, I'd like to go ahead and pass this off to you.
Okay. So we actually have a public roadmap with what we feel we need to add not straight away, but we know we'll need to add for sure, which is at roadmap.quasar.dev. And right now we will probably need to focus on moving all the Quasar environment up to Quasar V2. So as you saw in my presentation, the JS app extension isn't yet V2 ready, isn't compatible with Vue 3 and then with Quasar V2. But we also need to enhance the Quasar TypeScript support for all modes. And then there's a whole new chapter, because we are planning, but we don't know when. Probably won't be this year, will be, I hope, next year, to convert the UI component library to TypeScript, because right now it's just JavaScript, and will be a pretty long task. So we surely need that part, and we need to catch up on that part. But this was mostly about actually about a lot of stuff, but we also know we need to provide the Vite plugin, and then we plan to release the Quasar CLI working with Vite, so you can just use Quasar CLI with all the integration, but there's Vite underneath and not Webpack. So I could probably go on for like 20 minutes explaining all the stuff we want to integrate right now, because we actually have a backlog for our meetings, and there's like at least 10 to 20 bullet points saying, okay, we have to discuss this. And those are just the thing we need to discuss for the long term. So, for example, there's another thing we need to see and understand if you want to support is Tauri apps, which seems like the new and better version of Electron, like Electron without all the heavy, the weight of Electron. And that seems like a promising project to integrate, but we still don't know when we will have time to do such, because we have a really long list of what to add in.
Nice. I actually just went ahead and took a look at the Vuetify roadmap, and I was like, oh yes, I forgot projects have roadmaps. Even I know that, because the project I work on, all the projects I work on have roadmaps. But yeah, I was just go to Vuetify.js.com and feel free to take a look at the there's literally a roadmap tab. Take a look at that, and then there's also a if in the project section of Vuetify, you can take a look at the Vuetify 3 roadmap as well. So
there you go. Thank you for adding that. And then we have another one. Why should I choose to switch on Vuetify? If that was not clear.
Okay. From what? Like, are you just having your own custom I don't know, like UI library? If you don't, then if you're wanting to switch to Vuetify, in my honest opinion, why you should switch to Vuetify is because there's already a built out like component library, right? So I think when we talk about being efficient as a web developer, right, we're wanting to build out like web applications. I feel as though, and for me specifically, switching to Vuetify makes the overall, not only just your developer experience, but also you being able to efficiently and effectively build out user interfaces substantially easier, more so than trying to do everything from the ground up. So why should I choose to switch to Vuetify? Well, there's also weekly updates and releases to to Vuetify itself. Really great support. There's a flourishing community behind it, and there's a lot of documentation behind Vuetify as well too. So yeah, I mean, switching to Vuetify, it depends on where you're switching from. If you're going from Quasar to Vuetify, then I'd be asking, okay, like, why is Quasar not suiting your needs? But even vice versa as well too, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I think like the principle is something's already done. Why not using instead of writing over again?
Yeah, this is why we have open source.
Exactly. And then I think that will be our last question. Why Quasar if I'm only interested in the component library?
Well, if you're interested in a component library, the Quasar component library is quite complete and with a good documentation. So, like, you don't need to use all the other stuff. As I said, you can just integrate the component library even in a Vue CLI project. So, and even with UMD and soon with a Vite plugin. So, if you're only interested in a component library and you don't want all the other goodies which comes for free if you use the Quasar CLI, go with it. We have nothing against it, just use it.
Okay, so I think that will be it. Thank you both so much for having us here and everything that you share with us. And I think we'll have a little break now. Thank you, Austin and Paolo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. And okay, so we'll catch up in after our small break. Okay, so next we have JD Helen. He's a senior front-end developer at Dimensional Innovations. Let me check. Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm good, and how are you?
Oh, hanging in there. Making the best of the day, that's all.
Great, that's really nice to hear. So I was trying to make a little intro of who and what you do, but you mix really well all the coding with the creativity, right?
Yeah, so when I started out, I first got into design. I went to design school and thought I wanted to build or design websites, and then slowly got into, and not to date myself, but Flash development back in the day, and fell in love with GreenSock, which is now GSAP, and then have been kind of coding and developing, interactive platforms and animating things and all that fun stuff. So that's kind of my background.
That will be today's topic. Do you have your presentation?
Yes, I do.
So maybe we can get started.
Can I share my screen here? Is my screen up? One second, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Apparently my Chrome has lost permission. So
Sure, we will sort it out.
screen recording, there we go. One moment.
No problem.
Okay, let's try this. Well, it's not letting me do it. It's telling me I have to log out and log back in. So actually, wait a second. There we go.
Here.
Okay, I think I got it now. There we go. Okay.
There we
Sorry.
go. You see,
Slight
there was no problem. We all been there. So I let you do your thing, and we will catch up later for some Q&A, okay?
Okay, sounds great.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so today we're going to be talking about animating Vue with GSAP. So first off, what is GSAP? It's the GreenSock animation platform, or GSAP. It's a powerful animation library that helps developers build out engaging and performant animations. So what can GSAP animate? CSS properties, first off, SVGs and SVG elements, canvas objects, generic objects such as numbers or text, pretty much whatever you want to animate, GSAP can handle. So why GSAP over other animation platforms? There's plenty of them out there. Like I said earlier in my intro, I'm an old school Flash developer that has moved on and gotten into JavaScript and PHP and Python, but Flash still holds a little piece of my heart, and I've been using GSAP or the GSAP library since it was a Flash only project. Obviously, it's evolved into JavaScript, but one of my big things with it is platform agnostic, so you can literally use it anywhere. Anywhere the JavaScript runs, GSAP can handle. It's only 63K with a minified bundle size, so it's really low download speeds. It's almost 20 times faster than jQuery, than animating with just plain jQuery. And then there's these animation library speed tests, and I'll pull this up real quick just so you can kind of see down here in the bottom left. So here's jQuery 3 with 1,000 dots. And if you start it, you can see over here that 99% of the animations, now 100% of the animations are finishing after they're supposed to. And your frame rate is down to 0.5, which is terrible. Now, if we switch it over to GSAP and do the exact same thing, we're seeing that all the animations are finishing on time, and we're running anywhere from 35 to 55 frames per second. So the animation is really, really crisp, really, really smooth. I know that doesn't necessarily translate over screen recordings, but I just wanted to share that with you guys. And at the end of it, I'll share out the GitHub repository, and it'll have all the links in there, so you can go play with that for yourself. A few requirements. So if you're working in Vue, just Node 10 or higher, Yarn or NPM. That's not necessarily a requirement. You can also load it in from a CDN, but I tend to use Yarn, and just some basic JavaScript knowledge. So installation is really easy. Just yarn add GSAP or npm install GSAP, and then import GSAP into your file. They also have this installation helper page on the Greensock docs, which is just greensock.com, and it has all the different types of installations that you can possibly think of. You can download the whole package. You can run it from a CDN. They even have this really neat GSAP install helper, so you can actually select different plugins of what you want. So let's say we have the scroll trigger, and then maybe the physics 2D plugin, and it'll give you all the imports that you need for your ES model. So you just copy that code and paste it right into your project. So the basics of a GSAP method, there's three different things. There's the method type, which is highlighted here where it says method. The selector, so what object you're actually trying to animate. And then this right here is the parameters. So your different delays, the CSS properties that you're trying to animate. There's also this position, but this doesn't really go for main GSAP methods. It's only really is necessary in timelined animations, and even then you don't have to use it. So there's three common methods to begin with. There's the to method, so what you want the animation to animate to. There's the from, so what parameters you want the animation to animate from originally, and it'll automatically keep your current parameters. So let's say you have a width, you're wanting to animate a width, and you have a 500 width, but you want to animate it from, say, 200. So you just say from width 200, and it'll automatically set the ending of that function to the default width that you have set in your CSS. And then there's also a to from method. So you can actually pass in both sets of parameters. You can set in an object that has the to parameters, an object that has the from parameters, and then automatically will animate from both of those properties. So let's talk about easing. Animations are, without any easing, are typically linear. And Greensock provides this really great easing visualizer to kind of pick and choose what kind of animation you want. So let's go take a look at that real quick. So this first power 2, it goes up fast, and then it kind of levels out nice and smooth. And you can kind of see how power 3 does this similar thing. One of my favorite animations is actually the back, where it actually crosses the plane of the final, goes up a little bit, and then levels back down to where you want it. It creates a nice little bounce effect. Elastic is the same kind of thing, where it'll also create kind of a bounce effect. and then obviously bounce, but it doesn't jump up past the point of your animation. So it won't actually, so let's say you're trying to scale something, it'll just look like it goes to the max scale and then bounces down. And they also have custom easing, so you can actually customize this easing. So let's say you want it to, you know, do this crazy animation where it bounces around and you know, goes from thing to thing. You can run that, kind of give you an indication of what it's going to do, and then it actually creates the code directly for you, so you can just kind of copy and paste that. It's a really handy tool. Anytime you're trying to smooth out animations, really consider using easing. So the next kind of feature of GSAP is a concept called timelines. So we have 3 individual methods here. We have a 2, another 2, and another 2, where we're just animating this object called ID. We're moving it X number of pixels over 100 over the duration of 1 second. Same thing, but we're actually adding a little delay here. So all 3 of these, if you execute these functions, these will all start at the exact same time. So when you put this delay here, the delay will actually cause that animation to pause for 1 second, and then it'll appear that these 3 functions are firing one after the other, when in fact they all fired at the exact same time. It's just the delay property that's keeping them from running into each other. So let's say we have the same kind of situation, but you actually want to control the animation a little better. So you can create a timeline and then add those animations to that timeline. So right here, you just created a var. The typical standard is TL, just for timeline, but you can really name it whatever you want. Create or call GSAP, call the timeline function, and then add this object into it, where we have a repeat. So the timeline will actually repeat twice, and then the repeat delay, there will be a 1 second delay between those repeats. So then we add our functions underneath here. We have basically the exact same functions, but this is that parameter that I was talking about earlier that we don't necessarily need. It only really happens with timelines, is that it will, this will actually tell, I'm sorry, by the default in timelines is that the animations are added one after the other and will play in that sequential order one after the other. But if you add this extra parameter here on the end, you can actually tell it where to place it on that timeline. So this is telling this timeline to go back a half a second into itself. So it'll actually start at the 0.5 mark. This will be the same thing. If it'll add this to the timeline 0.5 seconds into the timeline before it, and so on and so forth. So then you have this nice kind of staggered ease of animations. So it doesn't just play one animation, then the second animation, then the third animation. They all kind of start at a staggered time. So let's go ahead and jump into some code here and kind of show you what I'm talking about when it comes to animation. So I have this quick demo app that I built, and it's a music browser that reads off of an API. Hopefully everybody can see that. Let me bump that up just a little bit more. So right now, if you reload the home page, you can kind of see the title kind of slides in, and the copy text kind of comes up from the bottom. Let me play that again one more time. Real subtle, and I know what you're saying, that you could probably do this with CSS animations, and the short answer is yes, you can. Yes, you can do this with CSS animations or CSS transitions. But what I like about GSAP is that it's completely controllable as to when those functions actually fire and animate themselves. So let's take a look at what we have here. Right here we have this page title component with a class of title, and then we also have a ref here on this div titled content. So on mounted, I have the first part of this animation is the selector, which is just class title. Now what this will do, this will actually animate anything that has that title attribute. So if you have, 3 objects on your page that say or that have the class of title, all 3 of those objects will be run on that animation at the same time. One of my favorite options is this auto alpha, and auto alpha is it toggles display, so display hidden, display none, and then it also animates opacity at the same time. So it'll actually, everything will be gone from the screen. It'll switch over to a block display it, and auto alpha transition the opacity as well. So I have it auto, and I'm using from on that. So I have the animation point of where I want it to start, which is at 0, and then animate to 1, which is the end result. So just like opacity in CSS. I want it to move 100 pixels from where it currently sits. So right now it's just sitting at the edge of the page, and I want it to move from 100 pixels to the right. I put a delay on there, so it'll wait 0.25 seconds to animate, and I also use this ease of back out, so it'll give it like a little bounce feel. So let me play that again, so you can kind of see it bounces a little bit. It's not too bad. The second animation that I have here is of the content. Now, instead of using a class selector or an ID, I'm actually using the refs property of that content in Vue. So refs is a Vue property that you can set on objects and use that as a selector for it. So you can really use either one. It doesn't really matter. Depending on what I'm doing, if it's a single object on a page, I'll usually use a ref or an ID. If I have multiple instances on the page, I'll definitely use the class so I can gather all of those in the selector and animate those out. So one of the things that I want to do, first off, is I want to take off this animation and actually put it on the title, because if you look at the other pages, I'm using this component in multiple places, and it's not animating. It's only animating on the home page. So I'll go ahead and I'll take that out and put it in this page title. So then I have a class of title. I'll import GSAP, and then let's go ahead and just cut this animation from the home page, and we'll add it to mounted in the title object. So now if we go to multiple pages, you can see that title component animate every single time that it comes in, right? Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about, if you go to artists, so this is a, like I said, it's a demo app of some of my favorite musicians out there, and I'm a huge Devin Townsend fan. If anybody's a big fan of him, definitely holler at me. He's one of my favorites. So very similar structure to the other page. I have this page title component that is now automatically animating, so I don't have to do anything to it. Every time that page renders that component, that animation is going to fire. The next thing I have is this grid container of these thumbs. And these thumbnails are just these individual images and text placed on the page. So it doesn't have a class on it, so I went ahead and gave it a class of artist. I imported GSAP. And then one of the things that I tend to do is create kind of two functions. One function is this animate in, where I place all my animations, and then I typically do an animate out, and I'll go over the animate out here in a minute. But animate in, so that way everything's kind of contained into one function, and it just kind of cleans up the code a little bit. So as you can see, I only have one animation function on here, and it's just a from on all artist class. It's auto alpha from 0. It scales from half. There's a 0.5 delay, and then that back out easing. So I'll play this again, and you can kind of see they all just kind of fade in, right? Well, what if we wanted them to like stagger a little bit? Well, there's a little stagger property, and you can tell it, you can give it a time to stagger between. So if we add that and then re-render the page, you can see those animations all get staggered in. Let's cut that down to 1/8 of a second. There we go. So it animates in a little smoother. But let's do some other properties. So we can add rotate, and we'll have that rotate from let's say 45 degrees, just to give it a little twist. There we go. So it animates in. Beautiful. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to look at these albums of some of these artists and see I have that animation stagger already in place. But when you actually click on one of these albums, here, I'll show you an artist because I don't have it set up here. If you click on an artist, it takes you to an artist page that displays some of their albums, and it gives you a little brief bio and still uses the picture. But on albums, I did something a little bit different. I actually am animating out that click and then transitioning the page. So if I click, let's do Tools 10,000 Days, great album. You see it kind of animates out first and then transitions over to the next page. So the way I accomplished that is this animate out function. And so this animate out function is actually, I've added it as a click native event on every single album in this v4. And anytime you click on it, it's going to pass two things. It's going to pass the event of what it is, so the actual click, and then an object from this album object titled slug, so I can make that API call to pull that specific album by the slug. So let's go look at animate out real quick. So again, animate out. So instead of doing the from, I'm doing a to. I want that duration of that animation to be 0.5 seconds. I'm animating the auto alpha to 0 from 1, and then scaling it down by half. Easing in just a little bit, but the important part is this on complete. So there's several functions in GSAP that you can run while the animation is playing. So they have an on update. So every time the animation ticks, a function will fire. On complete is the one we're wanting though. So the on complete function, as soon as this animation is over, we want to pass this router push to the album's name or the album path with the slug in the URL. So let's take a look at that one more time. Let's about Devin Townsend's Ocean Machine, another great album. So you click on that and you can see that we're using that slug property to populate the URL. We're making that API call with that slug, and then also pushing the router to that actual URL, so everything shows up properly. Let's see. A couple other things that I'd like to talk about. So GSAP has a ton of plugins that you can use. One of my favorite ones, and we'll actually look at this this Physics 2D plugin. There's a great animation. You can kind of see it right here of these balls that just kind of jump up out of the air, and they feel like they've got weight to them. They stagger in and out. They change color. If you ever have a chance, definitely check out this code pen. It's a really great example of using the Physics 2D plugin. Another one is the split text plugin. Now, you'll kind of take a look at this and think, wow, this is really old school Flash animation type stuff. But you can see how it'll actually take a paragraph. So right here, you're getting this document by an ID. You're adding the split text of that ID, and then it's animating in. So it's separating it line by line by line by line. Now you can separate it by character count. You can separate it by word. You can separate it by many different things. But it's definitely here. Here's an example of that. So this is an individual character where it's just animating in like that. You can split it by words. So you're animating all the words different. You can animate each line. Characters, words, and lines. Kind of a cool transition there. So if you guys have some time, I would definitely recommend going to greensock.com, checking out their docs. They're really great on their docs. Just like a lot of the Vue community, even though this is not a specific Vue plugin, this is definitely something that I really love spending time on, and I actually learn a whole lot just by looking at their docs and what they have available. Another plugin that I really love is this draggable plugin, and you can create some really cool interfaces. And let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, so they have this drag and throw property. So if you drag it and let go, it's got a little bit of physics to it where it doesn't just snap into place. Pretty cool. So one of the things about the CSS plugin, now typical CSS values are normally automatically detected in GSAP, but there are a few little cases where you may need the CSS plugin. So one of them would be like border style, border radius, or border shadow. You can animate all of those. The only difference is that you would need this plugin, and you would have to camel case the actual name of that. So instead of border dash style, it would be border capital style. Same thing with box shadow. Just camel case that and pass in the object of your colors, and everything's fine. So that's plugins and timelines. And that's pretty much all I had for animating with Vue. Animating GSAP has been something that I've been doing for probably 10 years now, and it's something that I continue to work on in a lot of my projects that are kiosk-based and touchscreen animation platforms. So thank you very much for having me. You can find me out on Twitter, GitHub, and LinkedIn, just at JD Hillen. And yeah, thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your demo. Was fantastic. Not everybody is so courageous about doing a demo live.
Well, that's how you learn is just trial by fire. So, like I said, I've been using GSEP for a long time, so I'm pretty comfortable with the syntax. I've been using Vue for probably the last 3.5 years, and it's nice to work with a project that you're kind of passionate about. I'm a big music nerd, and love really heavy music. So getting to just animate stuff like that and pull it in is really fun.
Shows the creativity part of coding that is not very often seen.
Yeah, absolutely. The job that I work in, I work for a company called Dimensional Innovations, and we're an experiential design firm. So we do a lot of interior spaces for colleges, for museums, for sporting events, pretty much anything and everything that you could think of going and doing something at, we build applications for. So we do some motion tracking, we do touchscreen applications. We sometimes call them dictionary applications because there's a lot of content that gets displayed there. But we constantly have to think about how to make this application more engaging and not just rendering a page. You know, having some kind of subtle movement to it. You know, animating text in, animating images, animation transitions between pages. You know, so we constantly have to think about stuff like that. And GSEP is just one of those tools in our arsenal that makes our job really easy.
Yeah, make it more attractable or attractive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we have a question that might be unexpected here.
Ooh.
But as you
Best Meshuggah record. That's a tough one. I'm a big fan of Obzen. That's probably my favorite. And then I'd have to go Destroy, Erase, Improve.
I'm sorry, I have to tell you, I don't know them, but I will
definitely
go check them after we finish.
No, they're an extreme metal band from Sweden, and yeah, they play in odd time signatures and used really low end guitars, and they're innovators. They're crazy, which is Meshuggah. That's Yiddish for crazy. So.
Okay, I will definitely check them out. Then we have here another question, like,
sure.
Was it hard to switch from Flash animation?
No, because it wasn't, because I didn't use the timeline in Flash. I used GreenSock to animate pretty much everything. And at the time, it wasn't necessarily called GreenSock. It was just called Tween Max or Tween Light. There were two different versions, and I preferred to code the animations as opposed to do it on a timeline in like some kind of editor the way Flash was originally done. So it was a really easy transition for me because there's no animation timeline or anything like that in JavaScript. So it came pretty natural.
Like the concept of animation that usually is like frame by frame, you didn't have to deal with that because you weren't working in that way.
Right, exactly. So it made it a lot easier because I look at it as each animation is its own kind of entity, and then how those animations are placed on the page and animate when things load or whenever that animation is triggered. I kind of think of it in smaller chunks. So I only have to worry about one or two things instead of like a gigantic timeline of things. But you can definitely use the GSAP timeline to create those animations and then just kind of play. Like a lot of the coding animation is just playing with numbers, you know, adding a second here, dropping something by a half a second, moving an animation a half a second earlier or a half a second later, just to create more of a natural flow of what you're trying to display. So a lot of it is just playing with numbers.
All right. Then we have another question. How do you use animate Sass in Vue?
Okay, so you can't actually animate Sass directly. You have to animate the compiled CSS properties, but you can add any of those as objects in your definition. So if you just want to change the color, you just put color colon and then the color ID, the hex code ID for whatever you want it to be, and it'll transition from one to the other.
Okay.
So like I do pretty much everything in Sass, but I just don't animate those directly. I don't animate full classes. I'll take the individual CSS properties and animate those, as opposed to adding new classes. Or I mean, if you're doing all that work, you might as well just do CSS transformations.
Yeah. Okay. What can you tell about 2.5D animation? I believe that's the two-dimensional that looks like 3D, right?
Right. That's a great question. I don't typically do a lot of 2.5D animations. A lot of the stuff is either video transitions, because we have at our job we have a great video team that work in After Effects and Premiere that do those kind of animations. So if it's something really 3D heavy, we'll typically turn it into a video and have it play, just because it's a little less processor intensive than using like Vue.js and modeling everything and having that play in the browser. So if you're looking for like real 2.5D animations, you might want to go with Vue.js. And I don't have a lot of experience with that, so I hope that answers the question a little bit. I'm sorry if it doesn't.
Oh, I think it's okay. Then we have another one. Optimize animation that doesn't affect performance, but contribute to a better UX.
So what kind of optimize animations that doesn't affect performance?
What will you consider like this approach, or just like straight for animations?
I would typically do. Let me see how I'm going to answer this. Okay, so it depends on what property you're actually trying to animate. So I know a lot of like modern UX and UI have a lot of kind of faux reflections or opacities, transparencies, drop shadows, things like that, where the browser actually has to render the content underneath as well. So when you have things that are layered up and like something moving over the top of something else with a drop shadow, those can be a little bit more performance taking, I guess. But if you make the animation subtle enough and long enough to really get the effect, then it helps. Also, you don't necessarily have to have, like, if you're moving an object from left to right and it has a drop shadow, you can always drop that drop shadow as it's moving, because you're not really going to see it over the course of a second anyway. So you can drop that off, and then once it gets there, turn it back on. There's a really great helper property in GSAP called set, which you can pass it CSS variables just like you can in the animation, but it'll automatically set those properties of that object and turn those properties back on. So let's say
to
I
keep
wanted
better performance.
Right. So and it doesn't actually tween those animations. It doesn't move from point A to point B. It just sets it. You could do the animation and then set it again, and just to kind of clean it up.
Yeah. Okay.
I know. I remember one time I was trying to get like a blur effect on an animation. So like it was this thing that was moving across the screen, and I wanted it to blur as it was moving, and it was a real performance hit. So what we actually did was we swapped the image. I took like an image of the object, took it in Photoshop, blurred it, scaled it appropriately, and then once that animation started, hot swapped the image, moved the image over, and then hot swapped it back. So it still had that effect, but it didn't take up a bunch of CPU.
That is a nice tip. Then we have here another question, really specific. If I want to stop everything and remove all the animations when user clicks away from the current animation, page or component, to do that, can I use gsap.timeline.kill on before destroy?
I believe you can. I'd have to look. Let me look at the documentation real quick. But there are, once you set up the timeline, there are definitely functions that you can use to stop that animation and not necessarily kill all the timelines. Let me look at kill real quick. Immediately kills the timeline and removes it from the parent timeline, stopping its animation. So yeah, if you have your timeline set up as an object, you could definitely do that.
Okay. And then I think that is linked to the one before, like the gsap instance could persist if there's a reference elsewhere in the code. I assume like recovering from that stopping point or break point.
Right. So what I'm thinking is that you're just wanting to import gsap once and then have it persist throughout all the components.
Okay.
I've done that through the CDN. If you import that through the CDN and put it on your main index file, then you can do that. GSAP have 3 different levels of their product. They have the main one, which is totally free. They have a business class and I think like a shockingly green class that you can actually purchase. I went ahead and purchased it because it's an awesome platform and I use it constantly. So I will actually host those files on my own and import those in just in the main, or I'm sorry, in index.html, and then you can reference those in your object or in your components anywhere else, and you don't actually have to import GSAP on every component.
Okay, perfect. Where do you look for the ideas of interesting animations?
Oh, there's so many. There's a couple different sites. Let me see. I know the FWA. It was back in the day. That was like the coolest website aggregator around. Like if somebody built an awesome animated website, it was on the FWA and it stood for Flash Web Awards. So like I said, I'm dating myself here a little bit, but they still put on some really, really amazing websites. So that's thefwa.com. That's a great one. Another one I really like following is just going to CodePen and looking up GSAP or GreenSock. There's a lot of really great animations on there. There's a developer named Sarah Drasner that does some amazing SVG animations that are responsive to your mouse. She did this really great one of Wall-E from Pixar that has his hands like kind of extending out and trying to grab your mouse. And like I haven't gotten to that point yet. I'm not a big SVG guy, but there's some really great animation stuff out there. So if you follow GreenSock on Twitter, they will feature some really cool animated sites and different ways of using their platform. They're really good about that.
There you go. I just remember this guy. I can't recall his name, but the webpage of the curriculum, it was just amazing. All like video game style, posting his skills and everything, like different levels. It was just awesome. If somebody remembers the name, can post on the chat so everyone can see it. Then I think, let me see this one. Can we use GSAP animations with Three.js objects in Vue?
That's a great question. I actually have never done that before. Let me see.
Another live demo.
It looks like you can do that. I'm looking at the Googles here, and it looks like you can. I mean, that's something I really have to dig into. Like I said, I don't do a lot with Three.js. We typically build anything that's 3D in Unity. We have a couple of Unity developers that build out the environments themselves, and we just kind of tack on and add some flair to it. So I even back in the Flash days, I've never been a big like 3D in browser guy. Just because back in the Flash days, it wasn't really that performant, and it's definitely gotten better, but I still think we have a long way to go with like high res 3D in browser.
All right. So I don't know if you want to add something. I think that's all from us.
If I post in private chat here, will it go to everybody or?
Not on the private, but I can add a comment if you want to share your Twitter account or your GitHub repo or something.
Sure. Yeah, so that's just the GitHub repo if you guys want to take a look at it. Like I said, just at JD Hillen on pretty much every platform. And I'm not a big Twitter guy, but if you guys do ever have any questions or want to talk animation or anything Vue, just hit me up on there. Like I use social media wrong. I don't follow any friends on Twitter. All I follow are developers. And then like on Instagram, all I follow are like guitar makers and musicians and like I do it all backwards. So but yeah, if you guys ever have any questions, just hit me up. Let me know.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your time and for your effort being here with us.
No, thank
really
you guys.
amazing.
I really appreciate all the coordination. I've worked on conferences before, and I know it's a lot of work. So kudos to you guys.
Thank you. See you. Bye. Okay, so we are reaching to the end of the event. I hope everyone had a good time. It was an incredible day filled with knowledge and discoveries and excitement. I want to thank especially to our speakers who shared all the time and preparation and work extraordinarily hard for getting to the presentations on time and everything, so we can get their knowledge and enrich everyone in the community. And of course, the spectators giving us feedback and everything, that will help us a lot. And we will see everyone back in tomorrow. We have a senior track day, so I hope everyone having a good end of the day in whichever time zone you are right now. And anything that we haven't covered, you can reach us in Twitter at Geekle Official. That's the Twitter account. I think that's all for now, and see you tomorrow. Goodbye.